The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
There she is going to pick up her red Bahi Khata and go away for the courtesy meeting with the president, who is the head of the Consolidated Fund of India. And yes, it's foggy. The headlights of those cars of the finance minister on this morning. Well, I hope the day and the budget is brighter than that, Anand Ranganathan. But Anand, coming back to you. There will never be a consensus on what's a freebie, what's welfare. We've seen that. Prime Minister Modi himself said freebie culture is something that should be avoided. But we haven't seen much action. They've had to, under pressure, follow suit of the other political parties. Do you think this is ending anytime soon?
It has to end. Otherwise, Navika, we're looking down an abyss from where India cannot escape. I mean, you have still people who are so well entrenched in the socialist Soviet Union mindset that they want almost 45% of our labor force to be involved in khoding gaddas and, you know, producing stuff that we cannot store. India is producing 320 million tons of food grains. Our storage capacity only 145 million tons. We cannot store half of it. It's lying in the open. The amount of from production to purchase, everything in the agricultural sector is archaic. We need to get people out of it. And here people are saying sarkari naukri.
You're absolutely right, Anand Ranganathan. You know, I have a confession to make. When I started my journalism in 1990, I used to cover the food and agriculture beat. And, you know, even in those days, I have done stories of rats eating food grains stored in the open in the Food Corporation of India. Has anything changed in the last 34 years? I really don't know. But when you look at the politics, let's listen into Priyank Khadge and his pearls of wisdom.
I have zero expectations from the budget. Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, even for courtesy, because the people of Karnataka have voted her twice, at least that courtesy also has not been shown towards Karnataka, right? Neither in devolution of taxes, nor in the right share of taxes, and we are suffering because of Modinomics.
Zero expectations, and now every state, if you are a finance minister from Karnataka, please do only for Karnataka. Monica Hallan, does this actually work? I mean, are our politicians completely out of sync with reality, or is this predetermined, pre-budget niceties which just come free-flowing?
I just wish that people would think more about Bharat rather than their political stances, because there are things which work for India and there are things which don't work for India. And like Anand said, we really need deep reform in agriculture, and just staying with an old system which has major flaws in it, not allowing farm law bills to pass, that's been a real problem. So I think we need to move from this hard party positions into doing something which is right for the country.
Absolutely. Vivek Srivastav, good morning to you. And I want to ask you, how much do you give Nirmala Sitharaman on a scale of 1 to 10 on the budget 2025?
I hope she follows what the economic survey is talking of. 90% of the workforce is skilled and semi-skilled, and you don't have the proper vocational training. उसके बाद डॉक्टर आनंद रंगनाथन कंप्लेन करते हैं कि लोग फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स और डेटा पे विश्वास क्यों नहीं करते हैं. क्यों विश्वास करेंगे? स्कूल की एजुकेशन महंगी है, आपका हेल्थ केयर महंगा है, नौकरियां हैं नहीं, और ये मेरी नहीं, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे की भी रिपोर्ट है. ट्रेनिंग वोकेशनल आप दे नहीं पा रहे हैं. Why should I believe your data यार? You have a marriage of 5,500 crores, which is glaring in the media, and poor people are looking at it. It's a cruel discrepancy of this nation. Yes, it should be a socialist country. Please don't tax the extreme poor at all, and tax these rich guys. Increase it back from 22%, not to 30, but to maybe 35%.
Finance Minister, they're reaching the North Block, and finance pictures coming in of Nirmala Sitharaman reaching North Block. In fact, the first of many stops she's going to be making this morning. Priyank is with us from the North Block. Priyank, Finance Minister reaching there. After this, she heads to Rashtrapati Bhavan, then the customary cabinet meeting, and then, of course, presents the budget. A long day ahead. When is she expected to leave from the North Block, Priyank?
Yes, Rati Madhav, she has reached right on time. Exactly, this is what has happened always. 8:45 is the time period when the FM generally reaches the North Block, where she has reached here. We have seen the officials of the Finance Ministry already being there, and it will be just a brief 5 to 6 minute of time period when she'll be there. Then she will come here, right here in front of the media screens, and there will be 1 minute of photo opportunity where she will be holding the Bahi Khata in her hand, and from here, along with the officials and all the advisors, she will be moving towards our right-hand side where the President House is situated. She will be meeting the President, and then the cabinet meeting will happen at the Parliament. So it's going to be very important to be seen that what will be there in the budget, as our guests and everyone has been talking about. But what people have also been talking about, that the review committee report of the Income Tax Act 1961 will be a very important factor which will be added in her budget speech. We know that yesterday when there was a briefing at by the Finance Ministry, it was specifically stated that the country has moved out from the COVID pandemic effect. So we are
all right.
Well, that recovery happened some time ago, but right now we are seeing the blues of a possible slowdown. Is that global impact, or is India going to beat that trend? So just before I come back to you, Tehseen Poonawalla, let me just go quickly across the panel and ask, if we need to get to a Viksit Bharat situation, two things that you would suggest this morning to Nirmala Sitharaman to definitely do in this budget. Monica, I'll start with you.
Something to boost consumption, and very strongly to get the people who are outside of the tax net to please be a part of it. I have a small data point to share. Between people earning more than 5 lakh, upwards of whatever, the tax exempted and avoided is a massive 23 trillion rupees. These are back of the envelope numbers. Exempted, which is like agri income, and avoided, escaped, is 23 trillion.
23 trillion rupees, how many crores is that?
12 zeros.
23 lakh crore is tax avoided by certain classes.
And exempted.
Absolutely exempted. Agriculture income, probably businessmen who have ways of not showing it. Well, please tax them. Don't only tax the middle classes. Let me get you, Mr. Malhotra. What would you suggest the Finance Minister this morning?
Well, two big things that I would hope for is, one, that she will do much more for MSMEs, because they are the ones who generate jobs. And in the non-farm sector, that's where we need the jobs. We know that for the last 8 years, since the demonetization happened and the GST happened, they suffered and they are continuing to suffer, particularly since COVID. So we are hoping...
MSME?
One. Two, I'm hoping for some expansion of the tax net, because if we don't get an expansion of the tax net and some hint that we are beginning to think about a wealth tax, because the inequality has just gone through the roof. There is no question about it that the top 200 billionaires, and only they need to be there. Please hear me out.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
You're about to.
It's a free country. My expressions can change.
May I finish?
Yes.
So may I finish on the substantive point that I'm making, which is that only 200 billionaires who have extremely high net worth. We are among the poorest G20 countries. You and I know that. Therefore, it's absolutely critical they begin to share from not high net worth, not ultra high net worth. Only the top 200 billionaires need to be brought in. Plus, I'm hoping that the 2 crore plus incomes will also get an extra surcharge.
Oh my God! Wealth tax, extra surcharge for the... what happened to enterprise? What happened to profit? Are we going back to a China situation? There is chaos in the studio. I think we're going to come to blows. But for the moment, getting into a short break. When we come back, we'll see if there is some order in the almost violent atmosphere in the studios today. Short break, back soon.
biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter, news breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have reached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown?
Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and big breaking news coming in top of 9 a.m. this morning. Tax relief on the cards, a big scoop on budget 2025 accessed right now. Hina Gambhir, tax cuts. Please give us some good news, because right now all we are getting is extremely cynical information.
Well, I'll tell you something. Prime Minister Modi dropped a big hint yesterday when he spoke about the middle class. You know, you have to take his words very seriously, and I'm saying it for a reason, because what we have learned from sources is that big tax cuts for the middle class can be expected. It is long due. You know, last 2-3 budgets we did not get a big relief, so this time it is a huge opportunity, because Mehngai is impacting people's daily lives, and to help people deal with Mehngai, the government is expected to in fact increase the tax exemption limit. That's what we can look forward to. Exemption limit may actually go up to 10 lakh rupees. Standard deduction amount may also go up. It can be increased from 75,000 to 1 lakh rupees. So Aam Aadmi ke liye there is going to be some good news, is what I can tell you.
Well, 75,000 to 1 lakh rupees, is that enough to do to rev up the economy, Jaggi?
Absolutely not. It will not. It will just go to saving something somewhere. Mostly, you have to give a very disruptive benefit in income tax. According to me, in the new regime, if you are currently tax-free up to 7, it should go to 10 to 12 lakhs, if not 15. Because I don't believe in income tax. You want to pay taxes, you get a broad base, you have to do it in indirect taxes. So GST is the big growth that has to happen. I know the people on the left of me, both ideologically and physically. With the exception of
immediate left, yes.
Ideological left. I think they believe in income tax.
Jagannathan never includes Ranganathan on the bad side.
We talk about entrepreneurs and millionaires leaving India, and we want more wealth tax. We want the jobs here, but you want to tax them out of sight. It's not going to work.
Yes, okay, yes. Anand Ranganathan.
No, आखिर मैं भी तो JNU से ही हूँ. मेरे अंदर का JNU का कीड़ा जाग गया है. So I want.
JNU में कीड़े?
सिर्फ सांप ही नहीं. I want wealth redistribution. I want inheritance tax. I want tax to be very high on billionaires. I want people to go even more into agriculture, keep on producing stuff we don't need. I want government to keep on procuring stuff. We don't need that rat seat. मुझे Pol Pot economist चाहिए. मुझे Pol Pot का ground zero जाना है. I want India to prosper and That is the only way India can prosper, go back to Soviet Union era. So
what are you saying? What are you saying? Have you joined the ranks of Vivek Srivastava?
I am Vivek. वो उनकी आत्मा मेरे अंदर घुस गई है. मैंने डीप स्पीक से पूछा था, डीप स्पीक is Vivek anti-national? No, he loves his nation, China.
Well, you know, on a serious note,
look, what are we? I mean, are we reinventing the wheel out here? Do we not know how nations prosper? Do we not understand what capitalism is? Why are we going back to increasing taxes on people who are creating wealth? Why are we pushing people more and more into unproductive areas? 44% of India's labor force is in agriculture. In the West, it's 2%. What are we trying to do out here? We need to get people out of these sectors. But who has the guts to do it? We need to do privatization. Who has the guts to do it?
Rohit Azad.
How is privatization going to create jobs? Like, in fact, privatization has not created jobs. Your government currently has said that jobs have not been created. Why have they not been created? Because there is not enough demand in the economy. Agriculture, rural sector provides demand. It's when rural demand goes up, the economy prospers. It has always been so. So to say that these people are not required, they don't play a role in the economy is wrong.
ऐसे freebie देते रहो, and that's how you will revive the economy. Is that the pill?
No one is saying that. No one, unfortunately, is saying that. You can put words into our mouth and you can get away with it because you're the anchor. If you hear us, you will find.
Well, you've been recommending this all that
no,
you know. Rural...
That's what you think. That's again you're putting words into my mouth. Again you're putting.
You're leaving the words right there for me to pick up and put in your mouth.
Okay, may I say something?
Yes,
now?
sir.
Okay, so the point here we are trying to make are 2 or 3, if I might. The first point is that in the last few years, what we've seen happen is that what the historical trend has been reversed. What was the historical trend? That the share of direct taxes, contribution in total revenues was on the rise and indirect taxes was falling. We've reversed that. In other words, indirect taxes today contribute 55% of total government revenue for the central government, and direct taxes are down. Why are they down? Because of CIT having come down, corporate income tax being brought down, profitability is at its highest, and yet investment is not taking place, and the jobs are not happening. So don't worry about the billionaires going away. The billionaires are not going anywhere.
I think there is a fallacy there. It is fallacious, isn't it? Because Monica. On the fact that income tax, direct taxes as a contribution to the entire revenue is low.
Can I read out some numbers?
GST, earlier states had separate taxes, sales tax, etc. GST has brought it all, which shows in the central budget, but actually is the share of states. Fallacious argument. I know enough economics may not be as much as you, but definitely enough economics to...
That's unfair, because this is the data that he has given is central government. The state thing would be separate. So GST is split between state and center.
GST has a share of state.
Of course, so that is not counted here. That's counted in state.
So
that's not counted in center.
I will just talk about what is the share of the entire budget for the last budget. Corporate tax was 17%, income tax was 19%, GST was 18%. And that number actually has come down. Over the years from 2018-19, it was 23%. So the share of GST has actually come down.
There you have it. Numbers don't lie. Well, let me get in our experts. Let me get in our experts joining us this morning. GVL Narasimha Rao, national spokesperson of the BJP. Ram Pratap Singh, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Sanjay Jha, my friend Congress leader, author, economist today from my college. Definitely our economics is going to be, and our arguments are going to be on display. Sumit Singhania, partner at Deloitte, also joining us in our studios. Before I begin anything to begin with today, Ram Pratap Singh, I want to ask Sanjay Jha, do you think already it's 2 on 10 for the budget? Because some people have begun to give marks.
Navika, good morning. Let's skip the rhetoric and look at the hard facts.
Oh my God, फिर Congress party का क्या होगा?
Number one. Pre-pandemic, the GDP was down to 4%. And actually India's GDP has been struggling since that famous voodoo economics experiment of demonetization in 2016. Despite the COVID pandemic recovery, what is the actual GDP growth rate compounded over the last 5 years? It's 5%. India cannot sustain itself at these GDP growth levels, which is why you're finding a panic in this government, because this government for long has only followed one model. And you have some economists on your show, and they're free to contradict me, that the supply side economic strategy that this government has followed, which is a failed model even the American Reaganomics has since abandoned, does not work in India. There's no trickle-down growth happening, which is why today when I heard somebody talking about a blockbuster announcement of an income tax cut, it's not going to be enough to boost demand. There is no demand. The truth is there is slumping demand. Urban, I think people are actually devastated. The middle class has been truncated out of India's mainstream economic growth story. And the last but not the least, what is the economic survey said, Navika? Pay attention to that. Get out of the way. What is the messaging? The economic survey is not going to tell the government or the people very clearly that this whole Modi trinity, the climate of fear, the policy and business paralysis created by ED, CBI and income tax has destroyed the confidence of Indian industry and business. That is another reason why private investment is not happening. Nobody will build the cat because everybody is so scared. How will you mention Modi or Amit Shah or the finance minister because somebody will come hounding at your office doors? That is the truth. The elephant in the room is that business climate in India is influenced by fear. I live in Mumbai. I can tell you I have friends. I've been in the banking industry for a long time of my career. CEOs across the country are terrified of speaking the truth. You have one Mr. Bajaj here, and others who spoke were told, be silent or else somebody is going to come at the midnight knocking at your door.
Oh.
It has destroyed the Indian confidence, and I think everyone sees,
Sanjay Jha, why I like you, because you're so steady for the last 11 years. Your arguments and your statements haven't changed. No, it's not rhetorical, probably the truth. But the fact that you say that people are scared, yet Modi keeps coming back for a third term is something now even the opposition needs to think about. But also joining me this morning is Dr. KV Subramanian, Executive Director for India, Bangladesh, Bhutan and Sri Lanka at the IMF, former Chief Economic Advisor to the Finance Minister. And KV Subramanian, everything has gone wrong over the last 10 years. Please tell us, because there is lack of demand, lack of consumption, supply side problems, GDP dipping, and those are visuals of Nirmala Sitharaman coming out of North Block with her team, Minister of State PP Chaudhary, and her team of officials flanking her, all of them going for their cup of tea with the president to share with her the first bits of what the government will present as the budget of 2025. Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, presenting her 8th consecutive budget. It's a record, and clearly Nirmala Sitharaman will be carrying in her mind the statement that the Prime Minister made yesterday, that Goddess Lakshmi will smile on everybody. Will it keep pouring out of that iPad Bahi Khata that she's carrying? Well, all eyes on that, flanked by the entire entire team that made the budget, Finance Secretary, Revenue Secretary, Expenditure Secretary, the Financial Service Secretary, all of them present there with the Minister of Finance as well as the Minister of State for Finance, PP Chaudhary. Nirmala Sitharaman coming out of North Block, sitting in her car, headed to Rashtrapati Bhavan. But KV Subramaniam, सब कुछ गलत है. GDP is down, employment is down, we have nothing, taxes are high, and there should be a wealth tax for the 200 billionaires. That's what has been recommended. How do you see this budget, and what do you think? Of course, we all know what it needs to do, but what will it do? Give us an insight.
Very good morning, Navika. I don't think we need to get into the political rhetoric. The facts speak for themselves. India has been the fastest growing economy. since COVID. Yes, this year there's been a dip, but if you look at the employment as well, and I think the economic survey clearly points out that overall the labor force participation rate has actually increased from 49.8% in 2017-18 to 60.1% in 2023-24. Unemployment rate has declined from 6% in 17-18 to 3.2% in 23-24. Also, if you look at the the GDP has actually caught up with the trend that was prevailing pre-COVID. So I don't know what facts actually those people that talk about all this doomsday, which actually I encountered when I was there in government as well. These doomsday predictions never came true. Now, when it comes to the expectations, I think I would say that this is a budget that should actually focus on reforms. And I think I will also mention that while the central government should do reforms, I think the emphasis on states to do reforms is equally important. If you look at two aspects actually which really need emphasis, because consumption, and let me point out a fact, because many of the columnists will say, oh, consumption is declining, consumption is a problem. But if you look at the facts, consumption actually has grown at 6.7% in the first half, during when GDP has grown at 6%, and consumption as a percentage of GDP is at a 20-year high. In my opinion, actually, the two engines that really need push is actually investment, and especially private investment, and second is manufacturing. And here, manufacturing, I want to focus, if you take the 6 inputs that are required by manufacturing
let me first stop you right there. Subramaniam, when you say consumption is actually very high, are you just
I'm not saying very high.
mixing any attempt at reducing tax rates, tax slabs, or raising of exemption limits? Are you providing that argument? Have you already given that to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, old time's sake? Because if you have, we're sending out the troops for you.
No, I think the case for actually the salaried middle class to be provided relief is absolutely well made. I'm talking about setting the facts on consumption. I'm not implying anything about tax rate for the salaried middle class. I think that is an aspect that must be focused on. I would actually emphasize a bigger point, which is that the direct tax code actually needs to be brought in, because the tax code that we have is 80 years old. It's a 1961 Income Tax Act. Hugely voluminous. That is actually the dream of chartered accountants and tax consultants, etc. But it is actually the nightmare of small businesses and individuals who actually encounter a lot of difficulties, especially from the tax side. And that is something that I would be watching for. I want to, I think, emphasize that what we don't want is a new code that is as complex actually as before. That will not serve the purpose. At the same time, I think, as I was saying, the emphasis on manufacturing, and here I want to point out states especially, because as I was saying, if you take a manufacturing sector firm, the 6 inputs that it needs are land, labor, capital, power, logistics, and ease of doing business. Of these, except for capital.
Interrupting you again, budget documents entering parliament. If one of those facts can be brought to the studio, maybe we can cut the chase
that
and
would
get
be a massive scoop. Scoop of scoops.
No, we'd be arrested for that. But never mind. As a reporter, it's always been our desire to get hands on the official secrets. It's a desire. I don't think arrests are made for desires that you have in your heart, but never mind.
Yeah.
So,
but
yes,
if I can ask K. Subramaniam one quick question. You've said that India can become a $55 trillion economy by 2047. And the government has spoken about 2047 as an important landmark. But is this 6.4% growth going to get us there?
Of course, 6.4% is not going to get us there, actually. And I think, the 8% growth that I've talked about in India at 100, the economic survey also talks about the same 8%. But I think what we have to understand here is 8% is the average growth that we need. That is not the growth that we need, if we get it every year, more than 8%, great. But if there are years where actually it's lower than 8%, it should be compensated by growth that is higher than 8% actually in other years. And for that, I think the emphasis on reforms is something that is absolutely critical. Private investment must be focused on. And overall, actually, this theme of finance, this is something I'd written about a couple of weeks back. You'll have a lot of columnists and, commentators coming in talking about corporates being given basically, corporate tax rate and sort of treating wealth creators as villains. I think that is an aspect that really needs to be focused on. We need to respect.
Very well said, but GVL Narasimha Rao, does the government have the appetite to bring in reforms? Because reforms have been on the back burner and yours was the government that said it is not going to fall into the trap of these freebies. They are bad for the economy, bad for the people. But you are very, very firmly in the trap of the freebie culture. I want to ask you, are these just words that we speak every February and forget by, 1st of February we talk about all of this and 2nd of February we all forget about reforms and freebie culture? Or is something really going to change on the ground?
Navika, good morning to you, all the panelists and the viewers. I think the mantra of Pradhan Mantri Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's governance has been reform, transform and perform. And a major contributor to the growth that we have achieved in the last few years, post even COVID period, is largely because of the transformational activities across various spheres of economy. In fact, countries which followed Rahul Gandhi's prescription, they miserably failed in the last 4 years. Post-COVID, the world, our growth rate is more than double that of world growth rate. We have become the 5th largest economy from the 11th largest economy that we were in Congress regime. As a fragile economy then, today we have become the strongest economy, looking towards becoming a 3rd largest economy by 2047. So anybody who is trying to really look at things in isolation, I think is only hoping that people don't really see what the facts are. During the COVID budget, if you recall, in the run-up to the COVID year budget, there were a huge range of reforms that were announced by the government across various sectors. And reforms are not necessarily a part of a budget announcement. That's something that happens all through the year. This government has achieved reforms across all sectors, even in terms of taxes that we are talking about. When have you heard of income tax refunds being given without anybody even asking for it? Routinely, in a matter of few weeks. During the Congress regime, I remember, one had to wait for several years and do follow-ups with income tax officers and do whatever is necessary to get your refunds.
Point granted, Narasimha Rao, that refunds come on time and that is an improvement that has taken place, but that should have happened anyway in the past. The question is, the exemption limits, the fact that corporate taxes are below income tax, paid by individuals is something that does concern common people, middle class people, salaried people, and the widening of the tax base really hasn't happened. But let's go straight across to Hina. Hina, markets have opened and markets are in the green right now. What are you looking at?
That's right. Both Sensex as well as Nifty are quite hopeful of some good announcements from Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman today. That's why markets have opened in green, and there you can see, Navika, how from the pre-open till what we are seeing right now, there is a minor gain of about 110 odd points. There you can see. In fact, Sensex had opened with a gain of about 113, but now it's a gain of about 28 odd points, but it still remains in green. But let me tell you, after the eco survey came out yesterday, Sensex went up by about 600 points. So the recommendations, if they are accepted perhaps by Ms. Sitharaman today, then markets will give a thumbs up to the budget.
Let me take Mr. Dharmesh Kant on that. He's the head of equity research for Cholamandalam Securities. Mr. Dharmesh Kant, what is it in the economic survey that we are looking at in terms of this positive response, particularly what we've seen in the markets over the last several weeks? Mr. Dharmesh Kant.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. In economic survey, there was nothing specifically given for the markets as such. and it was more of a structural and reform kind of a nature where more of deregulation was talked about, which is very much welcome, which should be the case. In fact, for if you want to open a restaurant, you need to give 12 clearances, all are duplicate of each other. So it can be one window clearance. Same with if you want to open a factory, you need 60 odd clearances, all are again duplicate of each other. So these things can be deregulated, one window clearance should be there. But what is very pressing for the market as of now is the consumption has been slowing down, and it has been slowing down quite drastically. So you need to give money in the hands of people to consume, and thereby private capex will take place. Unless consumption is there, nobody is going to set up a factory because of the lack of demand and consumption being there. So that is what we are looking forward to, and we all are hoping that middle class especially should be given some tax incentives, and there is enough elbow room. I mean, you should not stick to fiscal deficit of 4.9% or 4.5%. You have enough elbow room. Your tax kitty is growing by 15% every year, and that gives you around 3.5 lakh crores of rupees in the hand of disposable income. And capex you announced 10 lakh crores, 11 lakh crores, but the spending is only 9.5 lakh crores, 10.5 lakh crores. So there's a difference of 10% in the announcement and actual capex being happening. States are lagging behind in the capex spending. So net what I want to say is you can easily do away with 2 and 2.5 lakh crores of tax income in the hands of people. Indirectly, you are going to get back 10-12% in the form of indirect tax and the direct tax by the corporates. It will come back to you, and thereby the economy will revive. So we are looking forward to tax reliefs.
Looking forward to tax reliefs. Everybody is looking forward to tax reliefs, and we completely support the expectation on tax reliefs that are coming in. Anything on LTCG, long-term capital gains, anything that you expect there? Well, the markets have just slipped into the red. Arey, dar lag raha hai bhai.
Yeah.
Uncertainty?
Yeah. See, market will be volatile today. I mean,
yes, Tanmesh.
Yeah. So I was just putting the point. In such days, on the event day, markets are normally volatile. A lot of trading activities take place. So do not read the market in today's action. I mean, Monday would be the right day to judge the market based on what the outcome is in the budget. What we expect is there should be status quo as far as LTCG and STCG is concerned. No more, 12.5% to 15% should not be there this year at least. Though we think that going forward, that would be the scenario. As far as duration is concerned, that should also be left untouched. Like for listed shares, it is 1 year. But what may come as an alarming fact is the STT. So last time STT was increased on the derivative space. So this time, since a lot of reports are there that people are losing money on the F&O trading, so our fear is that there may come some hike in the STT on the derivative space and not on the cash market. So this is the tax impact which may take place on the STT front for the capital market, but nothing on long term and short term.
So basically equity research people are saying, bhai bahut zyada mat kuch karo, let it be.
Also retail investors, please don't watch markets short term.
Yeah.
Please invest for the long term. Do not watch the markets day to day, month to month. Look at it in 6 months. Look at the long term trajectory. Please don't watch markets.
Monica, well said, but your heart beats all the time, you need a sense of where your money is going and where you've invested it.
You had 4 extremely good years on the market. Okay, there's been 4 years of 20+%.
But there are new entrants every year, and for them, you need it good all the time.
Please think of 10 years.
All right, 10 years. Yeah. Let me get in Mr. Ram Pratap Singh. Mr. Ram Pratap Singh, I know you're a very perceptive man and a man who sees logic in reason. As a politician from the opposition ranks, do you want to condemn the Indian economy, right from the word go? Or do you think there are good things and there are some things that you would expect Finance Minister to address? What are those?
Good morning, Navika. There are many Indias. And so far we've been discussing probably the top 10% of the India that we all seem to represent here. But where I come from, about 2.7 crores young people come into the job market every year. And the budget in last several years don't seem to be addressing that. And also I would like to add here that unemployment is a luxury in my part of the country. You are counted as unemployed that when somebody is willing to pay for your food. Otherwise, you will find some sort of employment and will be counted as underemployed or employed. So there is a big sort of a K-shaped economy that we are talking about in India. And coming back, I'm not condemning what's going to happen, what the budget is going to be, but there are certain expectations that I've had with multiple budgets. Very rarely they have been taken care of. But I would expect this budget to trigger growth across sectors, not just the corporate sector and the manufacturing that we keep talking about, but also MSME, which has been the pillar of Indian manufacturing, but has been, for post-demonetization, has been severely hit. And that's where the employment comes from. And that's why there is no employment happening. Agriculture, which is growing at dismal 1.5%, that's where the investment needs to go. This is my expectation, but I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. And of course, inflation, the food price inflation, which is impacting the poorest of the poor and the lower middle classes, is at an all-time high of some 8.5% at the moment. Is the budget going to do something about it? Well, the reality is there is a sustained bias towards the corporate sector, over-dependence on the private sector to perform. And in a way, it seems that the government is relinquishing its responsibility or its social responsibility towards bringing in reducing income inequalities.
Well, we want the private sector to perform. That's not quite happening. And you're saying, you want the opposite. But those paintings of the finance minister that are being made by an artist, and we're getting those visuals, interesting that with that visual, we'll slip into a short break. When I come back, I'm coming to the personal tax expectations. And I'm coming to you, gentlemen, Mr. Jagannathan and Mr. Ranganathan, for where you want to pick up from the political debate. Short break, back soon. Stay tuned. Don't just get up right now, because we're getting you what's happening to our taxes.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown?
Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhudas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा simple सा straightforward सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी politics है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown?
Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and those are visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in Rashtrapati Bhavan. She is meeting Draupadi Murmu ji, the President of India, who's also the custodian of the Consolidated Fund of India. The highlights of the budget, well, as customary, are first shared with the President of India. The Finance Minister briefs her about what are the big ticket items in the budget. If I just could be a fly on the wall, but no flies are allowed inside Rashtrapati Bhavan, especially from the media, other than the cameras. So we don't quite know what is being briefed there, but the visuals of the Rashtrapati and Finance Minister there. And there's a bit of a history that's coming out about the sari that is worn by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Seems like a Madhubani from Bihar, Hina Gambhir. You've got some details on why she's wearing this?
Well, very, very interesting details, Navika, that we have managed to access. And like we were discussing, nothing in politics is without a message. Bihar elections are coming, and this sari is a tribute to Madhubani art. This cream color sari with golden border. If you look at it closely, it has got Madhubani art at the border, and it is a very, very special sari that was gifted to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman by Dulari Devi. In fact, who is a 2021 Padma Shri awardee, and at the same time, I'll tell you the backstory here. So in 2021, Dulari Devi won Padma Shri, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman visited Madhubani for a credit outreach activity at Mithila Art Institute. And, she met Dulari Devi there and had a cordial exchange of thoughts on Madhubani art in Bihar. And Dulari Devi at that time, Navika, had presented this beautiful sari to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and she had requested personally that please wear it on a budget day, and today she has decided to wear this sari on the budget 2025.
Well, Nirmala Sitharaman ने दिल रख लिया दुलारी देवी का, हमारा दिल रखेंगे नहीं, because all our viewers, this morning want to know taxes का क्या होगा. Do you think, this Madhubani sari has a message which is overemphasized, and what about the taxes?
No, I don't think one should look too deep into Madhubani sari and placating Bihar voters elections. अब ऐसे कल को कहेंगे minorities के लिए कुछ नहीं क्योंकि बुर्का नहीं पहना निर्मला जी ने. I don't think there is any correlation. But Navika, I want you to please, I am begging you to give me at least 30 seconds on something that we did not discuss, and I think it's very important. What does the budget actually ultimately achieve? And I'm talking as a layman because there are plenty of experts out here. I'm not. To me, it needs to concentrate not on the SOPs or financial thing, but on transforming the means of production. That is what we should be looking at. And I'm afraid no political party has the guts to look at. Let me give you an analogy. If you are asked to run a TV channel,
I have already been asked to run a TV channel, and have been doing it. And I've been doing it for a while.
Great. But if you were handed the responsibility of running a TV channel, but you weren't given a camera, you weren't given a studio, you weren't given anchors, would you still be able to do it? Yeah. This is the problem with socialism. They give people fish. And when they come to teaching people how to fish, they give ramshackle trawlers. The problem with agriculture is, unless we improve the means of production, there is no point in having 80, 90, 100, 200 million people into farming. Socialists and, Soviet Union era Pol Pot economists don't realize this. Let me give you one example. Did you know 70 million hectares of Indian agricultural land has been damaged through water, floods and drought in the last 6 years? That's almost 40% of the land. Did you know that our rice production capacity is 4,000 kilograms per hectare, one of the lowest, 50%. Maize is 25%. Our export refusal rate is 6 times that of China. 30,000 people die of pesticide poisoning. We have 70 million tons of food that is wasted. We have 30% of fruits and vegetables that are wasted. Unless we do those reforms, what's the point of people going into agriculture more and more? Socialists must realize this.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
I agree. Of China. The comparison that he makes is with China. So we just need to, the comparison that you just made. Look at China.
There is no argument that, the way we do our agriculture has to change. There's no argument.
To make more investment. Exactly the point. That you invest more in agriculture.
But right now,
you go against farm reforms then.
Absolutely. And right now, what we are interested in also knowing is, apart from the sectoral issues, of course, what matters most is what we were also talking about is you and me. The middle classes, people who go out to work every day, people who come back with a salary, people who've got children to educate, people who have home loans, EMIs, health insurances that they need to do for, people who do not come in, the category where you're important in terms of a vote bank, but people who have to look after themselves. The middle classes. And I want to bring in Sumit Singhania from Deloitte to give us a sense of, realistically, are we expecting any changes in the tax slabs? Are we expecting? I mean, there's a lot of song and dance, but it's the first year post-elections of the third term. Do you think there is incentive for the government to announce any changes in the tax slabs? Will they do it? Does the economy require it? Of course, the middle class definitely needs it. Yeah. What do you think?
Navika, all of us sitting here in this studio are expecting that to happen, right? I'll actually refer to the previous section where Mr. Subramanian mentioned that the case for middle class to get some more relief is very strongly made, right? So current tax slab rate of 3 lakh, up to 3 lakh, there is no sort of taxes. Then the 5% tax slab kicks in, up to 7 lakhs, then 10% and so on and so forth. If you look at the way the middle class gets taxed, especially the salaried taxpayer, there is a case that the highest tax slab should apply at above 25 lakh rupees. Now, that's quite a bit of swing to happen from 15 lakhs to 25 lakhs. Will this budget have the ability to do that in one shot, or can this be staggered over next 2 or 3 years? Right? That's the only economics that can be worked out. But should the expectation be that the tax slabs will go up progressively for each tax rate? Answer should be yes. I would expect at least the exemption limit should go out, if not more, by at least by 1 lakh rupees, from 3 lakhs to 4 lakh rupees. That's the minimum. The fiscal deficit numbers are there for us to see. There is a wiggle room this year, fortunately. Hopefully, this will be the year when government could do a significant adjustment in the tax slabs. That's for the salary taxpayer. But the government at the same time has to also incentivize the private sector investment, right? And we heard about the corporate tax biases in favor of the corporate taxpayer being tax rates lower than the individual taxpayer. And that's all for a reason, right? We can't just compare a 17% tax rate for corporate to a 30% tax on the individual taxpayer.
Why can't we?
I mean, if you look at
because the private sector investments haven't really kept pace with the goals that were set, with the expectation that was set.
But the expectation also, Navika, is the private sector entrepreneurs will create more employment, right? As an individual taxpayer, salary taxpayer, you don't create more employment. You are the employee, right? So look at the different macroeconomics of it.
But then the tax net is also not increasing. It's 2.81 crore from the 7.5 crore people who file tax returns. That hasn't changed.
You're spot on. That is the thing that government is going to work on, where how to increase the voluntary compliance. If you look at, and the different sort of parameters, number of people who are traveling overseas, number of people who are buying expensive cars, that's far in excess of 50 million in India, as compared to number of tax returns which get filed. I think it will not be done by lowering the exemption limit. It will be done by doing the governance reform, right? How do you make sure that everybody files their tax return?
So Sanjay Jha, your party has been, in favor of literally beating up the entrepreneurs, the wealth creators in this country. As an economist, as a former banker, do you really think that is the formula to increase, the collections of the government and to increase the GDP growth rate?
Navika, I'm glad you asked me that question. I think the party I support, and personally my own view, is that India and the Congress party is supporting industry, liberalization, reforms, modernization, privatization, whatever you call it. The problem is that Narendra Modi's government has blatantly played the game of creating national champions. And this is the root of the reason why private investment is also suffering. Nobody will tell you that. Nobody on your panel will call out this truth. When you have a situation where a country as big as India, the entire growth is handed over to 6 or 7 business groups, can you imagine the way it undermines confidence of many players in the industry who believe regulatory risks rise because a new player comes in who's a favored blue-eyed boy of the government, and things will be disrupted to favor their business. You think that will increase confidence? If supposing on the panel right now, there are only 1 or 2 people who feel they'll be heard, do you think the others will feel very buoyed when you come to them for 30 seconds? They won't. That's the reality.
GVL Narasimha Rao, after saying they actually support private sector, the charge against you is that you support only 6 or 7 people in the private sector. Please respond.
I know this is a political narrative that the Congress party has been trying to build over the past few years, trying to mislead the people of this country. And at least he said 5 or 6 people. Rahul Gandhi would only name 1 or 2. And it's the same businessmen and industrialists whom all the Congress governments will quote. Rajasthan, Karnataka, wherever they were in power, all the state governments, now Telangana, they would go to the same industrialists. And it's a political hypocrisy, trying to use it as a tool to hurt the BJP politically, but they have failed. And this is the only budget, as Honorable Prime Minister mentioned yesterday, this is the only session, Parliament session in a long time where you have not had a sort of a conspiracy or some kind of a scam coming out of some foreign media.
Don't say it too soon. Don't say it too soon. Sunday ke baad Monday aayega. Maybe something will be cooked up tomorrow. GVL Narasimha Rao. Don't be disappointed. But Mr. Mehrotra, why do you think what GVL Narasimha Rao is saying is wrong? Why?
Well, first of all, I think he should read, and all BJP walas should read, a paper by someone who they appointed as Deputy Chairman, Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India. It's a Brookings paper. It's based on Indian data, Annual Survey of Industries, and which says the following. It's a 2023 paper, that 5 corporate houses have expanded their control over sectors horizontally, and within those set of sectors, they have also grown the depth of their power and their ownership. What is the meaning of that? This is demonstrated through data. You want to question the data? Please go back to the NSSO. Let me finish the last sentence. May I? The last sentence is as follows. This gives them a certain market power, which he also again demonstrates, which actually has raised inflation rates. And one of the reasons why core inflation rates remain higher than what the RBI itself had been recommending is this. That market power. It's called market power.
You know, 4 hands going up. I'm sorry. 4 hands going up.
This is just wrong.
I know you raise your hand first, but the lady gets the priority.
Food inflation has been high. Core inflation, in fact, has been low. So I'm not understanding where this data is coming from. And the other question is, every country celebrates
being fed to Nirmala Sitharaman. I recommend ज़्यादा खिला दीजिए. Tax slabs में हमें बहुत कुछ चाहिए.
No, do we want to celebrate our wealth creators? Do we want to spread wealth, or do we want to spread poverty? I think those are fundamental questions we need to ask ourselves as a population, that what are we doing? Socialism, communism is spreading poverty. Power belongs to a tiny elite, whereas the market approach will look at wealth creators, getting the whole country up.
Who are not investing in wealth creators, not generating the jobs.
You know, if you hear Mr. Mehrotra, you would think that there are 6 people who are making money, who own everything in this country. What about the startup story? What about the story of individuals?
Startups are closing down. They're not generating jobs. Sorry. Startups are closing down.
Yes, Anand Ranganath.
This is the problem with socialists and champagne socialists. They don't understand what is the reality on the ground. If they are saying that everything, all the businesses in India are being controlled by Adani, okay, then they should tell their superiors in Kerala, Vijayan, Bengal, not to give 10,000 crores worth of ports and mines to Adani. वो करे ना. मतलब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स अदानी को प्रमोट कर रही हैं, उसको पैसा दे रही हैं, वो चलेगा. लेकिन मोदी प्रमोट करे इक्वालिटी में किसी को आना. अब GMR was given the Delhi airport to make. Did it have any experience of making airports? No. But Manmohan Singh gave everything's fine.
Sanjay ji, please answer me these 5 top companies that you're talking about, and out of these 5 companies, which ones were those that were not doing business in the Congress regime? Please name them.
Navika, hang on. You're missing the woods for the trees here.
No, you are.
Question. One
minute. Because your 9 p.m. arguments at 9 a.m. sound absolutely out of place, because these are the same business houses, the Tatas, the Ambanis, the Adanis. They were doing business and they were wealth creators even in the Congress regimes.
Okay,
so what are you talking about?
Can I answer you?
Yes,
can I
please.
answer you?
Yes, please.
I will give you just one example to explode
guest.
and explode the BJP and some of its extremely passionate cronies here right now on your show.
Yeah, your cronies also, last I heard.
In 2022, the Indian stock market grew at whatever level. 80% of that growth came from one group in India, the Adani group. Can you imagine how blatant the hold over the market is? And that is the problem.
Dharmesh Kant, Dharmesh Kant is the equity research person. Dharmesh Kant, is Sanjay Jha's statement right or wrong? Can you tell us as per the facts? You are not a politician. You are not even Godi media. So please respond.
Yeah. Absolutely wrong. It's been a very secular market, and there's not one group which has benefited from the market. I see Nifty index.
आप डरे हुए तो नहीं हैं? Are you scared that there will be an ED raid? Is that why you are saying what you are saying?
Not at all.
You're lying.
No, not at all. It's a data fact. It's a fact.
What are you saying?
I'm very surprised to see the wrong data being represented.
I mean, you don't know your facts.
Oh, you know more facts than an equity research guy. You're an ex-guy. He's the present guy, and your facts are better than him. But let me get in Suman Sinha of Renew. Well, we've lost that connection. We'll go back to him. But Dharmesh, you've said he's wrong. GVL Narasimha Rao, experts from equity research markets are saying Sanjay Jha is wrong. But Sanjay Jha's 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. arguments remain the same. Something at least stable in this country?
No, Navika, Congress has this knack of peddling lies and repeating them across all media platforms to make people believe their untruths. But unfortunately for the Congress, their lies have never found traction with the people. You see, the government does not, there are regulatory bodies that regulate all activities on stock market. Finance Ministry does not run the BSE, does not run stock markets. And if there are, if a particular group has, a particular industry conglomerate has achieved higher growth, they might see a bigger increase in their valuations. But how does that matter to the government? The government is only worried about the overall growth in the economy and a balanced growth across all sectors. Governments want proper distribution of wealth to the needy sections. And what you mentioned, Navika, these are not, we don't see them as freebies. Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat, you can't call it a freebie. It's a major health sector reform, making health accessible to common man.
That's not being called a freebie, GVL Narasimha Rao. The 2,500 rupees, the 2,100 rupees, the Ladli Behna, etc., that's what is being called the freebie. But that debate apart, the fact of the matter is, yes, the economy is slowing down. Will Finance Minister come back with a recipe to rev that up? Will consumption be revved up with some amount of tax relief coming in for the middle classes? What will be there for the rural sector? Yes. If demand has to increase, it has to come. If consumption has to come from the rural sector, there needs to be, something that needs to be addressed in this budget. But the biggest issue that is being awaited, are we going back to an era of reforms, or are reforms going to be literally put out at the altar of vote bank politics? That is what we are going to be looking at. Those visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman leaving from Rashtrapati Bhavan and making her way to Parliament, where she will present the budget to the cabinet first, and then the budget presentation coming up at 11 a.m. Well, we'll come back with those visuals of Nirmala Sitharaman reaching Parliament and the customary photo opportunity there. For now, we'll slip into a quick break. Back soon.
कुछ नहीं खाया उसने।
आदि खाना खा लो।
मुझे भूख नहीं है।
इनके कल के लिए सब प्लान किया हमने, पर आगे जाके ये क्या करेंगे क्या पता।
क्यों लड़ाई करी स्कूल में?
बोल रहे थे कि आप अडॉप्टेड हो, बिल्कुल अलग दिखते हो।
हाँ, आंखें मम्मी जैसी तो नहीं है, पर दुनिया को देखता हूँ उन्हीं की तरह। हाइट पापा जितनी ना सही, पर एक दिन उन्हीं की तरह अपने पैरों पर खड़ा होना चाहता हूँ। मैं अडॉप्टेड हूँ, दिखता मम्मी पापा जैसा नहीं हूँ, पर बिल्कुल उन्हीं की तरह हूँ।
आज की सीख और कल की प्लानिंग ही हमारे कल को आकार।
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown?
Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown?
Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always...
Their rate of growth annually is 35%, the rate of growth of their profits from airports. In Adani Ports, it's 14% in the last year. So I'm not saying they should not make profits, but exclusively to them, it is a
So are you going to look at only one sector, airports, or are you going to look...
Navika.
Yeah.
The point was made that it is not exclusive. It is exclusive. This data shows that most of the contracts that are being given out is to them. You go to any airport today, you would find it Adani. It was not Adani earlier. So it's true. It's true.
Is there
it's
a process
true. You can't
in
refute
place?
that.
Is there a process in
Is there a process in place? Are they tendering so that they can get it? I mean, if they are the best placed, why would they not win?
The whole matter has been checked by the Supreme Court, hasn't it? Anand Ranganathan, is that table there now, the JNU table, now even doubting the Supreme Court? I want to ask.
They have always doubted Supreme Court because they are the judges, they are the jury, they are the executioners. But the point I'm trying to, if tomorrow I start a company for making ports, I am free to compete with Adani. Do you think any sensible person will give me money to make a port? At that exalted level, I mean, tomorrow you're going to say, look, 40% of the world mobile market is taken up by Apple and Samsung. This is crony capitalism. What nonsense is this? If you believe it is illegal, if you believe cronyism going on, go to Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court adjudicate. You can't just banish the wealth creators.
Mr. Mehrotra, yes.
Even the United States has said that the concentration of the mobile market in the United States is showing that there is precious little competition, that there is a monopolization of the mobile market in the United States.
But
not
if there
just
are better
India.
products and people buy better products, what's the problem?
Who's preventing us from actually our big corporates to investing in R&D? Does Adani do any R&D? Does Ambani do any R&D?
So who should we give it to? JNU?
No. Yes, of course. Obviously, just like you bring in a molecular biologist or scientist to do economics and teach us Gyan on economics from JNU, Anand Ranganathan, who is giving us Gyan, who constantly giving us Gyan.
You know, again, personal attacks will get personal attacks. So let's end that.
I knew this was coming because
socialism. Socialist. किसको socialist कह रहे हो?
I saw this yesterday.
तुम्हें मालूम भी है socialist क्या होता है? Define करके बता दो मुझे.
When a communist and a washed up socialist, they cannot rebut on facts. They come personal. It's like tomorrow.
अरे fact. अरे you are being
So he countered it with a fact. Samsung and Apple, he countered with a fact.
Samsung and Apple have had a history. Adani Ports have just entered the industry.
Why has Kerala government given them another port?
Don't give it. I'm not giving it.
Don't give it.
So because other governments also think they are qualified, which is why they are getting the financial institutions give them the money. Yes, Mr. Nangia joining the debate.
That's the reason what you mentioned. Name me any country in the world where there are few institutions, they actually produce more, they manufacture more. Name any country in the world, they bring capital, they take a risk of the capital. So they will produce. It's a democratic world. If I have money, I will produce. If I have more money, I'm going to produce more. Can you stop me? It's a democratic, open world.
This is not
a democratic. I'm completing one thing.
President is poor lady. This world is not democratic, and we live in a fascist world, and therefore our GDP has slowed down. Jaggi, please respond.
No, let's be clear. In high capital intensive sectors, there will be concentration because not everybody can
this thing like that. We talk about Ambani and only 5-6 guys getting concentrated. Tell me one thing, if not Ambani, Adani or Tatas or Birlas, who will take on the Amazons and Apples of the world? You think some small MSME fellow is going to take over? No chance. Third thing, in sectors like telecom, nowhere in the world do you have more than 2 or 3 big players. Yeah. And the reason is because of the network effect.
Tomorrow you will get Boeing, no? Boeing and Airbus is the case, it's only Adani.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why Adani.
Why let's not have one company. Let's is getting it. It's a fact.
It is blasphemy. It is.
So he keeps calling everybody for what economists I would say is the right reactionary person. Let's not do that. So you
can I finish? No, Ada, 1 second. According to the Pol Pot economist, we must not, it is sacrilege, blasphemous to have only Boeing and Airbus having airplanes.
95%. Absolutely brilliant argument there. And let me get in Deepak Reddy from the TDP joining the panel this morning. Also joining us this morning is Tehseen Poonawala. Deepak Reddy, a point made by Anand Ranganathan. To those who are questioning, only 5 or 6 big companies doing ports and airports. He says, well, only Boeing and Airbus are producing aeroplanes. So now we should have a democratic world where even JNU should be allowed to make aeroplanes. Does that argument really work? Is that a substantive argument, logical argument?
No, substantive argument is the political violence.
1 minute, sir.
Give us gyan on socialism.
Deepak Reddy.
A very good morning, Navika. I mean, if we talk about democracy, Congress party should first start off from get rid of the family and then get democratic there. The truth of the matter is they start attacking Indian business. Not just one Ambani or one Adani. We need 10 each for India to be a power in the coming days. So that should be the mindset. So let me give you a couple of figures. Being part of the state government, I've seen that matters coming up in each of the ministry, what's going on in the present and what is the plans for the next 1 year are also detailedly discussed. Like I'm heading on the skill ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh from the government of Andhra Pradesh. So what's required, the fine details into skilling also, what is required and what is the planning to be done. People from the government of India have discussed. So this is the level of discussion which is going on between the states and the center. But what is surprising is the attack from the India ecosystem, if we see, to hide their setbacks. A lot of schemes which are being given out from government of India, they don't even participate. They don't even take those funds for their states. For whatever reasons best known. So they're willing to sacrifice the development of the state and the people for pettiness and shallow politics. So this is something what we need to look at. But if you look at the trends for the last 5 years or 6 years on n number of things, the foreign exchange, the fiscal deficit, the capital expenditure, and of course GDP, they can say that there has been a short correction, but we have to look at the global recession and the uncertainties which are beyond our control also, and all other parameters. If you look at the per capita, the urban unemployment which is coming down, the inflation, the foreign direct investment, the NPA levels, I mean things are going on well, yes. But on the other side, I would not like to speak like the people from the India ecosystem, because there's not much of change in the rhetoric in the last 10 years. It still sounds the same. If we go back and play what they're talking before each budget in the last 10 years, it would pretty much sound the same. But yeah, there is some issues also which has to be looked at. We have to be honest on that front also, because there is a lot of hue and cry about tax terrorism. And the 2% who are paying the taxes are being overburdened. Yes, we should be looking at that also. One factor which I would like to bring to the front is, like, we can't say everything is good. The manufacturing value added to the percentage of GDP has been dropping. Now, this is an area of concern which we should be looking at.
Certainly, there are concern areas, but let's, there is food inflation, the fact that GDP growth, the fact that manufacturing sector needs to rev up, all of these are points well taken. But good morning to you, Ghanshyam Tiwari, and I want to come to you on the point that everybody in the opposition, let's listen to Sandeep Dixit, let's listen into Robert Vadra, everybody has zero expectations, but right after the budget, they will come out and slam, kuch kiya hi nahi. भाई आपकी तो expectation भी नहीं थी, अगर नहीं किया तो क्या problem हो गई, but listen in.
उम्मीद तो इस सरकार से कम ही है। सीतारमन जी, कभी भी मैं उनको चाहूँगा कि वो लोगों के बीच में रहें, लोगों की बात सुनें, और महंगाई पे तो सबसे ज़्यादा मुद्दा बहुत समय से महंगाई का है, और लोग जो इतने मुश्किल में हैं, बेरोजगारी है।
उम्मीद कोई खास नहीं है। इतने सालों से 10-11 साल से बजट दे रहे हैं, अभी तक तो उम्मीद तो कोई बजट खरी उतरी नहीं। यही देखेंगे कि कितना और अपने बड़े इनके जो पूंजीपति मित्र हैं उनके लिए कितने ये और आयाम निकालते हैं। ये क्या करते हैं, कुछ ऐसी चीजें जोर से अनाउंस कर देते हैं जिसमें लोगों को लगता है कि जनहित में, गरीबों के हित में ये बहुत कुछ पैसा दे रहे हैं, और पीछे से अपने बड़े मित्रों को, पैसे वालों को, सबको कहीं ना कहीं ये मदद करते रहते हैं। तो मुझे लगता नहीं है कि आज की बजट भी उनसे कुछ अलग होगी। हाँ, ये है कि दिल्ली का चुनाव चल रहा है, तो दिल्ली के बनस्पत, क्योंकि दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिख रहा है कि कुछ वो बन नहीं पा रहे, तो हो सकता है कुछ टैक्स के माध्यम से, कुछ और माध्यम से कुछ लोक लुभावने वायदे करें। इतना ही कह सकता हूँ मैं बजट के बारे में।
Well, that's the Prime Minister's convoy arriving at Parliament ahead of the cabinet meeting, and those visuals coming in from Vijay Chowk and going into Parliament. But Ghanshyam Tiwari, no expectations, everything absolutely dark and cloudy. What do you think you would have done if you were Finance Minister?
Good morning, Navika ji, to you, the viewers and fellow co-panelists. As far as Robert Vadra is concerned, he's as big an opposition leader as Jai Shah is a leader of government. So let's focus on the substantive facts. Substantive facts are that this government has reduced competition in key sectors. This government has, even with political stability, it has killed manufacturing. It has not been able to push, even by offering tax cuts to its rich corporate friends, not been able to push their investment in the economy. And it's been on the war foot with the farmers, with the youth, with the people who write exams, with those who want a government by the people, of the people, for the people, rather than by the crony capitalists, of the crony capitalists, for the crony capitalists. So, Batenge Katenge Sarkar will only deliver on the propaganda rather than the substantive thing. How can a government say that we will build Viksit Bharat when even after making JNU, for example, I heard the discussion of JNU as their worst enemy, JNU remains the #1 university. Has Modi University become #1? Has one university in India gone up in international rankings in last 10 years as compared that is boosted by Modi government? You take institutions of India, make them enemy of the country, yet they remain #1. This is the reality. And allies like TDP, which are flip-flop allies, their integrity, their commitment, their conviction does not matter because they are flip-flop allies. They will say that, just like here Deepak Reddy said, oh, manufacturing is bad. Oh, there is no competition. Oh, there is inflation. He said all the wrong things, but he said the government is doing a great job. This is the reality of India, that there is a set of people who are saying things to please BJP, but on the ground, there is nothing happening. As a finance minister,
Rohan Gupta, you are a party that promotes cronyism. That's the charge #1. And secondly, nobody has any expectations from the budget, but definitely they have the right to criticize whatever you do. Please respond.
Navika ji, first of all, this is the budget discussion, and I was expecting all other panels to talk numbers. They are Alice in Wonderland. They don't know what is the ground reality. That's why even after losing elections after elections, they are not able to understand where the country is going. When Modi ji yesterday spoke about the budget, he spoke about reform, perform and transform. That is the platform for next 25 years. And when it comes to numbers, I am giving you numbers, Navika. The inflation is 4.9% now, which was 5.4, now it is reduced to 4.9%. If you talk about poverty, the reduction of poverty from 29% to 11%. The number of unemployment, the employment have been created, 19 crore new jobs have been created. Can the opposition answer these numbers? No, they don't have answer. The CAGR for GDP 5.7%, which is highest in G20 countries. I'm challenging my opposition friends to question these numbers. You tell me one place where you can find these numbers.
Seen Poonawala, challenge thrown at you.
Thank you, Navika. There are 3 or 4 things that I want to make substantive, and I've been the only person in the panel earlier on to actually take a stand, not just saying that bring tax rates down and increase the tax net, but I've also said that please bring the corporate tax lower from 22% to 20% and the highest tax slab in direct to 20%. So I am pro-business. I am not a Porsche poor or a Marxist, Maserati or Mercedes Marxist. Having said that, I heard the discussion earlier on, which was very important, about crony capitalism. Apple and Samsung don't raid people to get facilities. They don't have the agencies working to them to raid people to get facilities.
Adani's and Ambani's do. Are you saying Adani's and Ambani's are raiding people?
I am for wealth creation. Navika, it's very unfair. I've come in after an hour.
No, but you make a statement. I will ask you a question on your statement,
Please allow me to make my points. I will answer your question. I really want to make important points, so thank you. Please allow me to make the points. I've come in after an answer. Please allow me to make the points.
Yes, please respond to the question I'm asking, sir. This is not an election rally.
I would have made my other points. I am for wealth creation. Please allow me to make my points. If you don't, I'll keep quiet. You say what you want and I'll answer it. You say it, please.
Come on, answer the question, Tehseen.
No, I didn't hear your question. I'll answer it.
Dekho, I said, do Adani's and Ambani's raid people, because that's what you said. Samsung and Apple don't.
I can speak about the Mumbai airport case, and we all know how the agency was used in the Mumbai airport case and how the airport was transferred. Can I make a more substantive point? I am for wealth creation. I am
Supreme
for money.
Court?
I think money must be created. Yet I'm the only person on this panel who was... Can I please make my point? Yet I was the only person on this panel who is actually talking about creating wealth. The only way wealth will be created and there will be actual democratization of wealth if we concentrate on Web 3.0 and our new generation wealth creators. For example, the UPI, etc. have been a game changer because it's democratized money. If you want to take that reform further, this is where our government is lagging. We have no policy on AI fintech. We have no policy on blockchain. Every single AI fintech is today registering in Dubai. That is a major...
All right, you made your point. Long 3-minute points. Anand Ranganathan.
What is true needs to be said. I admire Tehseen. He is not a Marxist. He is not a loony guy. He wants the corporate tax to be reduced, and that is the way to create wealth and the nation to prosper. And I'm so happy, by the way. I echo what earlier someone said. JNU is doing very well. And that the reason for that is, of course, scientists out there and also some deadwood Pol Pot economists who've retired. But I want to make one point, because Hina talked about food inflation. Now, you see, yes, it is a very 8.3% or 8%, whatever. But if you keep the means of production the same, archaic, medieval, if you don't increase your productivity in food, if you keep the same practices that have been lagging the sector behind, it's going to lead to more inflation. Because your products will be the same and you give more money. When you give tax relief, you will have more money to spend. That will increase inflation. Unless we do agricultural inform, that is a problem with Pol Pot economists.
But there are supply chain issues. There are supply chain issues which can be addressed. Monica Hallan.
Look, because there is a whole lot of political discussion, so I have some political numbers here. Okay, I come with my data sheets. We're talking of inflation. We call inflation the biggest tax on the poor. The UPA average inflation was 8%. The NDA average inflation is 5.2%. I am just resting my case on what this tax is and on who this tax is. 8% and 5.2%. The biggest tax on an Indian citizen is inflation.
Please, okay, Rohit, respond.
So 2 things. Number 1, this distinction between India growing, because that is an important point. Inflation was high, but the growth was also high. So the bottom 80% of the population then was growing much faster, and that data is backed by the government itself. So There was higher growth. And when this question is raised that India has been growing, yeah, India has been growing earlier as well. It's not as if India's growth has suddenly spurred. There has been a high growth during the 2000s, which was much higher than the global. So it's not as if, no, it's not just the base effect, because if it's only the base effect, then the current rate of growth is actually quite low. And according to the government itself, the expectations are not being met. So this point about inflation currently being high, only determined by production, is not correct. First and foremost, there needs to be investment in agriculture. What kind of investment? Which increases productivity? No doubt about it. So there's no need to bring Pol Pot on this. I would say a right-wing, if this is how the debate is going to go on, right-wing reactionary economists would have an opinion, whereas a grounded economist would have a different opinion.
So let's not do let me take home to the viewers the biggest conclusion from this. Democracy is alive and kicking.
As was earlier.
The economists, the very grounded economists versus the right-wing, whatever, reactionary economists are having a great debate. So at least one thing is settled. One thing is settled, that democracy thrives in India. Now let's go and settle the other issue. Is there high inflation? Does the government need to address inflation issues? Is inflation more or less than what we've seen previously? And number 3, is there distress in the middle classes that comes from tax terrorism? For that, let me get in Mr. Rakesh Nangia, chairman of I have with us in the studio Mr. Vinod Sharma. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Rakesh Nangia. So Rakesh Nangia, so tell me, as far as the taxes are concerned.
Tax terrorism, how this word gave birth, how it came actually. It happened 7-8 years back with a couple of litigations happening because there was a retrospective amendment taking place, and that word became like tax terrorism. Have we heard this word in previous 3-4 years? Much lesser, because the government realized that we cannot make it we cannot have a tax unfriendly regime. And in the right wisdom, take a classical case. Has the number of taxpayers gone up in the country? We used to talk about 1 and 2%. Today, 6.8% of the population pays the taxes. You know, I must tell you a very interesting analogy. The people income from 5 lakhs to 1 crore has ballooned up like anything. Why? Either the prosperity is taking place, the income has growth, they have earned money from shares or any other part, income from land, shares or anything is concerned, and they are regulated, means they are being watched by the government, the data is being captured and they're disclosing it. I never realized this sector, these people will have a 2 crore population, basically, which is paying are from 5 to 1 crore. Never I heard seen in the past. How it is happening? Economy is growing, personal income is growing, corporate income is growing. You can't increase the taxes without the income tax without income growing. But
everyone keeps saying the person sitting next to you.
Yeah, but the whole point, Monica,
no, my data
saying that tax base has to increase,
as correct like anything like yesterday.
But it's easier said than done. Why is no one able to do it? And what needs to be done?
I have followed budgets now for 15 years or 20 years, and government after government, doesn't matter what the color of the government is, has tried
in different colors, blue, green, yellow, orange,
red and saffron and orange. Every government has tried to get the people out of the tax net into it. Mr. Chidambaram had that famous 1/6 scheme. Every finance minister has tried. We are very innovative. Indians stay out of the tax net. How many businessmen do you know, women that you know, who pay the taxes that they're supposed to? So there is a problem here. We will have to find another solution, because we have failed to get people into the tax net. There has to be some other solution.
What is it? What is it? Scientists, please start work on that in
as Rohit said, look, there are direct taxes and indirect taxes.
Okay,
so
what's your answer? What's your answer?
Remove population.
Even keep talking, I don't have an answer.
What's your answer?
Go ahead, sir.
Very simple.
Tax the millionaires.
We have 66 million MSMEs in this country. Of that, only 30% are registered anywhere with the government, with some government or the other. 70% are not even registered. In other words, neither the government of India nor the states of India have attempted to register our MSMEs. If we were to register them, we could at least begin to see who should be paying tax and who should not be paying tax. That's the first step. If you don't even begin to know who your MSMEs are, how will you even help them? You gave a Atmanirbhar Bharat package. You didn't know who you were giving it to, because 70% of those MSMEs you haven't even registered them. And the 30% that you are supposedly have registered, many of them under 20 different acts. All the data has not been brought together. Why has all that data not been brought together? Why is the digital infrastructure not being used in the way it should be used in precisely bringing all this data together? If this was done, we would bring a lot of new small enterprises, medium-sized enterprises into the tax net.
Well,
Navika?
Absolutely right, Mr. Mehrotra. I agree with you. There is a requirement and there is a need for absolutely scientific ways of bringing more people in the tax net. Hasn't happened, didn't happen in the past.
7% are registered. What is he talking about?
Well, in your data, somewhere in molecular biology science lab, it must be registered.
12वीं fail Pol Pot economist ने अपना data दे 97% of the total MSMEs are registered.
अरे इसीलिए राइट विंग रिएक्शनरीज को मत लाया करो ना, नॉर्थ कोरियन साइंटिस्ट को आप इकोनॉमिस्ट से भिड़वा रही हो.
See, this is the problem.
हद्दी हो गई.
You don't
अरे हमें साइंटिस्ट से भिड़वाओ ना.
डोनेशन कॉलेज से इकोनॉमी पढ़ के आ गए हैं और कह रहे हैं इकोनॉमी.
अरे तुम्हारी कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी से पीएचडी है, कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी से पीएचडी है, तो हमको न सिखाओ. तुमने साइंस पढ़ा है, इकोनॉमिक्स हमें न सिखाओ.
Chip on his shoulder. He doesn't care what is spoken. He cares about who is speaking it. This is the problem with such leftists, anarchists and Pol Pot.
Well, we'll settle that issue because we need to take a break and we'll come back. When we come back from the break, we'll decide whether the reactionaries are winning this debate or whether the leftists and the progressive or the stabilist. Well, we'll debate that right after this break. Our last break before we come back in the run-up to the Finance Minister's budget. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by new Kia Ceros. Bookings open.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown?
Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown?
Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system.
Gemini.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage as far as the budget is concerned. Just 20 minutes to go before Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in fact reveals what's in fact as part of the budget. Will there be tax rebates? Are we going to look at cuts as far as tax slabs are concerned? That's a major concern as far as the middle class is concerned. All right, we have in fact several voices coming in from on the ground. Let's take a quick look at it.
एम्प्लॉय होने के नाते मेरा बजट से एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि हमारा जो टैक्स स्लैब है उसको मिनिमम से मिनिमम किया जाए, क्योंकि हम टैक्स स्लैब के अंदर बहुत आते हैं। हमारा काफी सारा पैसा तो टैक्स में ही चला जाता है गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय का। तो हम चाहते हैं कि इस बार जो टैक्स स्लैब बने वो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर्स को या गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय को देखते हुए बने।
टैक्स पे जो बजट पे हम इतना ही बोलेंगे कि हम जो मीडियम लोग हैं और इसमें गवर्नमेंट प्रत्येक चीज पे टैक्स लगा देती है, चाहे आजकल तो वो जो रिचार्ज करते हैं उस पर भी टैक्स आता है, उसको भी थोड़ा कम कर। सारी चीजों जिसमें भी हम देखते हैं ना सब पे टैक्स है। इंडिया में ऐसी कोई सी वस्तु बनी नहीं है जिस पे टैक्स नहीं लगा हो, सब पे टैक्स है।
गरीब आदमी जो आम आदमी है उसको देख के कोई टैक्स नहीं लगाता। बड़ों के हिसाब से उनको छूट मिलती है, आम आदमी परेशान पिसता है। जो डेली रोजमर्रा की अपने करता है उसकी पूर्ति ही नहीं हो पाती बेचारे की। कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी लगा देते हैं, कुछ सब चीज दूध इतना बढ़ता जा रहा है, सब पे उस पे लगा दिया उन्होंने, सब चीज पे कोई नहीं चीज नहीं छोड़ी। ब्रेड जैसी तक चीज इन्होंने नहीं छोड़ी।
क्या सोच रहे हैं जब बजट आएगा?
Yeah, it's a talk of topic because budget is a big thing. Because this is a BJP government. It's the third time they are presenting a budget, and that too it's a full-fledged budget by Nirmala Sitharaman. So there will be a lot of expectations, especially inflation is going up. So we have been affected in food prices, vegetable prices, oil prices. So all affected by tax. So tax has to be reduced. So it's heavily burdened. So our wages has come down. So especially for lower middle class and up before the class, middle class. So those people are their salary is not highly increasing. So especially these food prices, it is really hitting their budget. So that is the most concern area. They have to reduce the taxes. And also wherever we travel cost is becoming higher. Yeah. And also the job market is so less.
So several concerns of the common man, of the middle class in particular, whether it is rising inflation, whether it is taxation, several such aspects that are in fact being discussed. But what really is the reaction coming in from the opposition? In fact, the flurry of reactions from opposition this morning is normally what we see post-budget, but pre-budget itself, this is the response coming in from Akhilesh Yadav. Listen in.
कि जिस कुंभ में जाने चली गई हो, लाशों की गिनती नहीं बताई जा रही हो, जो खो गए उनके बारे में न बताया जा रहा हो, तो बजट ये महत्वपूर्ण, जिस कुंभ के लिए न जाने कितना बजट खर्च किया गया होगा, विज्ञापन चल रहे हैं, बुला रहे हैं लोगों को, 40 करोड़ लोगों को बुलाने का लक्ष्य था। ये डिजिटल महाकुंभ होगा। आप सोचिए, जहां पर डिजिटल कुंभ में सीसीटीवी लगे थे, क्या इनकी जानकारी में नहीं है? जो आपने आसमान में उड़ाने का काम किया था ड्रोन्स का, क्या आपको जानकारी नहीं है? तो ये बजट अपनी जगह है, लेकिन कुंभ महत्वपूर्ण है जहां पर लाशें नहीं है और हिंदुओं की जान गई है, सरकार को जागना चाहिए, हिंदुओं की जान गई है, जो खो गए हैं जिन्हें ढूंढने के लिए सरकार को कदम उठाने चाहिए। मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि सेना को दीजिए इंतजाम को, क्योंकि इंतजाम में सरकार फेल हुई है। सरकार केवल बुलाने में रही, इंतजाम में सरकार नहीं रही। और शाही स्नान पहली बार ऐसा हुआ, साधु संतों ने मना कर दिया कि हम शाही स्नान नहीं करेंगे। उनको छिपाने के लिए फूल वर्षा की गई, जिससे कि संत लोग जान जाए कि किसी की जान नहीं गई है। लाशें अभी भी हैं, आइडेंटिफाई नहीं हुई हैं। सूची आपके पास भी नहीं है, अगर आप भी मांगना चाहो सूची।
All right, so that's as far as the opposition reaction. Of course, Akhilesh Yadav linking what happened at the Kumbh over there, but the reactions haven't stopped coming in. In fact, B.V. Srinivas of the Youth Congress saying middle class ka halwa mat banaiye. Hina.
That's right, and if you will see this picture, this is from 2023's Halwa ceremony before the budget, and this is the picture that Congress Party's Srinivas BB has used, saying, Nirmala ji, aap aaj halwa khaye ya nahi, lekin middle class ka halwa mat banana. So remember, in 2023, this picture went viral, and same is being pulled out to attack the government.
It's a meme galore, and suddenly budget, is in the eye of a storm as far as memes go. But let's get back to the moot point, and let me take a quick round from across the table on what the biggest budget expectation for announcement is. And let me begin with you, Ghanshyam Tiwari ji. What would be your biggest expectation from this budget?
The biggest expectation is authentic numbers. At least for the first time in 11 years, if they can just add 2 and 2 and say it is 4. These are the numbers we presented, and this is the outcome. Even today, they would say that they have given 60 crore mudra loans, which means that every viewer that is watching this, in 26 crore families, 60 crore mudra loans will mean 2 mudra loans per family. And you look around and you will not find anybody getting mudra loan. So this scam that this government is setting up at the highest agenda, in their 11th year, they should end this scam and be honest with the people.
Okay. Mr. Deepak Reddy, do you think nobody's got a mudra loan as stated by Ghanshyam Tiwari? All numbers in the budget are false. In that case, do you have any budget expectations?
Yeah, Navika, the facts and the expectations, there is a gap between there. But I would like to say that, rather than talking politics the way the India ecosystem people talk, we should look at certain facts. Whereas France is paying, the number of people who pay income tax is around 78%, and India it's only 2.2% who are paying. And one more interesting fact is, if you go down on religious lines, the Muslim population is only 0.5% are paying, whereas beneficiaries is around 20 to 30% of all schemes. So there is certain issue as far as the tax is concerned, and there are certain issues on the ground. So the suggestion should be much more constructive, and we should be looking at how what are the changes which are to be brought in this front. Yes, as you spoke earlier, there are a lot of complaints on tax terrorism also. Now that's another front which has to be which has to be addressed, because the people in the tax department have found other ways to harass people and extract money. There is a lot of expectation, and we are all eager, and we think Nirmala Sitharaman ji is going to be a little more sensitive to the expectations of the people this time.
Well, Ghanshyam Tiwari, would you want to respond to Deepak Reddy's tax versus scheme contribution by different segments of the society?
Deepak is basically right from the very beginning. My friend Deepak is saying there is tax terrorism and government should be cautious. Who is he telling to? Who is this he's saying to? When you want the entire government to be, for 1 or 2 crony capitalists, there will be tax terrorism on everybody. No one in this panel possibly will be able to say what a liter of milk today is in Delhi. Whether it is a biologist or whether it's an economist, they will have to look at these numbers. A poor person is not able to afford milk and bread. MSME is not able to face tax terrorism. And 1 or 2 crony capitalists are trying to become the richest people in the world.
Anand Ranganathan, the ball is back in the court of the biologists and the scientists.
I love this. When you can't rebut on facts, you kind of allege and abuse the person from where the facts are coming from, be that as it may. Look, the fact of the matter is, as I said, for some the glass is brimming, For some, the glass is half empty. For some, the glass doesn't exist. The water isn't there. Now, Ghanshyam, my good friend, is doubting all the numbers coming from the government, as he says, except the second quarter GDP. I challenge him to say that that is wrong. Let him say that is not 5%.
Ghanshyam Tiwari, second quarter GDP numbers are also wrong.
That's the problem with biologists. I didn't doubt all the numbers. I just said 60 crore mudra loans. Can Anand say that in this country 60 crore mudra loans have been given? Can he name 5 people who got mudra loans? This nonsense of mudra loan as a way to cover up the mass unemployment that people like Anand are easily able to cover and people like Deepak will meekly question has to be called out. This is a scam on the future of the youth of the country.
Rohan Gupta.
Navika ji.
Hanji, respond kariye.
Navika ji, the problem is the opposition party, they trust numbers of हिंडनबर्ग के नंबर पे ट्रस्ट करते हैं, आरबीआई के नंबर पे भरोसा नहीं है, नीति आयोग के नंबर पे भरोसा नहीं है। मैं चैलेंज के साथ कहता हूं 51 करोड़ मुद्रा लोन है, 36 करोड़ महिलाओं को दी है। अगर उनको प्रॉब्लम है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में फाइल करे, आरटीआई में जाके ले, पर आपको देश के आंकड़ों पे भरोसा नहीं है। हिंडनगंज की जो दुकान बंद हो गई उस पे 2 पार्लियामेंट सेशन आपने खराब किया, शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। If you read the economic survey yesterday, it has outlined all the numbers. Let me tell you, Navika, as of now when we are talking, we are number 1 in two-wheeler manufacturing. We are number 2 in mobile phone manufacturing. We are number 3 as far as the research pool is concerned across the world. We are number 4 in renewable energy capacity across the world. Can Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari or opposition party question these numbers? I am challenging it. In digital transactions,
can you question these numbers?
Very quick, let me appeal to the common sense of every viewer and everyone on the panelist, whichever side you are. The BJP national spokesperson, 36 crore women in India have gotten mudra loan. What is the working women population in India? How many of them are in employment? This is the scam that BJP pulls off. When in a
how can you compare these numbers one at a time? One at a time.
There is a kind of a category of people, we call them the flat earthers, which means they think that the earth is flat and they will bring data to prove it. That's all that I want to say on this whole data argument. That flat earthers.
Since data is being debated, let me just give me 1 minute. I'll quote you some data from the government.
Thoda 40 seconds.
Daily wage rate, real wage rate had increased between 19 to 30.1 during UPA. It has remained constant 32 currently under NDA. Same thing holds true for the rate of growth in investment. It was 11.5, then it's 4.8 now. Government data, I'm not good. So if it is about data, take the data exactly as it is. Why are you making a story when the data does not tell the story that you want to tell? This is from the government.
What the data doesn't have is you get 5 kg of free rice and so many other things. So if you say only wage, you have to take the wage goods that you're getting free. So if you add that
actually proves the point further that if the growth is happening everywhere and it's all hunky-dory, why is the government extending the PMGKAY, a long acronym, 81.35 crore beneficiaries for 5 more years? If people are better off, don't extend this policy.
That started during COVID.
Why? It's a great question. I have a response. In fact, Shamika Ravi did some studies on it, and she found out that the people who are getting extra grain, they are spending more on fruits. So it is actually they're getting more nutrition. They get and I'm against it, by the way, because I believe this is just extending this thing about making more and more ambassadors and basically ruining the ecology of India, the environment of India, draining more water, using the same agricultural practices to
But what do you say about this data?
But
what do you say about
that? Because there's breaking news coming in. Hina, market seems to be up by 900 points. What are 200 points. What are they seeing? What are they seeing?
So right now, Sensex is at 77,724, 223 points up. Remember, you got worried initially when it went into red, but now it's back in green again. There are 4 key expectations that markets have from the finance minister. 1, capital gains tax should be reduced. 2nd, income tax rates should be reduced. The government should be able to meet its fiscal deficit target, and the capital expenditure should be hiked by at least 15%, Navika. So this is what markets are looking forward to, and given the kind of commentary that has come from the government so far, the data that Eco Survey presented yesterday, they seem to be optimistic.
All right. We also have Mr. Khambata, the chairman of Rasna, joining this debate, and joining us from the CII Electronics Manufacturing Council is Mr. Vinod Sharma. First to you, Mr. Khambata. Mr. Khambata, how do you see the budget? What are the expectations of corporate India? And are you looking at the budget addressing the issue of somewhat low confidence at the moment that we're seeing in the Indian economy?
Let me come to the confidence bit. I think Indian economy is doing much better than many countries in the world. And I was in Davos just last week. I think the confidence of people outside India is much more than the confidence of Indians here. I think the world now is seeing India in a very different way, and they are very confident of Indian government policies, they are very confident of Indian corporate sector, and we are all confident of growth. So I definitely believe we are in a sweet spot, and I think the India time has come. My personal feeling is that forget 47, we can become a Viksit Bharat much before that. And I think this economic survey yesterday which was announced actually gives a roadmap, a prescription towards that. I only hope that parts of it are really actioned in this budget itself and in a very timely manner. To give 2-3 examples just very quickly is the whole overall of the custom duty structure. Because in many areas we see the finished goods are today actually at a lower tax than the raw materials. So there is an inverted duty structure. Now that is not for any manufacturing economy. Forget US or any other country, even India also. So
are you worried about the threats coming from Donald Trump, and do you think the finance minister needs to address any of those concerns?
I think if you ask me, that is a slightly different matter, but I definitely believe that the way the geopolitics advantage, because I think a lot of manufacturing which was being only targeted to one country will be shifting to countries like India. And I think there is a huge advantage which India carries today in the world, and a lot of companies are looking at having, let us say, alternate manufacturing, and India definitely is a destination.
Politicians believe, Mr. Khambata, that you are saying all these nice things because you are scared of ED. I want to ask you, is fear making you say this?
No, nothing. nothing, if you ask me. No. I think this is a myth. Because I'll tell you, industry is doing well than it was ever. So why is industry doing well? Across, if you see the corporate results, forget 1 or 2 companies. It is not 1 or 2 companies. Across corporates, the results are good. Across corporates, growth is there. If you see in any industrial areas, the land prices have become double. There are no employees available. The employee cost has gone up. I think we can see development happening. So I don't need to talk about it.
Okay, I'll get in Ghanshyam Tiwari on that, but I also want, since I'm the sari person, I also want to talk about the handloom sector and Nirmala Sitharaman's choice of saris. 8th budget, record budgets, and look at the way she started. 25, it's a Madhubani sari. In 24, she had a white silk sari with a magenta border. And then also the budget before elections, she was wearing a kantha silk, a temple sari in 2023. Traditional South Indian. Odisha, Bomkai blue sari, brown sari was in 2022, Ikat silk in 21, gold silk in 2020, and Mangalgiri sari in 2019.
This is the difference. Compared to that, Chidambaram wore only white veshti all 6 years. No, I have an important question for Mr. Khambata. He said things are going so well, we might attain Viksit Bharat much before 2047. Just a small query. Mr. Khambata, according to you, what should be in US dollars the GDP per capita of Viksit Bharat?
No. See, definitely it should be much higher than what it is today. But we have to see, not in dollar terms, we are spending in Indian rupees, so we have to see in Indian rupee terms, okay? But I honestly believe that when economics, if you go too much into this notional, we are talking of the reality, what I call money in the people's hands. And definitely we need to ensure that the per capita income goes up And that is the reason why I am saying, which you probably didn't say, that we need more manufacturing to happen. We need to create more manufacturing jobs, not only jobs in the services sector, because the jobs in the services sector will only benefit a certain part. I always have been saying that we should do for food processing what IT has done for urban India, because if food processing and agriculture develops, urban India develops. We need to have more money in the hands of the rural man. We need to. That's why in my opinion, this budget, which we are just going to see, should really focus on MSMEs, manufacturing, export-led economy, and agriculture. If we do that, definitely the cost will go up.
Yeah, Mr. Vinod Sharma is the chairman of the CI National Committee on Electronics Manufacturing and MD of Deki Electronics. So, Mr. Vinod Sharma, a lot of focus, of course, on manufacturing. What are you hoping for specifically from the budget? And there's been so much talk about AI actually, impacting on jobs. What is the impact that you see as far as electronics manufacturing is concerned?
Yeah, I'll come to AI later, but on manufacturing, I think we have an opportunity to be that China plus one. But the difference is that what the world is looking for is a trusted global value chain. They can trust India and India's policies. They can invest in India so that we can manufacture not just for India but for the world.
Just interrupting you for
so
30 seconds. Those are pictures of the cabinet meeting that has just concluded. The budget has been approved by the cabinet. Those are shots from inside the Parliament of India. Continue, Mr. Sharma.
Yeah, so there are some fundamental issues that we still hope will be corrected. Of course, from the electronic sector, you will see that wherever the PLI for mobile phone, as a big example, we have now become the second largest merchandise export is in mobile phones after oil. So if one set of policies can do this, we are hoping that now we can, instead of not only assembly of mobile phones, but true value-added manufacturing can happen, which means the components for mobile phones, components for electronics can be made in India. And it is our hope that this budget, they will be announcing a component policy.
All right, big update coming in from the cabinet itself. The Prime Minister has told his cabinet colleagues, Amit Kumar breaking that information, that this is a budget for the Aam Aadmi, this is for the poor, for farmers, for women and for the youth. It's for their aspirations to be met that this budget is all about. He's also talked about the Garib, Yuva, Annadata or Nari Shakti ka budget hai. This is Gyan. That's the acronym being given. Garib, Yuva, Annadata or Nari. Those are going to be the target areas.
Well, Gyan is fine, but in the Gyan, if there is a bit of tax relief, we'd quite love that Gyan coming our way, and not just for Naris, maybe some of the Nars here also. Waiting for those tax cuts. Well, there, the Speaker of Lok Sabha coming, taking his seat, and in the next 10 seconds, I think we're going to see Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman standing up to present her 8th budget.
Nirmala Sitharaman, Vitt Mantri. सदस्यगण, बजट के बाद राज्यपाल अभिभाषण में आपको पर्याप्त दूंगा। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, नहीं माननीय अखिलेश जी, आपने संसद की मर्यादा को आप बना के रखे हैं। कभी बजट भाषण के अंदर इस तरीके का नहीं हुआ, ये उचित नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं है। अखिलेश जी प्लीज, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे, प्लीज। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पर चर्चा होगी। नो तरीका।
Honorable Speaker,
spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our 4 powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments and exports. The fuel, our reforms, our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms. Agriculture as the first engine. Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, developing agri-districts program. Motivated by the success of the aspirational district program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialized measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Building rural prosperity and resilience. A comprehensive multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with the states. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, technology, and invigorating the rural economy. The goal is to generate ample opportunities in rural areas so that migration is an option but not a necessity. The program will focus on rural women, young farmers, rural youth, marginal and small farmers, and landless families. The details are in Annexure A. Domestic best practices will be incorporated, and appropriate technical and financial assistance will be sought from multilateral development banks. In Phase 1, 100 developing agri-districts will be covered. Atmanirbharta in pulses. Our government is implementing the National Mission for Edible Oilseed for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts and succeeded in achieving near self-sufficiency in pulses. Farmers responded to the need by increasing the cultivated area by 50%, and government arranged for procurement and remunerative prices. Since then, with rising incomes and better affordability, our consumption of pulses has increased significantly. Our government will now launch a 6-year mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses with a special focus on Tuar, Urad and Masoor. Details are in Annexure B. Central agencies such as NAFED and NCCF will be ready to procure these 3 pulses as much as offered during the next 4 years from farmers who register with these agencies and enter into agreements. Comprehensive program for vegetables and fruits. It is encouraging that our people are increasingly becoming aware of their nutritional needs. It is a sign of a society becoming healthier. With rising income levels, the consumption of vegetables, fruits, and Shri Anna is increasing significantly. A comprehensive program to promote production, efficient supplies, processing, and remunerative prices for farmers will be launched in partnership with the states. Appropriate institutional mechanisms for implementation and participation of farmer producer organizations and cooperatives will be set up. Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. A national mission on high-yielding seeds will be launched, aimed at 1. Strengthening research ecosystem, 2. Targeted development and propagation of seeds with high yield, pest resistance, and climate resilience, and 3. Commercial availability of more than 100 seed varieties released since July 2024. India ranks 2nd largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian Exclusive Economic Zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep Islands. For the benefit of lakhs of cotton growing farmers, I am pleased to announce a mission for cotton productivity.
This 5-year mission will facilitate significant improvements in productivity and sustainability of cotton farming and promote extra long staple cotton varieties. The best of science and technology support will be provided to farmers. Aligned with our integrated 5F vision for the textile sector, this will help in increasing incomes of the farmers and ensure a steady supply of quality cotton for rejuvenating India's traditional textile sector. Kisan credit cards facilitate short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, fishermen and dairy farmers. The loan limit under modified interest subvention scheme will be enhanced from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for loans taken through the KCC. For Atmanirbharta in urea production, our government had reopened 3 dormant urea plants in the eastern region. To further augment urea supply, a plant with annual capacity of 12.7 lakh metric tons will be set up at Namrup in Assam. India Post, with 1.5 lakh rural post offices, complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, will be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. Details are at Annexure C. India Post will also be transformed as a large public logistics organization. This will meet the rising needs of Vishwakarmas, new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and the large business organizations. Our government will provide support to NCDC for its lending operations for the cooperative sector. MSMEs as the second engine. Now I move to MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. Fund of funds for startups. The alternate investment fund, AIFs, for startups have received commitments of more than 91,000 crores. rupees. These are supported by the fund of funds set up with the Government of India's contribution of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, a new fund of funds with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees will be set up. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focused product scheme will be implemented. The scheme will support design capacity, component manufacturing and machinery required for production of non-leather quality footwear, besides the support for leather footwear and products. The scheme is expected to facilitate employment for 22 lakh persons, generate over 4 lakh crore rupees and exports of over 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Measures for the toys sector. Building on the National Action Plan for Toys, we will implement a scheme to make India a global hub for toys. The scheme will focus on development of clusters, skills, and a manufacturing ecosystem that will create high-quality, unique, innovative, and sustainable toys that will represent the Made in India brand. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Manufacturing mission, furthering Make in India. Our government will set up a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium and large industries for furthering Make in India by providing policy support, execution roadmaps, governance and monitoring framework for central ministries and states. Details are in Annexure E. Given our commitment to climate-friendly development, the mission will also support clean tech manufacturing. This will aim to improve domestic value addition and build our ecosystem for solar PV cells, EV batteries, motors and controllers, electrolyzers, wind turbines, very high voltage transmission equipment and grid scale batteries. Investment as the third engine. Now I move to investment as the third engine, which encompasses investing in people, investing in the economy and investing in innovation. Investing in people. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 program provides nutritional support to more than 8 crore children, 1 crore pregnant women and lactating mothers all over the country, and about 20 lakh adolescent girls in aspirational districts and the Northeast region. The cost norms for these nutritional support will be enhanced appropriately. Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak Scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our government has added almost 1.1 lakh undergraduate and postgraduate medical education seats in 10 years, an increase of 130%. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. Daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. 200 centers will be established in 25-26 itself. Strengthening urban livelihoods. Our government has been giving priority to assisting urban poor and vulnerable groups. A scheme for socio-economic upliftment of urban workers will be implemented to help them improve their incomes, have sustainable livelihoods, and a better quality of life. PM Swanidhi scheme has benefited more than 68 lakh street vendors, giving them respite from high-interest informal sector loans. Building on this success, the scheme will be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, UPI-linked credit cards with 30,000 rupees limit, and capacity building support. Social Security Scheme for welfare of online platform workers. Gig workers of online platforms provide great dynamism to the new age services economy. Recognizing their contribution, our government will arrange for their identity cards and registration on the e-Shram portal. They will be provided health care under PM Jan Arogya Yojana. This measure is likely to assist nearly 1 crore gig workers. Investing in the economy, public-private partnership in infrastructure. Each infrastructure-related ministry will come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects that can be implemented in PPP mode. States will also be encouraged to do so and can seek support from the India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which is a scheme to prepare PPP proposals. Support to states for infrastructure. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crore is proposed for the 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms. Building on the success of the first asset monetization plan announced in 2021, the second plan for 2025 to 30 will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Jal Jeevan Mission. Since 2019, 15 crore households, representing 80% of India's rural population, have been provided access to portable tap water connections. To achieve 100% coverage, I am pleased to announce the extension of this mission until 2028 with an enhanced total outlay. The mission's focus will be on the quality of infrastructure and O&M of rural piped water supply schemes through Jan Bhagidari. A separate MOU or separate MOUs will be signed with the states and union territories to ensure sustainability and citizen-centric water services delivery. Urban sector reforms. Building on the July budget proposals, urban sector reforms related to governance, municipal services, urban land and planning will be incentivized. Urban Challenge Fund. The government will set up an urban challenge fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement the proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and for water and sanitation purposes announced in the July budget. This fund will finance up to 25% of the cost of bankable projects, with a stipulation that at least 50% of the cost is funded from bonds, bank loans and PPPs. An allocation of 10,000 crore is proposed in 2025-26. Power sector reforms. We will incentivize electricity distribution reforms and augmentation of intrastate transmission capacity by this will improve financial health and capacity of electricity companies. Additional borrowing of 0.5% of GSDP will be allowed to states contingent on these reforms. Nuclear energy mission for Vikasit Bharat. Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts. For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up. A nuclear energy mission for research and development of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore will be set up. At least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors will be operationalized by 2033. Shipbuilding. The shipbuilding financial assistance policy will be revamped to address cost disadvantages. This will also include credit notes for shipbreaking in Indian yards to promote the circular economy. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized master list. Shipbuilding clusters will be facilitated to increase the range, categories and capacity of ships. This will include additional infrastructure, facilities, skilling and technology to develop the entire ecosystem. Maritime Development Fund. For long-term financing for the maritime industry, a Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore rupees will be set up. This will be for distributed support and promoting competition. This will have up to 49% contribution by the government, and the balance will be mobilized from ports and from private sector. UDAN regional connectivity schemes. UDAN has enabled 1.5 crore middle-class people to meet their aspirations for speedier travel. The scheme has connected 88 airports, and operationalized 619 routes. Inspired by that success, a modified UDAN scheme will be launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers in the next 10 years. 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years. The scheme will also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational and northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta. Western Kosi Canal project in Mithilanchal. Financial support will be provided for the Western Kosi Canal ERM project, benefiting a large number of farmers cultivating over 50,000 hectares of land in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar. Mining sector reforms. Mining sector reforms, including those for minor minerals, will be encouraged through sharing of best practices and institutions of a state mining index. A policy for recovery of critical minerals from tailings will be brought out. Under the special window for affordable and mid-income housing, SWAMI, 50,000 dwelling units in stressed housing projects have been completed and keys handed over to home buyers. Another 40,000 units will be completed in 2025, further helping middle-class families who are paying EMIs on loans taken for apartments while also paying rent for their current dwellings. Building on this success, Swami Fund 2 will be established as a blended finance facility with contribution from the government, banks and private investors. This fund of 15,000 crore rupees will aim for expeditious completion of another 1 lakh units. PM Gati Shakti data for private sector. For furthering PPPs and assisting the private sector in project planning, access to relevant data and maps from the PM Gati Shakti portal will be provided. Tourism for employment-led growth. Top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. The following measures will be taken for facilitating employment-led growth: organizing intensive skill development programs for our youth, including in institutes of hospitality management, providing mudra loans for homestays, improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations, providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts, and introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups. Continuing with the emphasis on places of spiritual and religious significance, in the July budget, there will be a special focus on destinations related to the life and times of Lord Buddha. Medical tourism and heal in India. Medical tourism and heal in India will be promoted in partnership with the private sector, along with capacity building and easier visa norms. Investing in innovation. To implement private sector-driven research, development and innovation initiatives announced in the July budget, I am now allocating 20,000 crore rupees for this purpose. A deep tech fund of funds will also be explored to catalyze the next generation startups as a part of this initiative. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support. The second gene bank with 10 lakh germ plasm lines will be set up for future food and nutritional security. This will provide conservation support to both public and private sectors for genetic resources. We will start a national geospatial mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. Using PM Gati Shakti, this mission will facilitate modernization of land records, urban planning, and design of infrastructure projects. A Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation, and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries, and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. We will set up a national digital repository of Indian knowledge systems for knowledge sharing. Now I move to exports as the fourth engine. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. A digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, for international trade will be set up as a unified platform for trade documentation and financing solutions. This will complement the Unified Logistics Interface platform. The BTN will be aligned with international practices. Support will be provided to develop domestic manufacturing capacities for our economy's integration with global supply chains. Sectors will be identified based on objective criteria. Facilitation groups with participation of senior officers and industry representatives will be formed for select products and supply chains. Through this, there are huge opportunities related to Industry 4.0, which needs high skills and talent. Our youth have both. Our government will support the domestic electronic equipment industry to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of our youth. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. Our government will facilitate upgradation of infrastructure and warehousing for air cargo, including high-value perishable horticultural produce. Cargo screening and customs protocol will be streamlined and made user-friendly. Reforms as the fuel. Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the Tax Department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week. I will detail the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Requirements and procedures for speedy approval of company mergers will be rationalized. The scope for fast-track mergers will also be widened and the process made simpler. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly. In the last 10 years, in several aspects, including financial and non-financial, our government has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to ease of doing business. We are determined to ensure that our regulations must keep up with technological innovations and global policy developments. A light touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws. To develop this modern, flexible, people-friendly and trust-based regulatory framework appropriate for the 21st century, I propose 4 specific measures. A high-level committee for regulatory reforms will be set up for a review of all non-financial sector regulations certifications, licenses, and permissions. The committee will be expected to make recommendations within a year. The objective is to strengthen trust-based economic governance and take transformational measures to enhance ease of doing business, especially in matters of inspection and compliances. States will be encouraged to join in this endeavor. An investment friendliness index of states will be launched in 2025 to further the spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. Under the Financial Stability and Development Council, a mechanism will be set up to evaluate impact of the current financial regulations and subsidiary instructions. It will also formulate a framework to enhance their responsiveness and development of the financial sector. In the Jan Vishwas Act 2023, more than 180 legal provisions were decriminalized. Our government will now bring up the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to decriminalize more than 100 provisions in various laws. I now move to fiscal policy. In the July budget, I had committed to staying the course for fiscal consolidation. Our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that central government debt remains on a declining path as a percentage of the GDP. The roadmap for the next 6 years has been detailed in the FRBM statement. Revised estimates for 2024-25. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 31.47 lakh crore rupees, of which the net tax receipts are 25.57 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 47.16 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. Budget estimates for 25-26. Coming to 25-26, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 34.96 lakh crore rupees and 50.65 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 4.4% of GDP. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 14.82 lakh crore rupees. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My proposals relating to customs aim to rationalize tariff structure and address duty inversion. These will also support domestic manufacturing and value addition, promote exports, facilitate trade, and provide relief to common people. Rationalization of customs tariff structure for industrial goods. As a part of comprehensive review of customs rate structure announced in July 2024 budget, I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. After this, there will be only 8 remaining tariff rates, including 0 rate. 2. Apply appropriate cess to broadly maintain effective duty incidence, except on a few items where such incidence will reduce marginally. 3. Levy not more than 1 cess or surcharge. Therefore, I propose to exempt social welfare surcharge on 82 tariff lines that are subject to a cess. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs. Support to domestic manufacturing and value addition. Critical minerals. In the July 2024 budget, I had fully exempted BCD on 25 critical minerals that are not domestically available. I had also reduced BCD of 2 other such minerals to provide a major fillip to their processing, especially by MSMEs. Now, I propose to fully exempt cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium-ion battery, lead, zinc, and 12 more critical minerals. This will help secure the availability for manufacturing in India and promote more jobs for our youth. To promote domestic production of technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices, I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. Electronic goods. In line with our Make in India policy and to rectify inverted duty structure, I propose to increase the BCD on interactive flat panel display from 10% to 20% and reduce the BCD to 5% on open cell and other components. In 23-24 budget, for the manufacture of open cells of LCD, LED TVs, I had reduced the BCD on parts of open cells from 5% to 2.5%. To further boost the manufacture of such open cells, the BCD on these parts will now stand exempted. Lithium-ion battery. To the list of exempted capital goods, I propose to add 35 additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. This will boost domestic manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, both for mobile phones and for electric vehicles. Shipping sector. Considering that shipbuilding has a long gestation period, I propose to continue the exemption of BCD on raw materials, components, consumables, or parts for the manufacture of ships for another 10 years. I also propose the same dispensation for shipbreaking to make it more competitive. Telecommunication. To prevent classification disputes, I propose to reduce the BCD from 20% to 10% on carrier-grade Ethernet switches to make it at par with non-carrier-grade Ethernet switches. Export promotion. To facilitate exports of handicrafts, I propose to extend the time period for export from 6 months to 1 year, further extendable by another 3 months if required. I also propose to add 9 items to the list of duty-free inputs. Leather sector. I propose to fully exempt BCD on wet blue leather to facilitate imports for domestic value addition and employment. I also propose to exempt crushed leather from 20% export duty to facilitate exports by small tanners. Marine products. To enhance India's competitiveness in the global seafood market, I propose to reduce BCD from 30% to 5% on frozen fish paste, surimi, for manufacture and export of its analog products. I also propose to reduce BCD from 15% to 5% on fish hydrolysates for manufacture of fish and shrimp feed. In July 2024 budget, to promote development of domestic MROs for aircraft and ships, I had extended the time limit for export of foreign origin goods that were imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year and further extendable by 1 year. I now propose to extend the same dispensation for railway goods. Time limit for provisional assessment. Presently, the Customs Act 1962 does not provide any time limit to finalize provisional assessments, leading to uncertainty and cost to trade. As a measure of promoting ease of doing business, I propose to fix a time limit of 2 years, extendable by a year, for finalizing the provisional assessment. I propose to introduce a new provision that will enable importers or exporters, after clearance of goods, to voluntarily declare material facts and pay duty with interest but without penalty. This will incentivize voluntary compliance. However, this will not apply in cases where department has already initiated audit or investigation proceedings. For industry to better plan their imports, I propose to extend the time limit for the end use of imported inputs in the relevant rules from 6 months to 1 year. This will provide operational flexibility in view of cost and uncertainty of supply. Further, such importers will now have to file only quarterly statements instead of a monthly statement. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukural captures this in verse 542, which reads, "Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi," meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. The following measures will detail just how our government will under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address. I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business, employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted. Further, threshold amounts for tax deduction will be increased for better clarity and uniformity. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce the number of transactions liable to TDS, thus benefiting small taxpayers receiving small payments. The threshold to collect tax at source, the TCS, on remittances under RBI's liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, is proposed to be increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. I also propose to remove TCS on remittances for education purposes, where such remittances is out of a loan taken from a specified financial institution. Both TDS and TCS are being applied on any transaction related to sale of goods. To prevent such compliance difficulties, I propose to omit the TCS. I also propose that the provisions of the higher TDS deduction will now apply only in non-PAN cases. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. In line with this, we brought in updated return facility in 2022 for voluntary compliance by taxpayers who had omitted to report their correct income. Our trust in taxpayers was proved right. Nearly 90 lakh taxpayers voluntarily updated their incomes by paying additional tax. Taking this trust further, I now propose to extend the time limit to file updated returns for any assessment year from the current limit of 2 years to 4 years. I propose to reduce the compliance burden for small charitable trusts and institutions by increasing their period of registration from 5 years to 10 years. It is also proposed that disproportionate consequences do not arise for minor defaults such as incomplete applications filed by charitable entities. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings scheme accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. In my speech in July 2024, I had promised that all processes, including giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. So I'm happy to announce that digitalization is being made operational now. In July 2024, we brought in the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to resolve income tax disputes pending in appeal. The scheme has received a great response, with nearly 33,000 taxpayers having availed of the scheme to settle their disputes. I have a few proposals to promote investment and employment. It is proposed to provide a presumptive taxation regime for non-residents who provide services to a resident company that is establishing or operating an electronics manufacturing facility. I further propose to introduce a safe harbor for tax certainty for non-residents who store components for supply to specified electronics manufacturing units. Presently, the tonnage tax scheme is available only to sea-going ships. The benefits of existing tonnage tax scheme are proposed to be extended to inland vessels registered under the Indian Vessels Act 2021 to promote inland water transport in the country. Extension for incorporation of startups. We continue to support the Indian startup ecosystem. I propose to extend the period of incorporation by 5 years to allow the benefit available to startups which are incorporated before 1/4/2030. In order to attract and promote additional activities in the IFSC, I am inter alia proposing specific benefits to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. Further, to claim benefits, the cut-off date for commencement in IFSC has also been extended by 5 years to 31/3/2030. Category 1 and Category 2 AIFs are undertaking investments in infrastructure and other such sectors. I propose to provide certainty of taxation to these entities on the gains from securities, to promote funding from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to the infrastructure sector. I propose to extend the date of making an investment by 5 more years up to 31st March 2030. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers, I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month other than the special rate income such as capital gains under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows: 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and rebate at different income levels can be illustrated with a few examples. A taxpayer in the new regime with an income of 12 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, which is 100% of tax payable as per the existing rates. A person having income of 18 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees in tax, that is 30% of tax payable as per existing rates. A person with an income of 25 lakh gets a benefit of 1,10,000 rupees, that is 25% of his tax payable as per existing rates. Details of my tax proposals are given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, Honorable Speaker, sir, revenue of about 1 lakh crore in direct taxes and 2,600 crores in indirect taxes will be foregone. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2025.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ हाँ वालों के पटवा अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी अब विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
थैंक यू। सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 3 फरवरी 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big bang budget that we heard from Nirmala Sitharaman, and the biggest news that we were waiting for, well, that's come true. Tax slabs have seen a major change. In fact, if you look at, there is going to be no income tax levied if you have an income of up to 12 lakh rupees. Above 12 lakh is where the income tax will kick in. And we have Sumit Singhania and Monica Hallan to break that down for us. Sumit Singhania, what does this really mean for the common man? How are the tax rates and tax slabs going to work now?
So, Navika, in the pre-budget show that we were talking about, this is the most significant change that common man could have expected, right? And I would go ahead and say this is the best that they have ever seen in any budget in the last 30, 40 years. So, having a tax exemption limit raised from 3 lakh to 12 lakhs is just massive. It's super big, right? Even for the taxpayer whose income is much above 12 lakhs, there is substantial decrease in the overall tax liability, right? If your income is...
Sumit, if you can just put your mic in your pocket and come and explain. Right now, 4 to 8 lakh slab, there was a 5%. Now up to...
No, the other way around. The other way.
It's the opposite.
So far, that is what is...
No, this is the current one, Navika.
This is current.
Okay, this is the previous. So now we come here. And 4 to 8 lakh slab. If you
Navika, can I explain?
Yes, please.
Okay, so very simply, the regime, no, I'm fine here. The regime till now is that 0 to 3 for the new tax regime, it's zero tax. Should you have an income of 7 lakh and no more, you are zero tax.
Okay.
Okay, that is today. What they have done is this 7 is now 12. So if you are earning 12 lakh and no more, then you pay no tax. If you earn more than 12 lakh,
then you are taxed in these.
Yes, so that 3 lakh becomes 4.
Okay.
And at the top marginal rate, you were paying 30% tax at 15 lakh. Now you're paying
at 24 lakh.
So this is big. This is very big bang. It is really good for this middle class, which we've been talking about all this while. They have got something major in this budget.
So this is for those people who are earning more than 12 lakhs. This is how the slabs will kick in. If you earn only 12 lakh rupees as your income, then there is zero tax. But if you earn more than 12 lakhs, that is more than 1 lakh rupee a month, then the first 4 to 8 lakhs will be at 5%. Up to 4, there is zero tax. Earlier on, this limit was at 3 lakhs. So you get relief here. You get relief in the slabs, because earlier above 15 lakhs you were paying 30%. Now you will pay only above 24 lakhs the 30% rate. So you get some relief in these slabs even here. And Sumit Singhania, if you can actually explain this once again to our viewers.
Right, so Navika, like you said, this is massive, right? So having a tax exemption going up from 3 lakhs to literally 12 lakhs, 4 times exemption growth. Then if you look at even the people who are in studio or outside studio who are earning, let's say, even 1 crore rupees of income, having the 25% reduction in the tax liability up to 25 lakhs is massive, right?
Okay.
So it puts more money in the hands of everybody, not only the middle class.
So even if you are earning 1 crore rupees a year, you get a tax relief.
There is a substantial tax relief that happens because of the change in the tax.
Superb. So that is where Lakshmi is smiling. Rohit Azad, are you smiling? Is this what you expected? And do you think you will today give a thumbs up to this budget?
So in terms of the middle classes, definitely they are going to be happy, but we need to be clear in terms of what this represents. So it's not 3 to 12, it's 7 to 12 in terms of exemption.
Yes.
Those who had it earlier for 7, that has gone up to 12. Of course, it will benefit those people who are between 7 and 12. But beyond 12, there is a slab decrease which has taken place, so disposable income would rise. But I would just like to add to that, that is going to benefit the middle classes. If along with that, the fiscal deficit is coming down, then it effectively means expenditure is going to come down. So the money is going to go to the middle classes, but money is going to be taken away from the poor and the working classes. So that's where the contradiction would be. Let's see how this would play out.
Navika, that this leaves more money in the hands of the common spender, and that's going to have a multiplier effect in the economy.
Well, Anand Ranganathan.
Okay, Tata khatam, bye-bye. For the next 10-15 years, as far as middle class grouse is concerned, they are pro-Modi now. But
well, they needed to be, because for the last 10 years,
sabka badla 10 saal
40, people are saying in 40 years, in a one-time stroke, this kind of tax relief hasn't happened.
Here is the catch. There is only one ghada from where you can pick up stuff and distribute. Now, if you've given so much to the middle class, where have you taken it from? That's the question. What's the answer there? And
what's the answer there?
Sorry. No, you please go.
Single word answer.
The answer is this will all show up in higher GST collections, because this money is going to be spent.
Correct.
It's not like they're going to put it all in the piggy bank and sit at home, right? All discretionary spends will go up because your disposable income comes. So it will easily show up substantially. The loss in revenue here will show up in a rise in indirect taxes. That is exactly what will happen.
So which means it will become
and not only that, I'll say one more point. The old tax regime is history.
Correct.
Because the difference in 5 lakh difference between 7 and 12 lakhs takes care of all the deductions that you used to get under the old thing. So why break your head with saying 2.5 lakhs here, half a lakh there, ATC? It is irrelevant now. You will take the new tax.
So without merging formally the two income tax...
no, but if you have more than 12, then that argument doesn't hold.
No, but
if
the rate
it's
is
more
lower.
than 12.
No, but the rate is lower.
Rate is lower, but it needs to be still seen. For those between 7 and 12, yes.
No, but up to 12 rhetoric out of it, you will have that.
If I take the political rhetoric out of it, just about an hour ago, we were asking for more and more, disposable income in the hands of the middle class, poor people, even the upper middle class. Now, this has happened. This is massive. This hasn't happened in last 30 years, right? I think we should take this. Where the government is going to source it, there is absolutely great mathematics around it. I would say it's a significant investment government is making in taking the economic growth to the next level, right? We were talking about growth slowing down. If India has to grow at 7% year on year for next 30 years or 25 years to become a developed economy, this is the right recipe we needed, right? And this is going to have the multiplier effect, put more money in the hands of every single spender in the country, and that's massive. It's not only for rural economy, it's only for the urban economy.
We'll have
They're actually giving it to the poor.
I will leave the political rhetoric to you, but just as a...
No, can I make a point?
Yeah, sure.
I know this indirect tax thing will come, but can I just tell everyone, we have a progressive indirect tax system in India. GST is 0 for basic consumption goods. For food, packaged food and all, it is 5%. As you go up the scale, your GST rate is very high for luxury goods. So India has built in progressivity into indirect taxes. So should the poor choose to consume the goods without GST, they are 0 or low tax. So I just don't buy the argument that they will pay more tax. No, don't buy a Mercedes. Buy something else. Buy something with lower GST, because the mass consumption goods have a lower GST number.
Absolutely, and I think this will come as music to everybody's ears as these tax rates are announced. And Saloni Roy also joins this broadcast, tax expert. Saloni Roy, what do you think about the tax slabs that have been altered now? Across the board, do taxpayers benefit from this, or is it only those who have a 12 lakh rupee income? Can you break this down for our viewers tonight?
Sumit, do you want to take this on the...
Okay.
To me, I think we spoke about this, Navika. This puts extra money in the hands of every single taxpayer. It's not limited to people who are marginalized or who are really not paying taxes or not even filing tax return. it is a absolute net addition to the disposable income of the entire country, right? And that increasing, even I'm saying the highest taxed income slab, which is 15 lakhs, taking this to 24 lakhs, that's the change we should look at. We shouldn't try and nitpick on it could have happened this way or that way. Remind me.
Nobody is nitpicking. Yeah. I think all of us are ecstatic. And Mr. Mehrotra, your first reaction to the budget and, of course, the tax bonanza for the middle class.
No, of course, there is a clear tax bonanza for the middle class, no question about it. I'd like to see the math behind it. We don't know what is the cuts in public expenditure that are likely to happen, because clearly this may lead to even further reductions in tax to GDP ratio. Tax to GDP ratio has been static.
Okay.
Personal income tax share in any...
will it push growth, consumption?
It might increase. Of course, it will increase consumption in the middle class, but middle class accounts for no more than 15 to 20% of India's population. So we need to keep the facts in mind also. Please remember that the vast majority of people in rural areas, who are about nearly 50% of our workforce, they don't pay any income tax at all. So they're not impacted by this at all. So we've got to see how much we are actually going to see an increase in demand from...
All right, fair point. Sanjay Jha, I want your first reactions. Clean, bold ho gaye ke nahi? Tax slabs get a major overhaul. Middle classes are loving it. Modi promised Lakshmi in everybody's pockets, and there the goddess Lakshmi smiling on everyone. Ab kya kahenge parliament se bahar nikal ke? The walkout happened, the symbolic walkout and walk-in happened in parliament. How are you going to respond to this? Good for the Aam Aadmi?
Navika, let me answer you very quickly with facts. If you look at data, to add to what Dr. Mehrotra was adding, the government of India's government expenditure is funded by tax revenues, account for almost 78 to 80% of government expenditure is funded out of tax revenues. So whether the government expenditure will be clipped or not is something to watch for. Point number two, very important. Is it coming in too little, too late? And I'll tell you why it's too little. The assumption that now demand by itself can trigger growth means that the government has acknowledged what we in the opposition have been saying for the last 10 years, which is that the answer does not lie in merely trying to invest in giving entrepreneurs production or tax cuts, but in giving spending and purchasing power in the hands of the common people. The middle class were truly truncated and devastated and needed relief. I'm glad they have got it. But the fundamental question remains that end of day, the middle class will probably in the initial time will need to recoup their lost savings. They will need to look at their investment. Will it result in a direct expenditure? Too early to say, because there is an alternative viewpoint, and I believe in that alternative viewpoint, that unless private investment goes up, unless you create jobs which will create income, which will create more demand, you are actually still going to be at the periphery of the growth story. So the growth is not necessarily going to be triggered by just an income tax cut, because this could be a very elementary exercise. Just cut income tax and hope for the economy.
Sanjay Jha, you just proved the scientists right. Forget glass half full or half empty. It is actually na glass hai na pani hai. Anand Ranganath.
And how many income taxpayers are filing zero tax returns? 5
crore. 1 minute, Anand.
There are 2 points here. First of all, this fact, as Monica was talking about, flat earth, thing about, what was it, 75% of the...
Yeah, he said 75% is coming from direct taxes. It is not.
What's the figure?
So in corporation tax is 17% of the budget, 19% is income tax, GST is 18, customs is 4, excise is 5. This is last year 24. It will have marginally shifted this time. No, it cannot change by too much.
So baat to facts pe galat. Uske baad se, this adage goes, there are 2 things that are certain in life, death and taxes. I think Narendra Modi has countered it. From now on, there is only one thing that is certain in life, death.
Well, Jaggi.
No, see, you have to see the fundamental thing that has changed here. Would I trust 1 rupee in the hands of government as taxes, 1 rupee in the hands of ordinary people who can spend more wisely and not waste its money? 1 rupee in the hands of government is a waste. 1 rupee in my hands is probably going to be effectively used, and that's a fundamental shift. You now trust people to take care of the growth story. Yes. You have created spending power. You have created discretionary spending. All this could result in investment. If those who say no investment happening, investment will happen. Now that demand is being created.
Absolutely. And what do people think about it? The common man.
2024 में ये किया होता इलेक्शन से पहले.
Well, better late than never. Well, तब 400 पार हो जाता. But joining me on the phone lines are our viewers, Raja, Ravi and Siddharth, all calling in from Bengaluru. Mr. Raja, what do you think about the tax slabs and the tax relief that common man has got, and how do you rate this budget?
Madam, 3 cheers to Madam Nirmala Sitharaman. I haven't heard such a budget at any time giving more relief to middle class who are sincere taxpayers. And I feel that this government is really encouraging all sections of society. And I, as a senior citizen, I feel that the benefit of double of from 50,000 to 1 lakh is really great. And my only regret is that as a pensioner from the bank, Madam should listen to the pensioners and enhance it in the same way as central government pension.
All right. I hope the finance minister will take note of your request. Thank you very much for joining us on Times Now. Mr. Ravi, how do you rate this budget, and do you think these tax reliefs really give a breather to the middle class?
Navika, good afternoon, and I am truly delighted today. I have only one thing to say: Modi hai to mumkin hai. I think the India growth is on a right trajectory, and there's a lot of money which is going into the hands of the consumers. And I am sure, like your experts and pundits, some of them who are there in your panel, who said that 1 rupee put into my hand is always well spent, instead of giving 1 rupee to the government and asking them to spend it on me. So I am really thrilled. I am really delighted. Last but not the least, I would wish our Congress, probably the debarred or suspended Congress spokesperson, to get well, because he is looking, I think you should, this is not the day to pick up things.
Sanjay Jha, would you want to tell Mr. Ravi that actually dil mein you agree with him, but what to do? Political compulsions make you criticize everything that Modi does.
Navika, here is the simple thumb rule, and I would request anybody to contradict me here. What are the 4 components of growth? Consumption demand, investment demand, exports and government expenditure. Now you find that exports, we have been sluggish to negative. Government expenditure was the only thing that was probably keeping the economy going. Investment has been tepid and demand was low. So there is an income tax cut, which is welcome. Anybody will welcome that. But the truth is that these are very early days to believe that it's going to transform the growth story. Remember,
okay, you think even this is not going to help? Well, let me get in Mr. N.R. Prasad from Bengaluru. Mr. N.R. Prasad, do you believe the Modi Sarkar has done the right thing by giving these tax breaks? And do you think growth will pick up?
Navika ji, very good afternoon, and to all the panelists there. It is not right thing. It is a fantastic thing done by Modi ji and Nirmala Sitharaman today. And I am also a fan of Anand Ranganathan. I have got a small query to him. Mr. Ranganathan, just tell me this 12 lakhs, including that capital gains, in case somebody is trading and it is a part of the capital gains, which also included in this 12 lakhs, that's what I wanted to ask. And one piece of advice to Mr. Sanjay Jha: don't criticize the 24 into 7 into 365. At least appreciate one day on the budget day to Modi's government, who has done a fantastic job for the year 2025.
Well said, Mr. Prasad. Yes, Sanjay Jha will take a break for today in criticizing and start criticizing tomorrow morning. Sanjay Jha, is that a deal?
Well, let me tell the gentleman who clearly is in love with me, that this government gave
This
away
is another
in a
gentleman.
tax cut.
Everybody
The
is in love with you.
The Modi government in a tax cut gave away 1,50,000 crores since 2019 to the corporate sector on the promise of jobs and growth that never happened. So please, you have already given away 10 lakh crores that were due to you. So this government is not doing you any favors at all. It is basically
I'm sending you a tissue box. Wipe your tears. Wipe your tears, Sanjay Jha. Tissue box coming your way from the Times Now studios. But also joining me is Makran from Kolhapur. Makran ji, what do you think about the budget announcement and the tax relief?
Hello, good morning to all Navika and the fellow panelists. Really, it's a bonanza for the taxpayers. I wish to understand from the fellow panelists whether have the finance minister madam have given any relief to the NPS, non-performing assets.
Okay, non-performing assets have they got? We are still waiting to read the budget papers. We only know what has been announced by her in Parliament.
But NPS actually has been, the twin balance sheet problem was solved
by the
several.
NPA has solved out NPA.
So that problem was solved earlier. Both the banks and the corporate balance sheets are now clean.
And NPAs, we'd probably seen a bank statement in an
Correct.
RBI
Not in the
document,
budget.
not really in the budget. Thank you very much, Makranji, for joining us. Also joining me from Shillong is Mr. Raju, and joining me from Chennai is Mr. Venkatesh. Good afternoon, Mr. Raju from Shillong. Happy with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget and the tax breaks announced?
Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon. Myself, Raju Paul from Shillong. Ma'am, last budget I have given you a call, and I was very on the forefront. I told that the middle class required much relief from the government. I am thrilled. India is thrilled because Modi government has delivered on the need of the middle class, because middle class were really in the need for the relief in the income tax slab.
Do you think
just done it?
Do you think if he had delivered this earlier, 400 par ho jata?
Yes. Yes. Ma'am, maybe, yes, it was much needed. Yes, everything was possible. Modi hai to mumkin hai. Yes, but nevertheless, if it has come this year also, 400 par abhi bhi baki hai, 29 is still left. We can hope for the best.
Well, I hope the middle classes will remember this till 2029, because I don't see many income tax slab reductions happening between now and then. But joining me this afternoon is Sunil Kant Munjal. Thank you very much for joining me. And how do you rate this budget? While middle classes are ecstatic, is the industry going to give the regular 9 on 10 to Nirmala Sitharaman, Sunil Kant Munjal?
Frankly, I've never given any number or rating, but I think it's a very comprehensive budget. She's covered all the way from agriculture to technology, to education, to skilling, to healthcare, with some support and some encouragement. Also on MSMEs, startups and export as an activity. I think overall there is a very well spread, comprehensive support to the overall economy. But as you're right, the one big announcement was the exemption up to 12 lakhs, which has 2 or 3 salutary impact. One, of course, it's a great support for a large section of the middle class of India, leaving more money in their hands, thereby potentially increasing consumption, which is something that we've been talking about for a while, that the investment from private sector has not been sufficient. Then the government infrastructure spend has primarily been supporting the growth in the economy. This availability of surplus in individual and families' hands should encourage their both spending and also saving, and the spending would therefore result in higher consumption and therefore higher production and potentially more investment in capex and creation of additional jobs. So all of it has a multiplier. So I think it's a wonderful welcome announcement. 2 other announcements I think which were very critical. One, the setting up of an empowered group to look at all non-financial regulations and rules to draw up a completely new set. Because for a long time now we've been talking of easing creating better ease of living, ease of doing business by tinkering with the existing set of rules. And these rules have been very, very cumbersome, many of them designed over 100 years ago. So this is a very welcome move. I hope we can do something productive and quickly. And the second, of course, we look forward to the new direct tax bill, which should come in next week. It will get tabled next week. And from what she said, directionally it sounds like it will be good. If it's half the size of the present one, I hope she had said it would be even smaller. But half is a big welcome forward move.
Well, let me also ask you, Mr. Munjal, let me also ask you the big question. Yeah. With this consumption growth that we are expecting coming in from tax breaks, is it enough to spur growth, in the economy where we see signs of cooling off, number one, and number two, the investment rating index for states? Do you think this is going to be a tool for, actually encouraging investments, or is it going to be a political tool which will be used more in elections rather than by the private sector in terms of pushing investments in states? How do you see these?
See, for a leader or a politician to make this announcement, of course, very, very important. But the reality is, you have let go of 1 lakh crores of cash that was collected in direct taxes. So that money will be available with individuals and families, and that eventually does result in either investment or saving or consumption. That's the only three places you can the only three things you can do with the money, and which is why. And the second one was encouraging states to also spend. She announced 2 or 3 different schemes where states will be part of the spend of infrastructure. She did not, however, announce an overall infrastructure spend by the government, as she always does, she always has in previous years. But she scattered it in a number of different areas. So I've not been able to add up those numbers yet because I've not seen the details of the actual budget. I'm hoping it is significantly higher than last year, because we still knew it, and to your point, consumption does not take off in one day. It will take a little bit of time for consumption to pick up, and this time the globe is in a very uncertain place, especially with the new leadership in the US talking of tariffs and a whole host of changes. There is nervousness across the globe. So as a country, we need to better equip ourselves, we need to strengthen ourselves, which is why both the Make in India and the push on innovation, research and new knowledge within India alongside skilling becomes very, very critical for us. So as a combination of these, one can certainly see in over a period of time this will improve. But how much impact will have in the very short term, time will tell.
We'll have to wait and watch, but yes, all eyes.
Sensex is up by 556 points.
Well, compared to yesterday, yes. And today is a holiday. So
no, markets are open today.
Markets are open
today.
Markets
are open today.
Well, we'll get the clarification on the Sensex. Our numbers are showing a downward trend, but we have callers calling in. Thank you very much, Mr. Munjal, for joining me. Rajesh Shekharan joining me from Bengaluru. Also joining from Mumbai is Mr. Krishna. Mr. Rajesh Shekharan, what do you think about the tax reliefs? Do you think it's a time, apna time aayega, middle class was saying, and now time aa gaya?
Yes, madam. Good afternoon, madam, to you and all the panelists. It is, according to me, it is a very good budget, madam. Thanks to Modi and thanks to Sitharaman. I would only politely request Sanjay Jha. He is always criticizing BJP government. That is not good. Maybe to some extent. I am also praising BJP for everything. It should not be like me. He should not do like that. But I generally appreciate Anand Ranganathan. Generally, his speeches are very good and I appreciate him. Overall, madam, I appreciate this budget.
Thank you. I will convey your wishes to the finance minister, and Anand Ranganathan is saying a big thank you to you. Let's go across to a caller from Mumbai, Mr. Krishna. Mr. Krishna, how do you rate this budget?
It is 10 out of 10. And see, when the tax is reduced, more money is left with the taxpayer. The purchasing power is increased and indirect taxes was increased. So this is a very good budget and people are now very happy about it. And the Harvard-educated finance ministers will always say negative about whatever the budget is given by the.
Okay, who's a Harvard-educated?
Sensex. Okay. So
Sensex going up, but
down.
Sensex is going down. And our numbers there showing the decline, but I don't know why it's going down. Maybe Sensex doesn't reflect the middle class mood. But Rajesh calling in from Mumbai. Good afternoon, Mr. Rajesh. How do you rate this budget? Dil mange more, or are you happy for today?
Good afternoon, ma'am, and a very good afternoon to all your panelists. I would give 8 and 8.5, maybe 9 out of 10 to this budget. I am from the poor middle class, and for the first time in 10 or 11 years since this government has been in power, I really am a bit happy about the budget that has been given. So on that count, I think I would congratulate and say my thanks to the Prime Minister and to the Finance Minister. That's one. Second, ma'am, since the last 11 years, I have not had really any good things to say about this government, and so has Mr.
Sanjay Jha.
Sanjay Jha in the panel. So he still looks very glum. So maybe for once I would request him to give the Finance Minister a pat on the back.
Well said, Mr. Krishna. But Sanjay Jha, 11 years, even he has not been happy about this government. Today he is. He's asking you, aaj ke din you need to pat the Finance Minister on the back. Would you make a change, Sanjay Jha?
Navika, I'll tell you, one has to read the fine print very carefully. Let's go back to the...
First read the bold print. First please read the bold print, and in the bold print, exemption limits are up to 12 lakh rupees.
Navika, in all fairness, give me a chance to respond. At one point, I don't have to explain to each and every caller. Number one, the significant statement made in the economic survey yesterday by the chief economic advisor to the Modi government was, get out of the way. That's a message there about what is holding back India's economic growth. Will that happen? We don't know that. They have said business as usual won't work, which means get the CBI, ED income tax off the back of Indian industry. Then they talked about trust deficit. You think trust deficit evaporates by reducing the income tax rate on the middle class? These are fundamental structural problems that are not going away anywhere. And until jobs are created, the India story remains extremely susceptible to volatility. And we are not even talking about the currency war or the tariff war and the implications on our exports in the global economy. So I think let's not get
let me give you a sense of get out of the way what all the government has done. And there are several announcements. A committee has been set up to look at the reforms, the regulations in the non-financial sector. They've said private investment, index will be there and ratings will be done. People can come out and make whatever they have to do in terms of investments. They've made several announcements.
Before the income tax thing took all the credit away and all the news, the biggest achievement of this budget was the push for nuclear power. Yeah. People are underestimating what kind of groundbreaking announcement that is, to have 100 gigawatts as nuclear power from 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2047, to have 5 SMRs by 2030. It's massive shift. But of course, income tax, relief has taken away. But, I want to come to I think the one line, takeaway line, I'm afraid, from the entire day belongs to Jaggi. When he says that the government has finally realized, Navika, that 1 rupee in a person's pocket is more important than 1 rupee in the government's pocket that government wants to spend it on that person. That should be the bottom. And Sanjay Jha is wrong, because government has finally realized this. This should have happened years ago, because people are much more wiser at spending the money given to them than
because they know their personal needs better than anybody else. And in the get out of the way, let me just announce, apart from the high-level committee for regulatory reforms review in the non-financial sector, the investment friendliness index will be launched. Mechanism to analyze existing regulatory mechanisms will be launched. Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 will be introduced. More legal provisions will be decriminalized. So get out of the way is beginning to happen, Jaggi. And And not just the middle classes, even Ayushman Bharat and key schemes have got greater allocations. So the poor are also being looked at.
Yeah, poor are getting money in their bank accounts. But when you say get out of the way, I think the people who actually need to get out of the way are the people standing in the way of reforms, which includes Rahul Gandhi and those guys sitting on Chambu border. They are the ones thwarting reforms, and if those reforms take off the ground, it will be better. Other thing I want to give you, I'm looking at some of the fine print. Despite these tax concessions, the income tax revenues of the government are going up by 1.8 lakh crore. Okay, between last year and this year. So which means they are expecting this to increase their income tax revenues even after this. Corporate tax revenue goes up by about 1 lakh crore, but this thing goes up by 1.8 lakh crore. The biggest growth in taxes is in personal income taxes after all these cuts. So that's interesting.
So that means more compliance is the expectation.
10 seconds to the poor, because I think Rohit would be interested in that. And please let me give the data.
Sure.
Ayushman Bharat, more spending on that. Did you know that as far as 380 million Ayushman health cards have been distributed? Out-of-pocket expenditure, that was the fastest way for Indians to go into poverty for health reasons, has been slashed by 21%. So it is wrong to say that this government is doing now only for middle class and not for poor. It wants to spur growth. It wants equal development. The point is, as Jaggi said, the real government that is entrenched in a lot of policies, the opposition wants the government not to get out. For example, opposition doesn't want privatization. Opposition doesn't want farm rules. So yes, more money in the pocket of individuals is great. But the government sooner or later has to come out of what it must come out of, which is the entrenched public sector mentality.
Absolutely.
This point that Jaggi made, and correctly so, there is perhaps a lot of kite flying happening here, because 1.8 lakh crore increase on top of a fall. So there has been actually, if you look at budget estimate versus revised estimates, the current one which has been placed, 31 lakh crores was the revenue receipt announced at budget estimate. It has gone down. So to propose it to increase, there needs to be some justification for that. I may calculate and say that this is what the tax revenue is going to be, whereas in actual, their own data shows that the tax revenues have gone down. You can check that. If that is so, then actual tax revenue could be much lower than the projection that is being made. 1.8 lakh crore, where will that come from? If the tax slabs have gone down, in the previous year you have done that, and yet your revenue has not come. Well, the revenue is not going to come
then
from
opposition parties need to be, all political parties need to be that. That's where you make the...
But the data is showing an increase in the revised estimates of 24-25 of the gross tax revenue. I am looking at gross, sir. Gross is up in the revised estimates from budget estimates. It's up 38.4 to 38.5.
Yeah, so if you were to look at the corporation tax there, the revenues have come down, right?
Right.
So the projection that is being made, just one second.
Yeah.
So there were certain tax rates previously, and all of us agree that the tax rates have come down.
Correct.
Right? Across the board, especially for the middle class. Now, where would this increase then come from? 12.57 to 14.3.
Additional expenditure through consumption.
No. So there are assumptions being made, right? There are assumptions being made.
But then every year, budget estimates are assumptions.
Correct.
You think?
So the question is, in the past, no, but Navika,
they were not based on assumption. No, this is
budget estimate versus revised estimates you look at.
This is a ridiculous argument.
Absolutely not. You can't call it a ridiculous argument.
No, Pradeep Bhandari, our friend, the economist, Rohit Azad says that budget estimates are carrying a lot of assumptions.
Of course,
they always did. No?
Correct. So then you look at the past of what they have done.
We don't know about their assumptions, what they are. We don't know yet. And by the way, you should know, and all our listeners should know, that the total expenditure is down. The taxes may be up, but the total expenditure is consistently down all the way from 2021 from, I'm talking about revenue plus capital taken together as a proportion of GDP. Please note.
Well, in
RE, it is down from 15% to 14.6 in 24-25, and in budgeted, it's down from 14.6 to 14.2. So
well, let me
revenues are
just
down,
say,
expenditures
as far
are
as
down.
gross tax revenues are concerned, the budget estimate was 38 lakh.
भाई ये absolute number में नहीं होता है. You have to do this estimate as a proportion of GDP. तो आपका फिर आपको ये देखना होगा कि आप इस साल में किस GDP को प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हो और नॉमिनल जीडीपी आपकी क्या, ये सब प्रोजेक्शंस हैं बजट में.
No, I agree with everything you say, but when you say that we will have to see, then we would have had to see even in all the previous budget, and all of them are assumptions. But let me get in Pradeep Bhandari. Pradeep Bhandari, for those who don't see anything positive even in today's budget announcement, इनके लिए कौन सी दवा है वो बता दीजिए.
Well, Bernal is the answer for them, Navika ji, and I can understand the meltdown. The people on the ground, and in fact the middle class, is celebrating the historic budget because the amount which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done for the middle class, no Prime Minister in the past has done. And I will reiterate, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi had come into government, the income tax slab for the middle class to pay the tax was 2.5 lakh. Consecutively, whether it is in 2023 where we increased it to 7.5 lakh, and now where there is no income tax for 12 lakh. Even if you have an annual income of 18 lakh, there is a tax rebate. Even if your annual income is of 25 lakh, there is a tax rebate. So what the government has done, it has resonated with the sentiment of the middle class on the ground. Along with that, there is absolutely steps taken in order to ensure that the compliance cost for taxes also come down. So this is a holistic budget. This is a budget which is pro-middle class budget, and I can understand the Congress party and its supporters and analysts having a meltdown because they did not expect this to happen. They've not got any brownie points. Point number one. Point number two, on the part of the expenditure, if you see the budgetary estimate for 25-26 is 15 lakh crores of capital expenditure. The Congress party did not even spend 4 lakh crore on the capital index expenditure, and the revenue expenditure for 25-26 is 39.4 lakh crore. So both the revenue expenditure and the capital expenditure to what the UPA had spent has gone up substantially. Along with this, if you see, there is a big thing which is happening. The government has ensured that the consumption and the demand goes up, but the shining spot has also been the way the out-of-pocket expenditure of the rural of the rural income of the rural household has gone down. So if you look at the economic survey which the gentleman was speaking about recently, the economic survey mentions that the Ayushman Bharat scheme has reduced the out-of-pocket expenditure from 62% to 39%. So this is a budget which takes care of the Garib, Yuva, Annadata and the Nari, but the larger focus, I would say the takeaway for me has been the middle class. This is the Economic Times headline in the of the morning, and it says that fundamentals are strong, time to unlock. So we've ensured that the demand goes up. We've ensured that as Anand
we have to read the fine print. I was hoping that Naris don't have to pay any taxes at all, but well, on that note, maybe Sanjay Jha and I are disappointed. But let me welcome Mr. Shardul Shroff, legal luminary as well as a man who looks at industry closely. Good afternoon, Mr. Shardul Shroff, and how do you look at this budget? The announcements are great for middle classes, but overall for the economy, what do you think it's going to do? Will you give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
I would give it a thumbs up for the reason that the amount of tax which has been released by moving the tax exemption from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, which is almost 80% of the exemption given to the middle class. That amount of money being released is significant because it will go into the consumption industry, it will go into the capital products industry, and that will therefore kick off its own virtuous cycle of growth. The point which is also important in all this the discussions on the budget is that you have increased investments in insurance from 74% to 100%. If you see what is already happening between Alliance and Bajaj, they are exiting out from both the life company as well as the general insurance. And that will be an additionality of income. Now that they see such a change, perhaps they may set up the industry of their own. They may not tie up with Jio. and they may see the additional money that they need to invest for a 100% venture in insurance. So there will be spin-off effects of this kind of growth. Now, I also see one major effect, that when you speak of lowering the tax on the 12 lakh limit, 12.75, and you're also increasing the tax at the top end, where you're changing the 25 lakhs sum to 30 lakhs, the expenditure for a figure of 12 lakhs and the tax expenditure on that will become significant in comparison to the income that is earned. So what is lost in one round is gained on the other. And that is where the balancing of the budget is happening.
Clearly, the budget has thrown up a lot of positives, of course, but some people are looking at the glass half empty or water being extinct in the world.
But one more thing to talk about, which is that when you look at these slabs, where you're saying your highest tax slab begins after 24 lakh, it is also a representation of the transition of India from a low income to a low mid-income country. We are transiting. So we are no longer a poor country, okay? According to World Bank, we are no longer, that definition has changed. Lower middle, moving to middle. So this is representative of a transforming India. I just wish everybody would understand that we are actually transiting. We are no longer, we are not importing food anymore. We are not importing basic things. We are all, it's happening here. And these new rates, these new slabs, can I just finish? These new rates are symbolic of this transition of the country to a middle-income country.
Transition has gone on for 15 years, right? 18 years. 2007, we became a middle-income country. LMIC, a low-middle-income country.
Okay. And then from 2014, we became poor again.
I'm not saying so.
I'm asking.
I'm telling you what the World Bank categories are. We are being, informed about when we have become middle-income. We are already low-middle-income country. We are the only low-middle-income country in the G20.
Low middle to middle.
No, we are nowhere close to upper middle. Upper middle is at $4,000.
Say upper middle.
There's no such category as middle. You can say middle, upper middle. You can create all kinds of categories. Usme kya dikkat hai?
Well, is the budget first class or not? Is the big question. Sanjay Jha, do you want to revise your opinion? Any revised estimates coming from you?
Yeah, well, I want to respond to what I think the lady just spoke about, the middle income status. I don't know whether she's aware, but in the G20, India ranks lowest by a big margin on per capita income. And if you look at India's per capita income today at market prices, we are approximately $2,400 to become, by the way, into what Mr. Modi calls a Viksit Bharat. India's per capita income has to be close to $12,500 or $13,000. We are far from anywhere at the moment of even becoming a middle income country. I think it's about time we took a deep breath and stopped spreading fake news on the program. There is a
Monica Halan is a very celebrated author, and Sanjay Jha, let's give credit where it is due. The Congress party may not be the only repository of knowledge, but Monica Halan in her own right is an award-winning author. Personal finance, I think many in the country and outside it look at her views and read her views and take tips from her. So to completely dismiss anybody who doesn't quite agree with you or who you don't agree.
Can I wrongly interpret what she said? She did not say middle income economy. She knows what middle income or lower middle income is.
I mean, nobody would know it better than her. But, Monica, since you've been named, would you want to rebut?
No, so the per capita argument was earlier, sort of debunked to say that, is this the dollar number that we want to look at?
Yeah, that's right.
Or the, the PPP number. So when you look at the two numbers, it's very, very different. So one is that you keep, cherry picking on some number and saying that, look, we are so poor. Look, nothing has happened. So for every data that you can pick, I can pick a separate data. So is there a sense of progress?
There's no end to it. Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, meeting speaker there, and Let's now get into the politics of it. I have with me this afternoon Vivek Silas, Sanjay Jha, Pradeep Bhandari, and also joining the debate with us is from the BRS, we have Mr. Sridhar Reddy, and from the TDP, Patabi Ram Komar Reddy joining the debate. Vivek Silas, to you, may I ask, are you as pessimistic on the outlook of the budget as Sanjay Jha? या कुछ अच्छा लगा?
क्या अच्छा लगा नाविका जी? सबसे पहले तो आपको प्रणाम कर रहा हूं। क्या अच्छा लगा, क्या अच्छा लगेगा जब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी ने कह दिया कि हमारे जो गरीब हैं और मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप हैं उनके ऊपर माता लक्ष्मी की विशेष कृपा बनी रहे। जब वो प्रधानमंत्री खुद ही इस बात को एडमिट कर चुके हैं तो वो किस तरह का बजट प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं हम सबको समझ में आ रहा हो। किस तरह के बजट उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया है पिछले 4-5-6 सालों में, वो भी हमने देख लिया।
लक्ष्मी जी प्रकट हो गई, आपको दिखी नहीं?
लक्ष्मी जी आ गई हैं। माता लक्ष्मी हमारे पास तो नहीं प्रकट हुई नाविका जी, और कहीं अगर गरीबों पे या मिडिल इनकम पे कुछ अनुकंपा हुई होगी तो उसके बारे में मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
शायद तो विश्वास की कमी है, इसीलिए दिखता नहीं है। प्रकट हो चुकी है, लोगों को दिख चुकी है। कॉलर्स हैव कॉल्ड अप एंड सेड दे आर वेरी हैप्पी। आपको नहीं दिख रही है। प्रदीप भंडारी, इसका क्या उपाय है?
जो टैक्स देता है उसको दिखी है।
Navika ji, as I said, that the Indian opposition today is a meltdown mode because they also know deep inside their heart that this is a budget which is a huge transformative pro-middle class budget. Navika ji, the biggest point which I want to reiterate, 90% of the middle class which used to pay tax earlier now does not have to pay tax because 12 lakh annual income, if you tabulate it, 90% of the tax bracket of the middle class, tax-paying middle class, falls less than 12 lakh. So unofficially you can say, or indirectly, for 90% of the people there is zero tax who used to pay earlier. Along with that, even if your annual income is 20 lakh, the effective tax rate is only 10%. This is a transformative step which will have repercussions to boost demand and consumption, which my friend Vivek is not understanding because clearly the Samajwadi Party understands politics less and economics even lesser.
Well, clearly none of the politicians are paying taxes. The tax-paying Janta extremely happy. Politicians, especially in the opposition, don't pay taxes, and therefore tax terrorism का भी डर रहता है और लक्ष्मी माँ भी नहीं नजर आती. But let me ask Sridhar Reddy. Sridhar Reddy, would you like to congratulate the Finance Minister today for taking a historic step in terms of tax reliefs? You know, something that hasn't happened in the last 3 decades.
Yeah, I mean, the measures taken in the income tax is certainly good news to the middle class. There is no doubt about it. But you need to get the clarity in it because for up to 4 lakhs, absolutely there is zero. After that, we have to see the further clarity in it. Now, blatantly, straight away, we cannot say 100% zero tax and 12 lakhs. You will need more clarity, though she has specified on the floor of the House. We still need some more clarity on this. Except this good news, there is nothing much to be seen for the middle class also in this. Secondly, all non-BJP ruled states are ignored and completely out of it. For the last 10 years, Telangana, being a new state, we got a raw deal in many issues. Even this year, for some important projects, our state government, though Congress is in rule now, they too have proposed some projects to be taken up in the state at various levels, whether it is Metro Rail Phase 2 in Hyderabad, then flexibility in Mahatma Gandhi, NREGS and Backward Regional Grants Fund and all. There are many things close to 1.5 lakh crores they have proposed for various projects. Not even a single project have been considered. I have not seen anywhere in that. So as far as Telangana is considered, we are once again disappointed, and the stepmotherly treatment is being continued by the
national budget. A lot of stuff is
government.
there in the fine print. Maybe we all need to read it. But first reaction coming in from Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, while he's praised the visionary budget and talked about everything for the Kisan, Garib, middle class, Mahila and children and the youth, he says middle class is always in the Prime Minister's heart. Zero income tax till 12 lakh income. The proposed tax exemption will go a long way in enhancing the financial well-being of the middle class. Well, so the middle classes, they're being applauded. Mr. Koma Reddy, Mr. Sridhar Reddy and Mr. Sanjay Jha, Vivek Silas, all very disappointed with the budget. How do you see the budget, and can you see any positive green shoots coming from it? Ki sab kuch, everything is dark and black.
Navika, good afternoon. See, it is very much common for the opposition, to cut a sorry face, to express their disappointment. So that is not something which surprises me. But, keeping aside politics, if you look at the budget, it is a very progressive budget. It is a budget which will enhance the growth of this country. It is a budget which had addressed various sectors. For example, you take the PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, which is a scheme which is going to cover 100 districts currently which have low productivity in agriculture and which is going to benefit 1.7 crore farmers. Will the opposition get disappointed with this scheme? Can Mr. Sanjay Jha say, I'm extremely disappointed with the PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, which is going to benefit 1.7 crore farmers?
Sanjay Jha, respond. There is for the farmers' welfare schemes. Will you oppose that as well?
Navika, may I request everybody who's watching your program, kindly look at all the announcements made in the last year's budget and see which were accomplished. Barely few, and only a few of them reached around 70% of completion. So announcement of schemes mean nothing. It's about execution and delivery of those schemes. So I think, right now to get carried away is being extremely opportunistic. The bottom line is, where are the jobs? Tell me, where are the jobs? Because that is holding back the India growth story. Naukri kahan hai, berozgari kab jayegi? Uska jawab pehle dijiye aap.
Pradeep Bhandari, respond. 70% completion certificate given by Sanjay Jha on all schemes. Now, please respond to the rest.
Well, I will just respond by a simple example. The number of tap water connections that Sanjay Jha's party Congress provided in 7 decades, we have provided in 10 years, which is 15 crore households. 80% rural households have got tap water connection, potable drinking water, which you could not do for 70 years. Read the budget, Sanjay Jha. I know you are having a meltdown because you know this is an absolutely transformative budget for the middle class and you want to divert. Now, coming on to the part, you do not talk about jobs. Read the RBI report and the SBI report. You created 2 crore jobs in the UPA. We have created 17 crore jobs. We have created more than 1 lakh startups. We are unleashing newer potential in renewable energy. We are ensuring that our exports get incentive. Now you tell us, are you against middle class? Why are you against middle class? Are you saying that steps taken for middle class is rubbish? You have displayed your anti-middle class mindset on the show. Just because the middle class have got tax. No.
Realize how you have hurt the middle class.
You might be a rich man, Sanjay.
And if you are responding, you're responding to opposition pressure.
But do not say the steps taken for the Indian middle class are rubbish. This displays the Congress party's anti-middle class mindset. Yesterday you were anti-tribal. You displayed your anti-tribal mindset by the comment of Sonia Gandhi. Today you have said that the progressive steps for the Indian middle class is rubbish. You have disobeyed and disrespected 90% of the Indian middle class by saying that the tax proposals are rubbish. Sanjay, this is absolutely unjustified. You should apologize on the behalf of the Congress party because you are a loyalist and a
you have
supporter.
exploited the middle class for the last 10 years on oil prices.
Sanjay ji,
you have exploited them by giving no jobs. You have exploited them by giving them cities with pollution. You have taken away their money in corruption and crony capitalism. You are anti-middle class and it has been established. And you have been forced to make the changes because we put the pressure on you.
I ask you,
that's it.
Go down from your lavish apartment and ask 5 people. In fact, ask 5 people, why are you against the tax proposals of 12 lakh zero exemption? Why are you getting so rattled? You should celebrate
because we are asking you, I hope you are not taking the money away from other expenditure.
Sanjay Jha, you have demonstrated time and again that you are cut off from reality, and that really shows up in every election, at least for the Congress party. I'm not saying that only elections, give a report card on everything. But having said that, today not to look at the tax relief, not to look at some of the positive things in the union budget would be really existing like an ostrich. You can bury your head in the sand if you want to. It's a free country, democratic country. Please do that. Otherwise, wake up and smell the coffee, because people are applauding the budget. There is a sense of jubilation, not just in the tax slab relief, but also in the, certain relief that comes in from from housing rentals, where the tax slabs have also gone up. And that for the middle class is a huge relief. But joining me this afternoon is Shobna Kaminini, joining me live from CII. The health sector, and she of course looks at the Apollo hospitals. And Ms. Shobna Kaminini, I want to ask you, how do you rate this budget? The middle class is ecstatic, but how does India Inc. look at the budget? Does it have the makings of a growth-oriented budget, which is the need of the hour?
I would have thought it would take quite a bit to take the headlines off the Delhi elections next week. The relief to the middle class that is announced in this budget will certainly make those headlines. So I think that the middle class should definitely, why do we call the middle class? Most of India will be very, very happy. I don't know how many of them watch the budget, but I think that they will reap the benefit of it. And having done this, it will trigger a virtuous cycle, because these people really are the heart of consumption in India. They need to pay EMIs, they will buy houses, they will buy cell phones, they have to send their children to school, buy food, get health care. And putting more money back in their hands, I think, was a really powerful move. So on behalf of India, I want to thank the Finance Minister for that.
How do you look at the green shoots as far as growth is concerned? Because the second quarter numbers have put everybody in a bit of a spot. Do you think this one single step is going to actually have a multiplier impact on growth and investment, the virtuous cycle that you're talking about?
It's a start. It's really a start. But, for me, my worry is that we need growth of more than 7+%. Because in the sixes, even the high sixes, this K-shape will still remain. That whatever we put, the wealthier will benefit. There'll be more premiumization. But when you have this entire middle class winning, and for that a 7% growth, I'm not sure how much this will do to it, but definitely there'll be some green shoots. But there's so much more, and why do we expect just the budget to make this happen? There'll be GST, there'll be private sector putting investments in, there'll be more education, skilling, job creation. I think that's fundamental. Wherever we have those sectors for job creation, I think we need to find those levers.
Yeah, if I can just come in, Ms. Kaminini, there's, some of the particular announcements relating to the health sector include 36 life-saving drugs being made duty-free. The big question is, how is this directly going to impact on healthcare? Because this includes treatment for diseases such as cancer, ma'am.
So, as you know, cancer is probably the most expensive treatment, and the problem in India is that we detect it so late, so we do need all these. So this will help. How much it will move the needle, but I think this is more in terms of an overall policy. So I'm hopeful that the government will start moving the needle to make healthcare, the best of healthcare, affordable. But I really like the emphasis on Heal in India. That allows not just soft diplomacy, but India is a place where people from around the world, especially our neighboring countries, will get the best of healthcare. We have all that, and once you do that in our sector, I think that there's a possibility for this virtuous cycle to be kicking off providing good jobs, giving people better health care, keeping people well. There's a lot of vibrancy that can come from good policies in this sector, especially in terms of GST.
Well, on that note, thank you very much, Shobhana Kamineni, and let me go back to Sridhar Reddy. Sridhar Reddy, would you want to take a relook at the budget announcements and find at least two positive things, even from your point of view?
See, this announcement in the income tax definitely is a good thing, and as you are now speaking about the reduction of prices or for the cancer and other treatment and all that, there are some things that are very, very regular that they have done even in the past also. But there are some decisions which need to be changing the course of some industry or something not missing in this budget. Rather, it is one should say it's a flat budget. And as far as states are concerned, again I'm going back to the same. You speak about Bihar, you speak about Andhra Pradesh, or in the last budget again you speak about BJP ruled states, whether it is Gujarat or some other state. Why not South Indian states basically? Because you are in Andhra Pradesh, yes, you would have made some statements or taken the name. Why not Telangana? Why not Tamil Nadu? Why not Kerala? Why not Karnataka? So once again the same. Are these states are not contributing to the nation's kitty? Again, time and again, important projects for cities like Hyderabad and cities like Chennai and all, these requests were always ignored in the budget. And the answer is
Pradeep Bhandari wants to counter you. There's something for every state, he says. Pradeep Bhandari, Telangana has got nothing, Kerala has got nothing. Would you want to counter Mr. Reddy?
Well, yeah, Mr. Reddy is factually wrong, Navika ji, because during the time of the Congress party, here's the data, the transfer to the states was roughly less than 7 lakh crores. What we are now transferring to the states, which is more than 25.60 lakh crore. So there is more devolution which is happening to the states. In fact, this budget incentivizes states 0.5% to GSDP in order to loan for capital expenditure. So what Mr. Reddy is saying is absolutely wrong. No, sir. The devolution which the Congress used to do was less than 8 lakh crores. What we are devoluting to the states is more than 25 lakh crore. This is not what I am cooking up a data. This is actually the data which is there. You can also Google and check. So what you are saying that we are not devoluting the states, we are devoluting more. In fact, 15 lakh crore more than what Congress used to devolve to states, which includes Telangana, which includes every state. So do not lie on the show.
Well, let me also get in Sumit Singhania, because there's one point. In an additional tax relief, there is a clause allowing relief for self-occupied property. A self-occupied house property is used for one's own residential purposes. The other, you can claim 2 properties as self-occupied and the remaining house as a let-out for income tax purposes. How does this work, and will this give some relief?
So this basically, if you look at the way the taxes will be calculated for if you got 2 houses, one is exempt, the other is in a concessional way, you compute the taxable income. On a net income basis, it's not a tax rate play, right? It's only about how the taxable income will be computed. So this ultimately will lead to the lower tax income. It doesn't sort of play out with the tax rate. The headline here is the rate cut. Headline is not
4 to 6 lakhs.
4 to 6 lakhs, so in fact going all the way to 12 lakhs for the lower income category, right? For let's say somebody...
No, in the property, there's a separate break.
So I have not picked up that piece, Navika, but all I'm saying is this provision still exists even today, right? So you have the benefit of the 2 house properties, concessional income, etc. But it may be a marginal benefit, so I'm still to pick up. But I think the headline news still is that
earlier there were some conditions applied. Correct. Now there are no conditions
applied. Correct.
Yeah. So that is also there. But let's go back. Let's go back to the income tax rate.
This is where it really boils down. This is the big headline, as he was saying, and this is how it will make a big difference. If your income is 8 lakh rupees, as per the old regime, you would have to pay 30,000 rupees as tax. The tax now is 0. Therefore, a direct saving of 30,000. Let's get the next slab in. It is 9 lakh rupees of income annually, and now the old tax, which was 40 50,000 rupees comes down to again 0, therefore a saving of 40,000. Again for the 10 lakh category, the old tax of 50,000, the tax now is 0, a saving of 50,000 for those households or those persons who are earning at that level of 10 lakhs. 11 lakhs, again the same story. 65,000 would have been the old tax paid. The tax now stands at a 0 here. Direct saving of 65,000 at 12 lakh rupees. And this is the interesting one. 80,000 rupees, close to a lakh, that is going to be saved by these persons as well. In fact, so that's a significant amount that we're talking about. Now, as far as 16 lakhs, this is where it gets interesting. The old tax was 1.7 lakhs. Here the tax, in fact, that is now going to be paid is 1.2 lakhs. The saving here is 50,000 as well. Income tax of 20 lakh rupees. The old tax would have been 2.9 lakhs. This comes down to 2 lakhs, almost a lakh here as well. That saved a saving of 90,000. Income tax of 24 lakhs, and this is of course the old tax of 4.1 lakh rupees. Tax now at 3 lakh, over a lakh saved at 1.1 lakhs over there. Now, if your income tax is 50 lakhs, the old tax is 11.9 lakhs. The tax now is 10.08 lakhs, and even at a 50 lakh, there is a saving of 1 lakh rupees. Very, very interesting set of statistics. And, you know, in fact, Mr. Singhan, you can come in on this. This is going to make a huge difference as far as all middle classes are concerned.
We need to move away from the middle class narrative and say that this actually saves. You saw the number from 16 lakhs to all the way to 50 lakhs. Yeah. It still saves for every single taxpayer 1.1 lakhs.
So it cuts across the entire swath of middle class.
I think the narrative was not.
That is the most important part. That every tax slab, whether you are at 12 lakhs or you are at 20 lakhs or at 40 lakhs, you have some savings of income tax.
So it's not a middle class budget or a poor class budget. It's a budget for all taxpayers in India.
Absolutely.
The definition of middle class in India, somebody who earns 40-50 lakhs will also consider himself middle class. He will not call himself a rich man, even though the government definitions
are that. You may be the rich man, we are all
We are definitely not. We are definitely not. But that's the whole point that I'm making, that everyone who's in the salaried brackets will call themselves middle class.
Siddharth Sharma of Aam Aadmi Party is joining this broadcast. And Siddharth Sharma ji, Modi ji ko namaskar kar dijiye. उन्होंने तो मिडिल क्लास को इतना बड़ा टैक्स रिलीफ दे दिया. Would you want to congratulate him today?
Yeah, obviously we would like to congratulate, because when the income tax slabs were brought down, if you remember, just a week ago, Arvind Kejriwal had asked for that. Oh. And we feel that it is a vindication of Arvind Kejriwal's demand. And in fact, he made six other demands. So vindicating one and not taking up all the six, it's a bit
Mr. Siddharth Sharma, I want to ask you, कहीं बीजेपी और आम आदमी पार्टी मिली तो नहीं हुई है? क्योंकि कांग्रेस तो यही कह रही है.
हाँ, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कैसे ये आप दिखा रहे थे in your show. You were showing that different tax slabs, the minimum benefit somebody is getting is 30,000 and the maximum somebody is getting is 1 lakh. So between right now your graphics are showing that 30,000 saving, 50,000 saving. So in fact you are showing it's a good thing. That's what Arvind Kejriwal had demanded. Now just to juxtapose it, Aam Aadmi Party, voting for Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi means 25,000 rupees a month of saving. That works out to 3 lakh rupees, 3 lakh saving per year. So since it is everything is money and in thousands, I am saying that Modi ji is giving a benefit, just income tax benefits to the tune of thousands, whereas a vote to Aam Aadmi Party means a saving of nearly 3 lakh rupees. Now, second thing, I think before me, somebody from CII was speaking about healthcare. It's strange that 2% healthcare, we were asking for 10% healthcare. 2% healthcare, how can you expect a nation of 150 crore people to manage at 2% healthcare? The example here being that Delhi is spending...
आप पहले आयुष्मान भारत तो अप्लाई कर दो दिल्ली में.
हाँ, 13%. आता हूँ ना नविका जी, आप कभी तो बुलाते हैं, बोलने का मौका देते हैं, बीच में आप काट देंगे तो फिर मैं कैसे बोल पाऊंगा? अरे छोटा बालक हो, थोड़ा सा मार्जिन दे दीजिए ना.
छोटे बालक है तो मैं.
तो देखिए, Delhi is giving 13% health, assigning 13% health care. The result is an average Delhi wala's life expectancy is 68 years. Next door Noida, it is 63 years. So you have to spend on people. The third very important thing that is coming up, due to Bihar elections, they are giving SOPs to Bihar, which is welcome. But strangely, Delhi is also going through an election. They are not giving any sobs to Delhi. Imagine what they will deliver
all middle
later.
classes have got exemptions. In Delhi, there is a 67% people in Delhi are middle class people. They are very happy, and that is why probably थोड़ा सा आपको चिंता हो रहा है. I will come back to you. Amitabh Kant, who's the G20 Sherpa, former Niti Aayog CEO, joins me on this broadcast. Amitabh Kant, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. And good cheer budget for the middle classes. Most people worried about whether public expenditure will take a hit, infrastructure building will take a hit. What do you think about this budget? While it gives some relief to middle classes, do you think overall it is a growth-oriented budget?
Well, Navika, let me say that this is a budget which aims to drive, take India into close to about an 8% plus growth story for India on the long run, because it gives a fillip to demand. It puts money in the hands of the consumer, which is very critical at this point of time. For a finance minister to put out about 1 lakh crores in the hands of the middle class and another 2,600 crore from indirect taxes is a big deal. But she's done this in a very fiscally responsible manner, because the fiscal deficit for this year was about 4.8%. She's targeting for 4.4% in the coming year, which shows that she's worried about, she's taken all aspects of macroeconomic stability into consideration, which is very important. Otherwise, you'll have the challenge of inflation. But the big beneficiary in this whole India story is, of course, the middle class of India. And secondly, this budget lays a lot of emphasis on job creation in certain labor-intensive sectors. I've never seen so much of emphasis on tourism, on textiles, on footwear, on leather, and these are critical sectors which are job creating in a very, very big way. I was also very delighted on emphasis on startup and saying that we'll replenish the 10,000 crore fund of funds, which will have a multiplier impact, because for every rupee that is put in, the venture capital will also put in money, and that will have a huge impact. And another 20,000 crore for innovation, in which she's talking about a separate fund of funds for the deep tech sector. So which requires patient capital. So these are very good moves. And I also feel that, this emphasis on clean tech manufacturing, because we are big importers of solar, of electric vehicles, of batteries, electrolyzers, many of these things. A national mission was really necessary to ensure Make in India. And many people, I mean, you're also emphasizing this aspect about infrastructure creation. Let me say that there's putting asset monetization pipeline of 10,000 crores, from 25 to 30 means that every ministry will have to do asset monetization. Private sector will come in, do better management, better operation. And she said that there'll be a private-public partnership which every ministry will create projects for the next 3 years, which will be driven by the private sector. So these are big ticket announcements. And in addition to this, my personal view is that there's a huge emphasis on doing away with regulatory cholesterol, ease of doing business, scrapping rules, regulations, having a committee which will come out with its final recommendations, because you need to take the states on board. Because my belief is that a lot of rules, regulation, procedures need to be scrapped in India, and that to that extent, this is a budget in the right direction. And in the long-term trajectory, this should take you to a higher rate of growth of 8% plus.
Absolutely. And get out of the way was an indication in the economic survey, and the finance minister following up with a policy pill addressing some of those concerns. But Mr. Amitabh Kant, investment. Capital investments at the level of about 11 lakh crores last year has only gone up to from 11.1 lakh crores to 11.12 lakh crores. So are we seeing a plateauing of private capital, of public capital investments? Number one. Number two, the issue of creating, investment friendly index. Is that going to improve federal relations, or are we going to have a further deterioration and confrontation between the center and what are called the non-BJP ruled states?
So Navika, the actual expenditure was about on infrastructure was about 10 lakh crores. Taking it to 11.2 lakh crores is a good deal, but sending out this message that we are going to do asset monetization of 10 lakh crores and put out asset for private sector to manage and push for private-public partnership will bring in private capital into infrastructure sector. Those are very important measures to my mind. They will help you to drive this. And secondly, opening up the insurance sector will enable greater level of insurance penetration of insurance into rural areas, which again will be very good for the economy. The regulatory cholesterol is largely in the, huge amount of regulatory cholesterol is in the states, and therefore you need to take the states along, and you need to rank the states, you need to name and shame the states, you need to tell them that you will get investments only if you do away with rules, regulation, procedures, and therefore ranking states, naming and shaming them, working on outcomes, all these are very, very important things. So I would say that she's done a really good job and also talking about the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0, which will decriminalize a number of rules, regulation, procedures. So she's brought the regulatory cholesterol center stage.
Well, clearly positive, looking budget for all sectors. Of course, the opposition can't see it. But will this help the economy to the higher growth trajectory from the last quarter, which has spooked everybody? The 5.4% in the second quarter this year is the big question. But for now, thank you very much, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for joining me on Times Now with your first take on Nirmala Sitharaman's budget 25-26. Going back to the political debate, Pradeep Bhandari, सिद्धार्थ शर्मा कह रहे हैं कि आप सारी बातें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सुनकर आपने ये वाला बजट दिया है. Prime Minister Modi was waiting for the pearls of wisdom from the Aam Aadmi Party, and accordingly the budget has been prepared. Please respond.
Well, Navika ji, I think Siddharth does not know that the budget preparation starts way in advance, and it is extremely hilarious. But you can expect this coming from the Aam Aadmi Party. जो लोग ये सोच सकते हैं कि यमुना के अंदर जहर एक सरकार डाल सकती है, वो कुछ भी सोच सकते हैं. Tomorrow Arvind Kejriwal will say that Elon Musk also does technological innovation, asking Arvind Kejriwal. Tomorrow Arvind Kejriwal will say that Virat Kohli also bats, asking Arvind Kejriwal how to bat. Tomorrow Arvind Kejriwal party will say कि भाई anybody in the country does any step, it is only because of Arvind Kejriwal. So Arvind केजरीवाल है तो कुछ भी वियर्ड मुमकिन है, मोदी जी है तो विकास मुमकिन है. That is something which is there. Now I will come to the specifics of it. He was speaking about healthcare. All of us know that how in Punjab the mohalla clinics have been rebranded as Ayushman Vandana Kendra. That is point number 2. Point number 3, the larger point I want to again focus, Navika ji, is I know Siddharth is rattled that there will be saving of 80,000 rupees for a middle class with an annual income of 12 lakh, 50,000 with annual income of 16 lakh, 70,000 with annual income of 18 lakh, 90,000 with annual income of 20 lakh, 1 lakh 10,000 with annual income of 25 lakh. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi is putting more than 50,000 in the pocket of the middle class, whereas Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi is snatching more than 50,000 to 60,000 rupees away from the middle class by ensuring that there is no clean water, the garbage dumps are not clean, the roads are not there. So overall, if you go with Arvind Kejriwal, the middle class has to pay a price of more than 60,000 from its pocket. If you go with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, you will have a saving of more than 50,000. That's the difference. He is rattled, he is losing Delhi elections, and this is why Arvind Kejriwal is coming with one jumla to the other.
Well, Siddharth Sharma, are you losing Delhi elections?
I completely agree. When I think it's for Pradeep Bhai was saying that Modi ji is giving benefits to the tune of thousands. I completely agree with him. The only difference here is that Modi ji is giving a benefit of thousands, and a vote to Aam Aadmi Party means a net benefit of 3 lakh rupees per year per annum.
आप वोट खरीद रहे हैं लाखों देकर. Well, Anand Ranganathan, respond to Siddharth Sharma.
नाविका जी, प्रदीप बोल रहे थे, प्रदीप ने शुरू किया ना, प्रदीप 1000 की बात कर रहे हैं तो हम लाख की बात कर रहे थे, शुरू तो उन्होंने किया था ना. Anyway, I think I'll come to a very substantive part, Navika ji. You were speaking about the economic survey. I think the economic survey of the BJP government presented in the parliament.
इलेक्शंस के बाद जाके आपको कुछ नहीं मिलेगा.
अरे सर, मत कीजिए ना. आप बड़े भाई हो यार. जितना बड़ा पूरा देश का बजट बना रहे हो. मैं एक छोटे राज्य के आदमी हूँ. 2 मिनट के लिए बोलूंगा, चला जाऊंगा. इतना मत गरियाओ मेरे ऊपर. आज बजट का दिन है, सबके लिए अच्छा है. सबके घर में रसगुल्ले बटेंगे, अच्छी बात है. I think, Navika ji, what you said about the economic survey of India, it revealed 2 very important things. One is that food has become expensive. The second is that the salary of the common man still is the same as before COVID, while corporate earnings have increased 15%. Both of these show that the policies of Modi government are helping the rich move at the speed of an aeroplane, while the average middle class is moving at the speed of a scooty.
No,
I think that's why
per capita income of the middle class
why not introduce subsidies for higher education?
No, you are again wrong on data, my dear friend.
To middle class. Why isn't health budget increased to 10%?
The per capita income of the middle class at PPP terms has doubled in the last 10 years. The disposable income of the poor has gone up. That is why they are spending less on cereals and spending more on fruits and vegetables. थोड़ा पढ़ के आइए. भाई ग्रामीण लोगों की disposable income बढ़ रही है और साथ में middle class की per capita income बढ़ रही है.
I think the Delhi Dangal results are going to come today over the budget only. But Anand Ranganathan, you wanted to come in.
From the politics, because that will go on between the two parties, I wanted to make a substantive point on the cancer point. I think it's great that the government has removed the duties on the essential drugs, but this is the vagary of the Indian state. It was a crime that the duties were put on the first place. Body parts are not car parts. You know, you can have an Indian car, and if you want to drive a foreign-made car, then yes, legitimately you pay duty on it. But then if you have a life-threatening disease, you're dying of cancer, to have a 10% duty or 15% duty on a drug that would save your life. It was criminal for people who did that. So I think, yes, it is, I must thank the government that they've corrected this step, but the government must find out who are the people who had actually put this step in the first place, and heads must roll for this.
All right. Point well made.
The elephant in the room, which is not there on the chart anymore, is why is the stock market down? And I think the stock market, I would wager, has actually taken into account a little bit of kite flying that has happened in this budget. I'll just quote one figure. Despite all the benefits that you've correctly made here about the middle class, the tax expectation of the government is up by 1.8 lakh crores. Where is that going to come from? Compliance? With this kind of a fall? Simple maths. It's not, unfortunately it won't. If
Monica,
it doesn't, 1.8 lakh crores. Where?
I'm coming to you. Monica.
I just think compliance will be better, because the the rates have gone down, the slab rates have increased. I just think compliance will be better, and there is the pressure on increasing the tax net. I would imagine that they will push the pedal very hard, because we've got numbers to show how many are outside of the tax net. And that's a huge number.
Sumit Singhania.
I would say the BSE this is probably yesterday from BSEindia.com.
Yeah. No, I would not go by
it's down.
Navika,
It's down. It's down.
Yes, Sumit Singhania.
Navika, if I look at the tax,
latest second.
1 minute,
yeah, if you just look at the tax economics, I don't think it should be a concern that government has reduced the tax slab on one hand, given 1 lakh crore to the middle class in the taxpayers' hands. But at the same time, the expectation is that tax revenue next year will grow by 12%. That actually underlines how the government is going to improvise the ease of doing business, how they're going to do the compliance reform, so that more and more taxpayers will be filing the tax return. So that's the play. I don't think. Yeah.
Well, let's look at the stock market numbers. It's a little down and it's a little up. These are live numbers. I don't know if you're looking at the live data, but it's in the range of +5 to -10. That's the range. So pretty much flat stock market. But maybe it's a Saturday and there
of the budget success or the growth plan.
Absolutely,
right?
the stock markets cannot be seen, and suddenly it's up 10 points. So Anand Ranganathan, it's in the green now.
But if you compare it to where it was, it has actually fallen. That's true. But anyway, the point is...
Well, the point at the end of the day is it a budget that brings cheer? Well, public investment in capital has remained same. As Amitabh Kant said, 11.1 was the budget estimate. Actual expenditure was at 10 lakh crores. Now it's 11 lakh crores again this year. No, so it's a repeat.
It's more than 11. It's in the region of 13.
11.1.
No, 13.
11.11 was the budget estimate. And it's not got to that level, but another 11.2 lakh crores has been put aside for capital investment in the current year. So jobs, infrastructure, investments all that is on track. For farmers, for the poor, there is enough that has been rolled out. For the middle class, there is a bonanza. There is the recognition of the fact that the middle class, and it was clear in the voting patterns, the middle class had not come out in big cities, had not voted, and they were a little jaded. They have voted Modi back to power, but there was a little bit lesser support than the earlier two elections, and that has been recognized, and Modi has responded in equal measure, maybe more, to say, aap hamare dil mein hai, and the middle class today applauding that effort. Will that now result in higher consumption? Will that result in higher demand? Will that rev up the economy? Will we see a higher growth rate? These are issues that we will have to wait and watch out for. But for now, to begin to think that this budget actually solves every problems from 5,000 years BC till maybe 5,000 AD would be rather unfair. For the moment, what an annual budget can do, does this budget give you the vision and the roadmap for that? Many people today are saying yes, it does. Well, the naysayers will always be the naysayers. But are they people who people of India believe in? That question hangs out for you, the viewer, because you are the final judge. For now, we'll take a short break. Thank you very much, viewers, and thank you to our panelists. More news, more analysis comes up after this break. Don't go anywhere just yet.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा simple सा straightforward सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate?
कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Explosive Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा simple सा straightforward सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी politics है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhudas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Explosive Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over?
With Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome, and continuing coverage of Viksit Bharat budget that we are discussing here on Times Now. I'm Madhudas Gopalakrishnan. My colleague Hina Gambhir is also with us. We're going to be breaking it down. What does it mean for the middle class? The massive takeaway from the budget, of course, is the tax slab changes. But first up, a quick look at the headlines. Finally, the prayers of middle class answered. Mega budget announcement. Taxpayers with salaries up to 12 lakh rupees won't have to pay tax under the new tax regime.
It's a big push to strengthen the MSME sector. Credit guarantee cover for micro enterprises has been raised from 5 crore rupees to 10 crore rupees. Additional 1.5 lakh crore credit cover over the next 5 years.
Big fillip to medical tourism. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces the promotion of Heal in India initiative. Customs duty exemption on 36 cancer and other rare disease medications duty exemption.
Bihar gets a big pie of Modi Sarkar's budget 2025. Makhana board to greenfield airports to the canal project. The significant gifts for Bihar come months before the assembly elections.
From some cancer and chronic diseases, medications to leather jackets, shoes and belts, many items are set to get cheaper, while TVs and mobile phones are set to cost you more as the basic customs duty on flat panel displays has been increased.
The opposition, however, is quite unimpressed with the budget for Viksit Bharat. TMC alleges stepmotherly treatment towards Bengal and says that the budget is tailored while keeping Bihar mandate in mind.
The biggest takeaway from this budget, any which way you look at it, is the major tax relief that has been announced for the middle class. The biggest since the year 2005. So if you earn up to 12 lakh rupees a year or approximately 1 lakh rupee per month, you will have to pay no tax. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has made the big bang announcement during her budget speech, where she said that income slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. What does this essentially mean? This means the middle class will have more money in their hands. This will help them save more and even spend more, and will also spur household consumption. Hina.
Well, absolutely, Madhav, and let's now take a look at the tax slabs. In fact, income up to 4 lakh rupees per annum, there is going to be no tax. So this threshold limit has actually been increased to 4 lakh. It was 0 to 3 lakhs earlier. Apart from that, from 4 to 8 lakh rupees, there's going to be a tax of about 5%. Now, this is under the new tax regime. Between 8 to 12 lakh rupees, now it's going to be, around 10% as far as the tax is concerned. Between 12 to 16 lakh rupees, 15% tax, and between 16 to 20 lakh rupees, 20% tax rate, and between 20 to 24 lakh rupees, 25% tax rate, and above 24 lakh rupees, 30%. But this 12 lakh exemption, in fact, one can say that has come for people earning up to 12 lakh rupees. It's actually going to benefit almost all tax slabs, not just those who are earning 12 lakh rupees annually.
So about 1 lakh rupees is perhaps the amount that could be saved across the various slabs. We'll break that down. We'll also look at what it means in terms of standard deduction, what it means for those who are the salaried class. But first up, let's get a sense from the ground. What's the response to this budget? We have our reporters across the country who are in fact joining us at the moment. Let me begin with Chennai. Varshini is joining us. Varshini, I believe you have some taxpayers, some citizens with you. What's the response to the Viksit Bharat budget, as we're calling it here on Times Now?
Madhav, if you see, this is something that people are extremely happy with. They are very welcoming at this point of time with the budgets. Let's try and get the exact emotion that people are feeling right now. Excuse me, sir. So the people who I have spoken to so far say that they're very happy.
Martin, I'm going to let you round up a few people around where you are. I believe Imran has some people with him. Imran, over to you. What's the response on ground in Bengaluru?
Well, absolutely, Madhav. It's been a fantastic budget, especially for the middle class, and we have two people here. If you are in Bangalore and if there's no techie in your bites, and it's a possibility, we have who's from IT industry, and she's a YouTuber. She runs a music YouTube channel there. So first, coming to you, 12 lakh rupees, no tax. What do you think about it?
I have to check though what is my current CTC so that I will know how much is saving I'm going to get it. But definitely 12 lakh is it's a good amount. Maybe okay, I must have crossed the bridge, but there are many people they are aspiring to get into the industry, and all the new people, whichever the industry they are. So I hope it will beneficial for all of them.
A lot of memes were there, a lot of criticism from the IT guys, especially on internet about finance minister before earlier. But now you are happy with the budget?
I have to see that one the fine print because yes, definitely I'm happy on the very top level, but as I said that one only at the end how much exactly I'm going to get saved. So that is going to really give me whether I have to meme myself or I have to meme whomsoever it is.
Details, fine prints, what you're saying. You run a YouTube channel, a successful YouTube channel about music. What do you think about the budget? What is your take on it now?
Yes, this should be a good breather for all of us.
Right.
So I have started this channel in 2020. So I'm yet to get this monetized. So I will not be able to give the after effect of this. But definitely it's a good move by the government.
Thumbs up to the finance minister from Bangalore, both from the IT sector, people in the entrepreneur, for the finance on the budget, Madhav.
Interesting, and in fact for gig workers also, Madhav, there was an announcement that came in. We'll talk about that in just a bit. Thank you, Imran, for that. But let's quickly now go across to Ritik as well, who's joining us live from Kolkata. Ritik, over to you. Tell us what is it that the people of Kolkata have to say. At least the TMC is not very happy. They are calling it stepmotherly treatment. But what about the people from Kolkata?
Well, what we are getting that, however, the political dispensation here in Kolkata, they are not quite happy. But we are currently bringing this live broadcast of from the busiest, gully of North Kolkata. We are currently at Kolkata's Hathi Bagan area. We have many Vadroloks over here. We keep, chatting with them, and they are quite happy. The kind of tax rebate they are getting. Dada, please tell us, this year this tax rebate. What is your take on this? How you are seeing this?
Yes, after a long years, middle class got a huge tax relief, and we are really happy about that. It was a long pending demand of our middle class section that we are not getting earlier. But as a senior citizen and as a pensioner, I also expect some relief from the pension part that would be exempted, but that was not announced. Anyway, I am very much happy.
All eyes were fixed today's budget. What is your take on this? The kind of middle class will be benefited by today's budget.
It is no doubt to that this type of budget, this type of privilege which government gives us, it is definitely reflect in our economy and it is reflect our normal life. I hope it will.
Let me quickly move on to Mumbai, where Nilesh is also joining us. Nilesh, over to you. What are residents of Mumbai saying?
Well, yes, it was a historic budget presented by Nirmala Sitharaman, the 8th budget presented by her. We are reporting from BSC, the financial capital of our country. So we'll just cut across to the ladies here. Ma'am, what is your take on the budget?
As a woman and from the middle class sector, it has been very good, and after a long time we have had so many benefits, especially for the salaried class. So we are hoping that this will be the budget in the years to come also, and because of this budget we have a lot of cash at disposal to run our household and for other purposes also. So we are very happy about it, and a great budget for us.
A great budget. Ma'am, what is your take? Middle class for long have been waiting for tax exemption. Finally your demand has been met.
Yeah, it's a great budget as a significant benefit for a middle class family. The increase in the limit of the exemption is 12 lakh. So it is a great budget for the middle class people to save their money and consume in other sectors. So it was a great budget by the PM and Nirmala Sitharaman, who has think about the middle class people and gave a great relief to them.
Sir, your take on the budget?
I am happy with the budget. This is a budget for salaried person, I will say. Especially lower middle and middle class people are benefited, and the benefit goes from few thousand to few lakhs. And my expectation was that there will be some relief in LTCG and STCG, as most of the people are coming for investment in stock market and mutual funds. So that expectation, I hope the finance minister will consider.
Will soon be met. Yeah. What is your take on to...
All right, thanks so much for those ground reports there. Let's cut across live to Mr. N.K. Singh, a man who wears many hats and has, of course, very closely been associated with our entire financial system. Mr. N.K. Singh, thank you so much for joining us, sir. Your response to this massive tax slab reform that we are seeing, how do you see this impacting on India's economy?
Well, I certainly see it very positively, but I think that I'd like to make 3 very brief comments. First and foremost, that no doubt our focus is on this huge, massive tax relief, on recalibrating the tax slab, but I think that we must also recognize that she has achieved this remarkable feat of a major restructuring on the tax slabs, along with the adherence to the commitments on the fiscal consolidation roadmap. If you look at the macroeconomic statement which has been presented, she adheres not only to the target of 4.5% for next year, but going beyond that, I think that in terms of the debt trajectory, expecting India to really reach around 51% of the debt, which will have a very positive impact on the rating agencies and the ability of India to garner private investment, both domestic and capital. So that was the first comment. The second comment which I have as a broad comment is that if you look at the multifaceted nature of this budget, it certainly goes far beyond the issues of taxation. I think that to mention a few, on agriculture,
the emphasis on various agricultural initiatives, particularly on achieving self-sufficiency on pulses, on incentivizing the changing consumer taste to fruits and vegetables and to fisheries and animal protein, will be a major change in terms of the consonance of what healthy agricultural practices would require, while increasing disposable income to agriculture. The third broad comment which I have, and I'll stop there, is that for enabling India to accept the cutting edge of technology, we recognize that we will have to look to new sources of energy. So I think that the most important initiative in being able to catalyze nuclear power, in terms having modular nuclear power, this is a very, very major change in the law which is proposed to be brought about in making renewable power available and affordable, enabling India both to meet the requirements of the new technology and move quickly towards an era of renewable energy.
Okay, interesting. Mr. Singh, just one more question before we let you go. Any one thing or one idea perhaps whose time had come, something that the finance minister could have announced in this budget, given the kind of economic situation we are in right now?
So I think that perhaps we must view the budget in conjunction with the economic survey which was presented yesterday, namely the response patterns in the light of geopolitical uncertainties. Namely, although it is impossible to predict the uncertainties, what should be India's policy response to the higher tariff increase and to other kinds of announcements being made by some important centers? What could have been the response pattern to mitigate and minimize the risk? Perhaps could have deserved some mention by the finance minister, even though I must say, and I will end with that, is that Trump may have thought of making America great again by tariffs. Modi had thought of it earlier by the clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat in multiple ways. So in a certain sense, we had thought of this before Trump or the United States could.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. N.K. Singh, for joining us and sharing with us your views. Let me quickly open this out to our panelists who are joining us. Monica Hallan, let me bring you in as far as the entire issue of tax is concerned. Interesting that the tax slabs that are at 12 lakh, if you actually look at it, including the standard deduction, there will be absolutely no tax or zero tax until 12.75 lakhs, because there's also the standard deduction of 75,000 that will have to be included, particularly for the salaried class. And that's an overwhelming majority of those who pay taxes. Can you break that down for us, please?
No, absolutely. Look, the increase in the slab is something which, because of the way inflation has been for the, it's an annual thing, these slabs hadn't really substantially changed. So I think the relief to every tax slab, every part of that population who's paying taxes has been substantial. So, so somebody who's earning 12.75 lakh only and not a rupee more will pay no tax because of the standard deduction. And then somebody who's that earlier limit of 3 lakh is now at 4 lakh. So the slabs have also increased, and I think the tax saving is there for every income level. Right? So even somebody who's earning say 24 lakh, that tax saving is 1.1 lakh a year. It's, these are substantial numbers. And the important thing for me is that it actually is putting reasonable purchasing power in the hands of a middle class family in India, while even the upper middle and the rich. Right? So that spending power is going, and how they react to it. And the third thing is that there is something called animal spirits, even within the households. If you feel sad about what's happening to you, you see the cash transferred by every political party, you see your tax burden, you begin to feel sad about your life because you're the one caught in this net. This makes you feel a little happy, and when you're happy, you might go and spend. So whether it is split between savings and spending, the impact is positive on the overall economy, definitely.
Okay, so it's going to be a bullish response. Hina,
absolutely. And it's going to cost the government, by the way, about 1,000 odd crore rupees. Correct. That's what they have mentioned in the budget document. I'm going to come to my other guests as well in the studio in just a bit. We have to quickly go across to Adil Shetty of bankbazaar.com, who's also live with us right now. Good afternoon, Mr. Shetty. Thank you for joining us here on Times Now. From the world of corporates, how will you rate this budget of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman? The middle class definitely is giving it a thumbs up. What about the corporate sector?
So I think on the MSME side, right, and that's obviously been very important because it creates jobs. It's 36% of India's manufacturing. There have been some significant benefits. So number one, the credit guarantee scheme, it used to be 5 crores for MSMEs. That's been doubled to 10 crores. And that is expected to increase the credit delivery of about 1.5 lakh crores to MSMEs. So I think MSMEs are very happy about this point. This started during COVID. Now the credit guarantee limit is doubled, and getting 10 crores in total from 5 crores today is a big deal. As far as startups go, the first fund of funds was a 10,000 crore allocation from the government. The FM said 97,000 crores or 10x that has flowed to the startups via private sector putting in its share via the fund of funds. Now she said there is a second fund of funds with another 10,000 crores, and this again will be multiplied 10x with the private sector. So I think the startups are liking what they hear. There was obviously no cut in corporate tax rate. However, we also were happy to hear about the investment in digital public infra. So last budget speech, FM spoke about DigiLocker and improving DigiLocker. This year, she spoke about central KYC and investing and improving central KYC. We want to see the same focus on digital infra that we've seen on physical infra. So that was also heartening to see from the innovation side.
All right, Adil, but net from the budget, of course, there are, of course, a number of expectations that you had. But in terms of its actual impact, because a large number of our panelists have been saying that in terms of spending, in terms of the economy, this is going to have a huge factor. In fact, Monica Hallan just mentioning the animal spirits, which really would increase spending. Do you see all of that kicking off from here on?
No, I do, right? Because, when we were talking pre-budget, we said, let's, do one of the three things. Let's increase the slab, let's reduce the rate, let's increase the rebate. And all three happened. So I think that's what everyone is excited about. The slabs went up by inflation, the rates have effectively gone down, and the rebates have increased. Now 1.1 lakh in my hand on a 25 lakh salary is a 5% increment. That's great. The government of India has given us 5% more in our pockets, which is a big deal.
Thank you so much, Adil, for joining us. Let's also cut across live to Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, who's the DG of CII. Mr. Banerjee, thank you so much for joining us. Massive impact of this huge tax slab change that's going to be felt. What are your first takeaways from this? Because that's clearly the biggest announcement in this budget.
Yes, indeed, and that was also the biggest expectation, and I would think that the expectation has been more than fulfilled when we look at the bolstering of consumption, consumption, as you know, is a major part of our economy, and that also leads to a phenomenal relief to the middle income group, the lower income brackets, relief, plus also saving and consumption. All these leads to a very stronger, very much stronger economy, which is very encouraging. And I see that to be one major takeaway from the budget. But there are so many other areas which the budget has touched.
Okay, Interesting, Mr. Banerjee, like you started by saying expectations have been more than fulfilled. So I want to ask you, as the Eco Survey also suggested, that, when it comes to infrastructure development, which is very important for us to meet this goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047, the funding from the government side alone is not going to be enough. It needs support from the private sector. So with the announcements coming in today, especially this boost for the middle class as well, do you think the private sector will also begin losing its purse strings and will also start looking at expanding their capacities?
Yes, of course. There are, of course, we've seen this with the rise in the consumption and consumption demand. Automatically, there will be private sector expansion. Private sector has started expanding with fresh investments, but this will really create a huge opportunity for them to also come in. Second, of course, government has done phenomenal heavy lifting on capex over the last few years, and we see today also capex going into the states being given this 50-year interest-free loan, and many ways that it has been being brought in. The involvement of the states itself is going to be critical, because one of the things that in the budget we heard was ranking of the states in terms of investment destinations. All of these promote a healthy competition and makes it easier for business to come in. The entire focus on ease of doing business and decriminalization, which is being continued and re-emphasized in the budget itself, makes it the private sector an environment conducive to greater investments.
Well, that clearly should be music to the ears of the government, isn't it,
Absolutely, absolutely. And in fact, thank you so much, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, for joining us. Let's go across now to Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, who's the chief of Biocon. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, thank you so much for joining us. Ma'am, big announcement, of course, is the tax reform. Is it something that you were expecting? It's been a demand for quite some time now, but it's finally happened on ground. Your response to that?
Yeah, I think, there are a lot of positives in the budget. One, of course, was the tax relief that the middle class has got. I think that was very, very welcome. I think I was very, taken with the announcement of the 20,000 crores budgetary allocation for innovation. And I'm keenly looking forward to seeing the details of how that money is going to be deployed, because I think the finance minister very correctly pointed out that, innovation has to be the path forward, where private sector has to basically invest more in innovation. So I really think that was welcome news. I think the exemption of customs duty on many life-saving medicines was welcome. But having said that, I hope it extends to GST relief also, because if patients have to benefit from cancer medicines and rare disease medicines and chronic disease medications, then it shouldn't just stop at customs duty. It has to also extend to indigenously manufactured drugs. But overall, I think the budget was very reassuring, but I think we also have to look at the budget in context of the geopolitics and geoeconomics of our time. And that's where we will have to read this budget in conjunction with the proposed regulatory reforms and the new income tax bill, which of course everyone is keenly awaiting. So I think that is something which I think we should be very pragmatic about, because there is a global slowdown, economic slowdown.
Yes.
And India has to be very competitive. India has to be very compelling. And I think ease of doing business and getting more investor-friendly and investment-friendly policies is going to be very key for us to keep, progressing towards our strong economic aspirations of Viksit Bharat.
Okay. Ma'am, you've called the budget and the announcements reassuring. Did it evoke tareef pe tareef?
Well, I think some parts of it were. But I think we need to ask ourselves the question, have we done enough in the global context?
One thing perhaps that you felt was missed by the finance minister in her speech today that could have been announced?
Well, obviously, I don't want to say anything was missed because really the finance minister did cover a very large canvas, and I think some of the, she basically touched upon everything that was important, whether it was exports, whether it was innovation, whether it was agri-tech, whether it was women, whether it was healthcare. So I can't fault or the budget in any way in that sense. But as I said, the devil is in the detail. Now, I would like to see what does that 20,000 crore investment in innovation mean? How quickly can a private sector avail of that? Similarly, I would like to see whether we are really addressing the needs of patients in our country. Because, these are expensive medicines, whether you import them or you buy them locally. So, has GST on these kind of medicines been missed? I have to read the fine print. So I think that's the way I look at it, but I welcome many aspects. For instance, this whole notion that, mini nuclear plants can be developed in the private sector is a very interesting thought for energy. And of course, the focus on medical tourism, health tourism, we need to really think about this in a very different way because India must position itself as a very strong member of global supply chains and a very strong investment destination for anything that we are really positioning ourselves for.
All right, Ms. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, appreciate you joining us here on Times Now and sharing with us your perspective. Let's also, Madhav, go across to Anuj Bali, the tax expert who's been patiently waiting with us here in the studios. What is your first reaction to the announcements that were made by the finance minister? One thing you liked and one thing you perhaps didn't like?
Job, I would not like to criticize the budget much because there is less to criticize here, right? Because see, what I observed after the budget is that people tend to look at Sensex and Nifty and how the investors have reacted. Now, what we need to understand is that India is changing. There is a large part of startups and MSMEs and the middle class guy who cannot react. You don't have an index to tell you how happy the middle class is. You don't have an index to tell you how happy the startup investors are, right? An allocation of say 10,000 crores for a fund for startups, I think this is also for the middle class. At the end of the day, this is going to create more jobs, right? So I would say that this is a very good budget and it's a very balanced budget. It might not have things for the big players or for the Sensex to indicate that there's a good budget for the investors. But I feel that it's a very good budget. It gives more disposable income to the middle class, and that's what I think really matters. From a GDP perspective, because the more disposable income you have, the more you can spend, it also increases the GDP. So I think it's a well thought out plan and I find it to be good.
All right, before I go across to our political panelists, thanks so much, Anuj, for joining us. Mr. Jagannathan, many would actually wonder whether this is something that was possible, whether it will actually happen. There's a lot of buzz about it, not just this budget, but for the past several budgets, whether there's going to be a big change as far as our tax structure, tax slabs are concerned. What do you think has driven this? Because many were also skeptical, thinking so early in this Lok Sabha, making such an announcement. Of course, Delhi elections are on, Bihar is there. Next year, there is, of course, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, several states. But is this something that is aimed at political positioning? Is it something that is aimed as far as economy is concerned? Is it about elections? What do you have to say about the timing of this?
I think no budget lacks a political element in it, and the Delhi elections are 4 days away. So obviously, and Delhi is the very big middle class city, so giving something makes a lot of sense. But what the finance minister is actually doing is that there have been several years where tax rebates, the tax threshold has lagged behind inflation. I've been advocating the need for indexation of the tax-free brackets and the tax slabs, but they haven't done that because I think politicians like to decide when they choose to do so rather than when inflation hits you. So that is the main thing I see. But there's one more point I'd like to make. This is a very good thing for the economy for one simple reason. This is a 100,000 crore benefit to the middle class, right? So what it means is, assuming if you are going to save 15 to 20% of your income from additional income, 80,000 crore is the stimulus in the economy, because the rest is going to be spent. And it is going to help the markets. I don't know why the markets are shying away from the problem. SIPs are going to increase. And
do you think maybe they were expecting something about the capital gains tax?
No, but they have not been hit at all. The capital gains is just as they wanted something down maybe, but
in fact, even though the fiscal deficit target has been revised downwards,
exactly.
I mean, we are
so
all
they should be happy actually.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think on Monday probably they'll wake up. Today they are not sure what it is.
All right, let me bring in Ajay Alok as well of the BJP. Thanks so much for joining us, Ajay Alok. What do you have to make of what Mr. Jagannathan is saying? He's saying that no budget can be taken away in front in terms of the political impact that it will have. Is this aimed as a timing of it, politically speaking, is it significant according to you? Ajay Alok.
Well, if you say the political impact, we are doing it after the Lok Sabha elections, and the next Lok Sabha election is on 29th. And if you say that Delhi elections are around near, so the middle class relief, no. That's not the case. It has been in the pipeline. See, whenever the government makes a budget, we are always focused on how to create a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And the three most important components were demography, democracy, and the demand. And you have to incorporate all these three components together. And this budget is a complete reflection of the need for our demography, for strengthening our democracy, and of course to increase the demand, because the more the demand is, the more the GDP goes, the more the economy grows, and that's how come the Viksit Bharat. There are different components altogether. If you see the defense component, the very alarming thing about defense component, in spite of increasing 40,000 crores only in the defense, we are increasing the internal production for defense, and we'll be generating revenue from defense, and the target of the revenue is almost 75,000 crores, which is a significant improvement, because for the last 70 years we have been importing only defense, we have not been selling. So this is the sign of strengthening of the Indian democracy and Indian pillars. In terms of infrastructure growth, now there is the next 3 years dedicated corridor for every ministry to formulate a plan and incorporate private sector into infrastructure development into PPP mode. So automatically the capex inflation of the country grows by many folds if we have kept it last year at 12.5 lakh crore. By doing this, we aim that with the help of the private sector, we can increase it up to maybe 20 lakhs crores. So these are all signs where we want to take India in 2047.
Okay, let me bring in Tehseen on that note. Tehseen, the big tax slab announcement, capex is going to continue to be high, says the BJP spokesperson. It's a budget that is for a Viksit Bharat. Your response?
Naturally, friends from the BJP and all middle-class Indians are cheering the tax cuts, something I've been talking regularly on Times Now. So congratulations to the Honorable Finance Minister on that. That will put money in the common man's hand. But I am slightly right of the economy. I'm the only opposition guy who's slightly right. I would have wanted more tax cuts. I'm disappointed the corporate tax has not been cut. If you actually want manufacturing to go up, you actually want investment. The investment climate in India is not that good. In fact, you're seeing money leaving India. If you want Indians to invest in India, you should actually have a corporate tax cut. So your highest income tax slab should be in line with your
many
corporate
heads
tax.
shaking over there.
Now,
Vivek Srivastava doesn't agree with you. Vivek Srivastava?
If they are relegated to JNU, I'm not going to
let him.
I'm not left. I am right to the
Quick
center.
response from Vivek Srivastava. Quick response before we toss across to Navika. Vivek. All right, Navika Kumar is joining us. I believe she has a union minister with her. Over to you, Navika.
Thank you very much. And joining me this afternoon is Union Minister Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, finally middle classes are saying apna time aayega se apna time aa gaya hai. To what do we owe this tax bonanza? In the elections of Lok Sabha, there was high expectation that there would be some tax cut. Didn't quite happen. Delhi elections, so very important for the BJP that the middle class gets an across the board bonanza.
आप इसको दिल्ली के चुनाव के साथ क्यों लिंक कर रही हैं? आप इसको देखिए ओवरऑल जर्नी में। जब मोदी जी ने दायित्व संभाला था 2014 में, उस समय जो एग्जेम्पशन थी 2.5 लाख थी। अभी हमने इसको 5 गुना करके मोदी जी ने इस बजट में उसको 12 लाख पे ले आया। तो मैं समझता हूं दिल्ली के चुनाव के साथ लिंक करना इज नॉट इंटायरली फेयर। द फैक्ट इज दिल्ली चुनाव हो रहा है, पर उसमें दिल्ली के चुनाव में देख रहा हूं पे कमीशन भी अपॉइंट हुई है। अभी कैबिनेट ने पे कमीशन को अपॉइंट करने का निर्णय लिया था। दूसरा, मैं उससे ज्यादा, अब वो कह रहे जी बिहार के बारे कुछ इसमें अनाउंसमेंट्स हुई हैं। अरे भाई, जब तक वन कंट्री वन पोल नहीं होता, कहीं ना कहीं तो चुनाव होता रहेगा। अरे आपने बिहार के अलावा और किसी स्टेट के लिए नहीं किया, कैसे बोलते? अभी पीछे आंध्र प्रदेश को 90,000 करोड़ की रिफाइनरी जो स्टेट्स रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक्ट में जिसके बारे रेफरेंस था वो दी है, वो भूल गए। बाकी जगह भी हम भूल गए। अब ऐसा है, ये एक बहुत शानदार बजट है। शानदार बजट में इसमें हर एक वर्ग के लिए, आप मिडिल क्लास की कर रहे हैं। मेरे को लगता है कि मैं तो मिडिल क्लास हूं, आपके बारे तो नहीं पता। आप तो पत्रकार बहुत वेल पेड होते हैं, पर सैलरीड लोग जो होते हैं, 40 साल में अधिकारी रहा हूं और मैं समझता हूं। देखिए, बाकी स्लैब्स के साथ जो एडजस्टमेंट हुई है, कितना फायदा हुआ है। अगर 24 लाख आपकी अर्निंग है तो कितनी आपको सेविंग होती है। बट उसके अलावा स्टार्टअप्स के लिए पैसा है। अगर कैंसर पेशेंट्स हैं तो कितनी दवाइयां जो हैं वो बेसिक कस्टम्स ड्यूटी से एग्जेम्प्ट हुई हैं। तो मेरी आपसे यही सबमिशन है कि लेट अस सेलिब्रेट निर्मला जी's 8th budget, and it is another, thanks to the Prime Minister's Sankalp of Viksit Bharat, this is a budget which is anchored in development, and it will take
Absolutely.
us solidly.
And even as we speak, Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving his first reactions on the union budget. Let's cut across to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Hardeep.
ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म, जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी, विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए, संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को 2 गुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति, श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशियल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News on Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions.
Welcome back. Here with us on Times Now, and joining us on the broadcast right now is Salem Dharanidharan, who is National Spokesperson of the DMK. We also have with us Professor Jyotsna, National Spokesperson of the TDP. Good afternoon to both of you and to my guests in the studio here. Salem Dharanidharan, to you first. Many are appreciating the bonanza that the middle class has got. Do you also give this government a thumbs up for biting the bullet and giving this kind of a tax relief to the middle class?
I think it's very funny. Do you think that I really don't know numbers, or they don't know numbers, or they think people don't understand the numbers? The fact of the matter is, who is middle class? If you have 1 to 10, number from 5 to 7 is middle, right? So 50th percentile to 75th percentile is middle class, not just in India but across the world. That's the middle number, right? So what is the median per capita income of this country? 1.8 lakhs, right? And people earning 75th percentile is about 2.5 lakhs. You have made no income tax from 8 lakhs to 12 lakhs. That is people in the top 2 percentile to 3 percentile, which is about less than 1 crore population. It's about what? 0.75%. That's the actual number. So if you have to help the middle class, right, the real bottom 90% of the population, then what you should have eventually done is reduce the indirect taxation. Because for last decade or so, that there was no taxation for people earning less than 8 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 4 lakhs, right? So what actually you needed is to help people earning less than 5 lakhs. What then you should have done? Reduce indirect taxes. How can you reduce indirect taxes?
Professor Jyotsna, you agree with Salem Dharanidharan there that you actually needed to cut indirect taxes, and this is actually helping the rich. It's not helping the middle class or the poor. You agree with him there?
10 more seconds. 10 more seconds.
Madhav, I think I'm surprised because they have a problem if if the corporate tax is a cut. They have a problem with if the regular middle class man has has a smile on his face. They have a problem with everything. Anyways, I don't want to get into whether Mr. Salem is correct or somebody else is correct. That's his perception. But as per my perception and as per the perception of majority of Indians today, it is a people's budget, Madhav. I'll have to tell you, because it's just not about taxation. You have to see the amount of money that has been put, that's been, allocated, whether it's for health sector, whether it's for research, whether it's for education, whether it is for things that probably were not considered earlier, I would say. Probably, I think 2014 se pehle, ya uske baad bhi thode bahut saal. But now, Madhav, my point again is, 6 sectors, because we all have to talk about this. And again, I'm not just limiting myself to taxation, because all of us know, yes, all majority of the Indians, whether Mr. Salem accepts it or not, but all of them are happy, because obviously most of them fall in the criteria up to 10 to 12, which is important, which is very important, Madhav, I'll tell you. But there are 6 sectors, very important 6 sectors that actually, today we see transformative reforms in those sectors. We call it alternative energy, the power, the mining, the urban development, the financial sector, regulatory reforms, again, one of which is taxation.
Okay,
So
and let me bring in Salem. Ultimately, the point is this, that, you're ignoring the fact that this is going to be a huge amount of disposable income that, whoever is earning that money, the salaried class in particular, can choose to spend, can choose to invest. That just puts more money, not just in their pockets, but also in terms of the spending increase. And that's going to spur a huge demand within the economy itself. Why are you discounting that?
No, Madhav, I am someone who strongly believes in putting money in hands of the poor and the middle class and majority of the population. But the point is the definition of who is middle class is the problem here, because this tax cut is only going to benefit less than 1% of the Indian population. That is the problem here. If you actually want to help and increase the consumption of the economy, then you should have increased
okay. Tehseen, you agree with that? It's going to help a very small section. It's not the middle class. It's actually the upper middle class and rich is what he seems to suggest.
No, it'll help the salaried class. In fact, if anything, it'll help the salaried class to create investment. This has to be seen in perspective with other schemes that have been put in. For example, the second house that if you choose to invest in, your rent is tax-free. So you will have the middle class now with this disposable income looking at getting a second house. In particular, what I'm disappointed with, and I do agree with Mr. Salim on one thing, which now you have to push. If you want comprehensive investment in India, which is all our aim, then you have to have GST reforms right away.
But for that you have GST Council.
Yeah, but BJP has a major weightage in that, so you have to have that. GST should be only 2%.
Sumit, quick response from Sumit on that as well, because you're a tax expert. Do you agree with what Tehseen said?
I will spare the GST thought because that sounds more politically rhetoric. But for just coming back on the middle class, I think the benefit is aimed at different sections of the society. One is a gig economy worker who are earning, let's say, from 30,000 rupees to going all the way to 1 lakh rupees a month. That, and in fact, just few minutes ago, Prime Minister Modi also said that that's also the target section of the beneficiary, right? The second is look at the salaried class people, right? This provision, this change is going to put a lot more money in the hands of the young professional entering the job market. Yes. And that's where the consumption demand will get created.
All right. We're going to leave it there.
House property change that has happened, that is also a significant change. If you come to think of it, the moment you allow the 2 house properties to be tax exempt, it's giving a lot more disposable
income. All right. Sumit Singhania, Tehseen Poonawala, Mr. R. Jagannathan, as well as Professor Jyotsna and Salim Dharnidharan. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us and breaking this down for our viewers. We're going to continue with our coverage of the Viksit Bharat budget, as we're calling it here on Times Now. For the woman from Hina and me, it's a wrap.
Presenting Kia Ceros.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhudas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
Google Gemini.
I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Finally, the prayers of the middle class answered mega budget announcement. Taxpayers with salaries up to 12 lakh rupees won't have to pay tax under the new tax regime. Big push to strengthen the MSME sector. Credit guarantee cover for micro enterprises raised from 5 crore rupees to 10 crore. Additional 1.5 lakh crore credit cover over the next 5 years. Fillip to medical tourism. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces the promotion of the Heal in India initiative. Customs duty exemption on 36 cancer and rare disease medications. Bihar gets a big pie of Modi Sarkar's budget. Makhana boat to greenfield airports to the canal project. The significant gifts for Bihar comes months before the assembly election. From some cancer and chronic diseases, medicines to leather jacket, shoes and belts, many items are set to get cheaper, while TVs and mobile phones are set to cost you more as the basic custom duty on flat panel displays has been increased. Centre makes a big push for artificial intelligence in education. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces the setting up for an AI Centre of Excellence for Education with 500 crore rupees outlay in a bid to prepare a future-ready workforce. While the opposition remains unimpressed with the budget, BJP leaders, including the Home Minister Amit Shah, hailed budget for the Aam Aadmi, saying that the middle class is always in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's heart. The opposition is unimpressed with the budget for Vikasit Bharat. TMC, BRS, DMK alleged stepmotherly treatment towards Bengal and says the budget is tailored while keeping Bihar mandate in mind. Namaskar, good afternoon. I'm Swati Joshi, and it's nothing short of an budget for the middle class, with Modi government giving it a mega tax exemption, the biggest since the year 2005. So if you earn up to 12 lakh rupees a year or approximately 1 lakh per month, you will have to pay no tax. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made the big bang announcement during a budget speech where she said that income slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. So what does this essentially mean? Now, this means that the middle class will have more money in their hands. This will help them save more and spend more, and will also spur household consumption, which has been, in fact, the focus of the government. So the biggest talking point of the Modi government's first full budget after 2024 general elections is that
A nil tax slab will apply for those with annual income up to 12 lakh rupees, which will help one save up to 80,000 a year. Prime Minister Modi in his post-budget address hailed he called this a major relaxation primarily for the middle class and called it people's budget. Listen in.
जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है।
Let's take a look at the current versus previous tax slab. Income up to 4 lakh rupees, it's going to be nil as far as the income tax is concerned. Between rupees 4 lakh and 8 lakh, 5%. Between rupees 8 and 12 lakh, 10%. Between rupees 12 and 16, it's going to be 15%. And between 16 to 20 lakh, it's going to be 20%. For those who earn between 20 to 24 lakhs, the income tax that they'll have to pay is going to be 25%. And for all of those who earn above 24 lakh rupees, they'll fall in the 30% tax slab. Why does the middle class matter? Because as per data from 2020-2021, the middle class made 31% of the total population. Reports suggest that the size of India's middle class will nearly double to 61% of its total population by 2047. It's also important to note that Delhi, which goes to polls in less than 5 days from now, as per reports, has 45% middle class population. So all in all, this is a pro-people and pragmatic budget ahead of polls. Here's what the finance minister said while announcing the overhaul in the tax slabs for middle class.
We have periodically reduced the tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
All right, let's break down the details now. And this is how it is going to impact the taxpayers. Income of 8 lakh, according to the old tax, 30,000, and now it is going to be nil. So the savings is going to be actually 30,000. For those who are earning 9 lakh, according to the old tax, they were paying 40,000. Now that's going to be nil. So the savings is going to be that of 40,000 that they'll be able to save now. For 10 lakh, the old tax was 50,000. The new declaration after the announcement is going to be nil. Savings is going to be of 50,000. For those earning 11 lakh, as per the old tax, they were paying 65,000. Now they don't have to pay anything. Savings 65,000. For those with income 12 lakh, old tax 80,000. Now it's nil. So savings is going to be 80,000. For those who are earning 16 lakh, as per the old tax slab, 1.70 is the income tax for them. Now they'll have to pay only 1.2 lakh. So the savings is going to be around 50,000. For those earning 20 lakh, as per old tax slab, 2.9 lakh is their tax. Now that is going to be 2 lakh rupees. So 90,000 is what they are going to save. For those earning 24 lakh rupees per annum, according to the old slab, 4.10, that's 4.10 is the tax that they were paying. Now it's going to be 3 lakh. So the savings is going to be that of 1.1 lakh. And for those who are earning 50 lakh per annum, as per the old tax slab, 11.9 is what they paid in terms of tax. Now that has been reduced to 10.8. So the savings is that again of 1.1 lakh. The tax-paying Janata is ecstatic. For years, they have been waiting with bated breath for this kind of a relief. Even some leaders of the opposition who earlier accused the Modi government of crushing people under the tyranny of tax terrorism are forced to admit that this is a welcome step for the Aam Aadmi.
वो तो अच्छी बात है, इसलिए भाजपा के लोग बहुत ताली बजाएं, लेकिन ये भी जानिए कि अगर आपके पास तनख्वाह है तो आप कम टैक्स देंगे, लेकिन जिनके पास रोजगार नहीं है उनके पास तनख्वाह कहाँ से है? और बेरोजगारी के बारे में हम कुछ नहीं सुना। फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर की भाषण में कहाँ थे बेरोजगारी, कहाँ थे हमारे युवाओं के वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो है हमारे देश में, बेरोजगारी।
मैं कहूंगी ये आम जनता और खास करके मिडिल क्लास की जीत है, जो उनकी लगातार मांग रही है पिछले 10 साल से, और उनकी सुनवाई नहीं हो रही थी कि वो लोग टैक्स देते हैं, इतना भारी टैक्स भरते हैं, ना सेविंग हो पाती है, ना महंगाई कम हो रही है, और कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं हो पाता है, उनका खर्चा बढ़ता जा रहा है, आमदनी दुगनी अधूरी रहती है और महंगाई दुगनी होती है। तो आज उनको वो राहत की सांस मिली है, उसको तो मैं वेलकम करूंगी, क्योंकि आज जनता की जीत है।
Now, top leaders of the NDA are calling this a dream budget for the Aam Aadmi. Listen to the reactions.
हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने एक बहुत ही जबरदस्त इस प्रकार का बजट पेश किया है। विशेष रूप से इसको हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए ड्रीम बजट कहा जा सकता है। ऐसा बजट उन्होंने पेश किया है, इसलिए मैं उन्हें बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। विशेष रूप से इनकम टैक्स का एग्जम्पशन स्लैब जिस प्रकार से परिवर्तित किया गया है और 12 लाख रुपए तक कोई इनकम टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, ये जो घोषणा है ये निश्चित रूप से एक मील का पत्थर भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के इतिहास में साबित होगा।
वित्तीय वर्ष 2025-26 के बजट में डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को 6,81,000 करोड़ से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले साल के बजट एलोकेशन से लगभग 9.5% अधिक है। और डिफेंस फोर्सेस का मॉडर्नाइजेशन ये हमारी सरकार की प्राथमिकता रही है, और इसके लिए भी 2025-26 में 1,80,000 करोड़ रुपए का कैपिटल एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो हमारी सेनाओं की क्षमता को पहले से कहीं और अधिक बढ़ाएगा।
All right, let's open this up and go across to our guests. We're joined by Manish Bariyar, political analyst, Tehseen Poonawala, also political analyst, Vivek Srivastav, political analyst, joins us on the broadcast, along with Virendra Singh, MP of the Samajwadi Party. We have CA Kapil Mittal, personal tax expert, and Sunil Mathur, managing director and CEO of Siemens India. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Let me first go across to Mr. Mathur. Your first comments on the relief that has been given to the middle class.
I think I would really welcome that, particularly in the case where the consumption story had actually reduced over the last years. So there was a real need to kickstart the economy further by putting more money in the hands of the individual. That in turn will have an impact on increasing the demand, which in turn will have an impact on adding capacities and in capital expenditure. Private sector spending in capex should increase as a result, which in turn will have an impact on job creation. So I very much welcome the recent announcement of putting more money in the hands of individuals.
Right. Now, you know, after the current announcement in terms of tax relief, every income group seems to be saving a little bit of money. Would you say that you're satisfied that the government said up to 12 lakh no income tax, or they should have, you know, increased or stretched that a bit further?
Well, I think, to be honest, the 12 lakhs comes as a surprise. We were not expecting it to be that high. So it's actually a welcome surprise. Whether we can always ask for more, that is a matter of wish. But I think the 12 lakhs that has been announced is already a major step forward, which comes as a very welcome surprise.
Right. Who does this, put the burden on now?
Well, I think the impact of all this, as the finance minister mentioned, is there is 1 lakh crore rupees that the government is foregone over here, and the balance has to be done in the books over there. But I think overall, if you look at it from the perspective that the government has had a very difficult equation to manage, global geopolitics and geoeconomics are having an impact, but India has been remarkably insulated to a large extent from that. There is a very clear-cut intent towards a Viksit Bharat. And finally, there is an intent to speeden up that that pathway towards Viksit Bharat. I think there is always a give and take that that one has to give when you are, or one has to take into account when you are balancing the books. It's not an easy discussion, but overall, with the capex spending, which I would have liked to be a little bit more. On the one hand, that leads to a demand-led spending, balanced on the other hand by the by the announcement on consumption increase over there. I think these are trade-offs that one has had to do.
All right, Mr. Mathur, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for sharing your perspective with us. Let me quickly go across to CA Kapil Mittal. Mr. Mittal, around this time, I'm sure you're flooded with questions like where to invest, how much to invest, how to save money. Do you think this new announcement, this major tax relief is going to reduce that worry of the middle class, less burden on them, more money in their hands?
Swati, what we have already come to know from this budget, that middle class will have a good amount of money with them in terms of tax saving now. So what we are seeing from last few months or from few years also, that now Indian youth want to invest in mutual fund, want to invest in share market and all. So once they will get this good amount of money, they can surely proceed with going with those investments. But before that, we also need to understand that whatever changes they have made to provide income in the hand of middle class, or you can say an upper middle class, including giving this benefit to them, definitely there must be some charges which is going to be increased, or maybe there we will see some other taxes which they have cleared, that there are certain custom duty which is going to be increased. Apart from this, there are, because whenever an individual gets some income in their hand, they are going to spend it. Whenever they are going to spend it, they have to pay some indirect taxes in the form of GST. And those will go in the kitty of government only. But with respect to this, that they have not made any change with respect to old tax regime, which shows somewhere government has in their back of their mind that they want to abolish the old tax regime, which is more or less clear. Currently, last year, around 72% of the return was filed under the new tax regime. After this change, we assume that there must be more than 95% return will going to file under the new
So you're
tax
saying
regime.
more people will now choose the new tax regime given the benefits.
And
All
then
right.
there are very less chances that they will go and invest under the LIC and other.
So slowly you're saying perhaps the old tax regime on its own is going to be abolished. Stay on with us, sir. We have Harsha Vardhan Agarwal, President FICCI and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Imami Limited joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. Would you say big thumbs up from the Aam Aadmi as well to the government after this announcement, massive tax relief?
Absolutely, I think it has been a welcoming budget. We all were expecting, and we had recommended to the government, to the FM, that for increasing the consumption, we need to leave more money in the hand of the middle class, and for that, if there can be some relief in the income tax. But I think, we were not expecting something like this, and it's a really big bang step that they have taken. You can imagine 1 lakh crore kind of amount coming in the hand of middle class. Certainly, that's a big thing, and a big thumbs up, for consumption.
Whatever money they save ultimately will be invested or, will be spent on consumption. So the money comes back into the system. Would you say this is a budget that is leaning more towards being a populist budget, or given the other measures that have been taken, it's a pragmatic budget still?
I think this is a budget, which takes care of the need of the hour. The need of the hour was, that we need to look at how do we increase the GDP growth, right? So from that perspective, for that, how do we grow the consumption? And that is what they have done. It's an all-inclusive budget from the perspective of a lot of things has been done, for the farmers, for the agriculture. so which will certainly help the rural economy. Lot of things again, for employment, especially the industries which are more labor oriented. The government is focusing on that, especially the toys, the leather, the footwear industries, which is very labor intensive.
Right.
So overall, it is a well-balanced budget, I would say, which is pro-industry and also
well-balanced budget,
pro-poor and middle
pro-poor and pro-industry as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal, for joining us on the broadcast. We're taking a very short break, but on the other side, we will bring in our political analyst because the opposition, many in the opposition are not impressed with the relief given to the middle class.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusives that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get on to a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story.
The Viksit Bharat budget has been presented with a massive relief for the middle class, the taxpayers. Now, we are also joined by L. Hanumanthaiah. He is a former MP of the Congress party, along with our other guests who continue to be with us. Tehseen Poonawalla, your view. Do you think this is a great budget for the middle class?
At the onset, I would like to congratulate the Honourable Finance Minister for the tax relief and recalibrating the tax slabs. To that extent, I do believe this was one needed. I've been leading this fight on social media, etc., that tax terrorism needs to end. So to that extent, I think it's good. Many congratulations to her. I do believe with the salaried class, this will put more money in their hand, thus boosting consumption, thus helping India grow. But I have a problem, and I am slightly right of center economically, which no government is. I still wanted even simpler tax slabs. Number two, if you really want investment to come in India, your corporate tax, which is 22%, must be, and your highest tax slab, which is 30%, must be in level. So get your corporate tax down to 20%. Your highest tax slab, income tax, personal tax, should be, direct tax should be 20%. It should be equal, and get more people in the tax net. This is the first step. The next step should be in the GST Council, GST reforms. Only two slabs, 5%, 12%. Roti, kapda, makan, 5%, rest all 12%. This will truly boost the economy. I really want to congratulate on the nuclear policy. Nuclear power, 500 gigawatts is the need of the hour. India can only be a super partner if it has clean energy via nuclear technology, and civilian nuclear technology is the way to go forward. One peeve that I have with the budget. I'll congratulate on 100% FDI in insurance. One peeve that I have. There has been some talk about world-class AI research center, etc. That's all talk. We are too far behind. That cannot be administration and bureaucratic. The future is AI fintech. If you truly want to democratize finance, AI fintech is the way, and AI fintech is moving to Dubai. If you want to do this, have a clear AI fintech policy, clear crypto policy, clear blockchain policy, and allow investors to invest in India.
Vivek Srivastava does not agree with you. To sum up what you've said, you're saying congratulations, but it's not enough. I'll open up the debate.
Much more should be done.
Much more should be done.
Especially for the middle class.
All right. I'll take reactions on that. Vivek Srivastava will take a very short break before that.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Explosive Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current?
Welcome back. Let's focus a little bit on Bihar, a state that goes to polls in November this year, and today it got a big pie of Nirmala Sitharaman's budget. It was clear that Bihar will be the center of attention the moment Nirmala Sitharaman turned up in parliament wearing a Madhubani art print sari. Now, Madhubani art has origins in Bihar's Mithila region, and the sari was gifted by Padma Shri Dulari Devi to Sitharaman during her last visit to Bihar. And the Bihar imprint was visible in her Bahi Khata as well. Finance Minister announced setting up of a Makhana board, financial support for the Western Kosi Canal and support for enhancing the capacity of IIT Patna. A National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management will also be set up, besides facilitating greenfield airports in the state to meet future needs.
In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. Makhana Board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana Board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. The scheme will also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational and northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be
Nitish Kumar's JDU along with Chandrababu Naidu's TDP played a key role in NDA forming the government as the BJP failed to get a majority on its own in the Lok Sabha polls. Weeks later, Bihar got a bonanza with the centre announcing 26,000 crores in the 2024 budget for various road projects in the state. With the latest spree of allocations 9 months before assembly polls, opposition parties have been quick to call it a biased budget aimed at reaping political dividends.
कि अगर आपके पास तनख्वाह है तो आप कम टैक्स देंगे, लेकिन जिनके पास रोजगार नहीं है उनके पास तनख्वाह कहाँ से है? अब बेरोजगारी के बारे में हम कुछ नहीं सुना।
बिहार को भी बहुत कुछ मिला है।
हाँ, बिहार को बहुत कुछ मिला है क्योंकि बिहार में चुनाव आने वाला, चुनावी बजट बन गया। तो ये भी आप सोच लीजिए कि जिस पार्टी कह रहे हैं कि वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन, वो लोग ऐसे दिखा रहे हैं कि अगर हर स्टेट में हर अलग अलग साल पे इलेक्शन हो तो उनके लिए अच्छा है क्योंकि ज्यादा पैसे मिल जाएंगे उनके बजट।
मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि ये भारत सरकार का बजट है कि बिहार सरकार का बजट है। आपने बिहार के अलावा किसी और प्रदेश का नाम सुना वित्त मंत्री जी के पूरे बजट भाषण में? तो जब आप देश के बजट की बात करते हैं तो सारे देश के लिए उसमें कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए।
बिहार को हमेशा से मोदी सरकार ने ठगने का काम किया है, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने ठगने का काम किया है। विशेष पैकेज की बात तो कहीं नहीं, विशेष राज्य का दर्जा पता नहीं अब मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, इन्होंने तो पहले ही मना कर दिया। लेकिन चुनाव में तो बहुत ऊंची ऊंची बातें की जाती है, बड़ी बड़ी बातें की जाती है, जुमलेबाजी होती है। जो आज का बजट है, बिहार के साथ कहीं ना कहीं से खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है, सौतेला व्यवहार किया जा रहा है। और जो पिछले बजट में जो बात आई थी उसी को दोहराने की बात इन लोगों ने किया है।
So the opposition believes it's a chunavi budget, and Tehseen Poonawalla, you earlier said congratulations, but that's not enough. Lot more needs to be done. I want to go across to Virendra Singh for more on that. Virendra Singh जी, तहसीन पूनावाला यहाँ पैनल पर हैं जो अमूमन कांग्रेस पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी और उनके पॉलिटिकल स्टैंड को सपोर्ट करते हैं, लेकिन आज वो कह रहे हैं कि वो मुबारकबाद देना चाहेंगे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को, और ये भी कह रहे हैं साथ साथ में बहुत कुछ होना चाहिए था। आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया?
देखिए, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने सदन के अंदर जब बजट भाषण पढ़ रही थी तो मुझे ये एक वाकया याद आ रहा था कि जब बनारस में हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी चुनाव लड़ने के लिए आ रहे थे तो उन्होंने बनारस को क्योटो बनाने का वादा किया था। दूसरी वाकया याद आया कि बिहार में चुनाव था और मंच से घोषणा कर रहे थे कि 60 करोड़ दे दे, 80 करोड़ दे दे, चलो चलो बिहार को हम 1,20,000 करोड़ देते हैं। अब वो कहाँ गया 1,20,000 करोड़?
ओके।
तो जब सरकार कुंभ में मरे हुए हमारे जो श्रद्धालु है उनके आंकड़े नहीं दे सकती, तो बजट के आंकड़े पर हम लोग
तो ये जो मिडिल क्लास को रिलीफ मिला, आपको लगता है कि ये काफी नहीं है?
कितना भरोसा करेगा? हाँ, ये चुनने की बात है।
ठीक है, लेट मी गो अक्रॉस टू मनीष बरियार। एक तो ये चुनावी बजट है, दैट्स वन रिएक्शन ऑन व्हाट हैज बीन अनाउंस्ड फॉर बिहार, एंड टू, दिस इज नॉट इनफ। भरोसा नहीं है सरकार पे। हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड?
See, when it comes to tax, where is the question of doubting the credibility? It's a technical thing. So anyone, the government, whatever it announces, has it ever happened ever in this country, in the history of country, that the government has announced something on budget in terms of tax, tax slabs going up or down, and it has not happened? So I think what he is saying is quite ludicrous. He's not serious at all. He's a honorable MP, I suppose, or a leader of SP, but he's not serious and sincere as far as this is concerned. This is one of those, you can say, I can't say dream budget, but you can say it's a game changer. Okay. For sure. One remembers Dr. Manmohan Singh's budget, or Mr. P. Chidambaram's budget was also failed at one time. Right? I think, we've been talking a lot about relief to middle class. That, of course, is the talking point today and is a highlighter. But there are many other things which I found Mr. Tesi Punawala was pointing out to in terms of insurance. But there are many fine prints. I don't know whether, because I was not here at that time, whether you had a discussion that a lot of people from upper middle class, and even, everyone, TCS has been increased for children of people who are studying abroad. And that's important. There are a lot of people whose children are studying abroad. TCS has gone up from 7 lakhs to 10 lakhs. Okay. Farmers, why are we excluding farmers? Somebody was saying that nothing has happened to farmers. But look at Kisan Credit Card. There the slab has gone up. Now interest subvention scheme is there from 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs. Right. And not only farmers, but also fishermen and people who are doing business of milk. For them it has gone up. So if you look at the fine prints, there is much more to this budget beyond this tax. Tax, of course, would get discussed. But if you really start reading...
Also, it was something that the middle class was expecting for a really long time. And it's a big relief, so that has also become a talking point. Stay on with us. Now, there's a defense coming in from the government on the criticism that this is a Chunavi budget. Listen it.
अगर मखाना उद्योग के लिए मखाना बोर्ड की बात कहा है, मखाना की खेती कहाँ होती? बिहार में होती। तो क्या मखाना बोर्ड बिहार में नहीं बनेगा तो कहाँ बनेगा? ये तो कोई बता दे। विपक्ष को तो तालियां, क्या विपक्ष को बिहार से कोई संबंध नहीं है? क्या विपक्ष को बिहार के लोगों के विकास से ऐतराज है? नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो कहा सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास, उसी में पूरे देश को लिया।
Of course, I mean, this is what the opposition will say, and if they have so much of issues with Bihar and election, then they might as well support one nation and one election. This is why we want that the election should take place once in the country, because next time also when the budget will come, elections will be happening in some state or the other. Then again they'll say that it's keeping in mind elections in that state, the budget has been announced.
Let me go across to Vivek Srivastava. Vivek Srivastava, so that's the argument, the defense to the criticism that it's a Chunavi budget. And Giriraj Singh पूछ रहे हैं, opposition को बिहार के development से problem है क्या? How do you respond?
ना, मुझे बहुत सारी problems हैं. कृपा करके थोड़ा time दे दीजिएगा. I've been waiting for 40 odd minutes now, right? Criticism number one: the Congress Party, the left, and the India Alliance feels that this budget is an eyewash. Shri Rahul Gandhi has called it, he has compared it to a band-aid. Kumari Shailaja says that this is one of the worst. इसकी जो nuclear power plants की planning है, that is one of the worst possible. Selective BJP states are being preferred. States like Haryana are not getting a benefit at all. There is no mention of Manrega. There is no mention of MSP. There is no mention of corporate taxes, what it is going to be. पहले from 30% they reduced it to 22%. दिल्ली के इलेक्शंस में मिडिल क्लास के लिए एक सॉप आपने अनाउंस कर दिया कि साहब हम टैक्स के डिडक्शंस कर रहे हैं चुनाव को देखते हुए। कॉर्पोरेट्स को आप क्या टैक्स करेंगे? आपने उसके बारे में बोला भी नहीं। एंड हेयर द एंटायर कबाल इज अरे भाई टैक्स में छूट मिल गई, टैक्स में छूट मिल गई। देयर इज मोर टू बजट देन जस्ट सिंपली द टैक्स रिडक्शन इन द पर्सनल लाइफ। यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड इट। वेयर इज मनरेगा? Why has it not been mentioned? Are they going to scrap it?
Okay.
There is no policy clear.
Okay. Manish Bariyar wants to come in and counter that, and L. Almantaya also wants to. Yes, but after a break. After a very quick break.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhav Balakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays.
Volkswagen.
let's directly go across to our guests. Quick counter, Manish Pariyar.
Yeah, so I was not privy to what was being, discussed, but where I left it off, what I can tell you is that opposition has a habit of crying. They keep crying. I don't know whether they are for the people of this country or against it. This is something really huge in terms of what has happened, right?
No, Vivek Srivastava is saying Manrega was not mentioned. Why was Manrega not mentioned? You're only talking and hyping the tax relief.
He has not read it. He needs to read it. Only talking in a rhetoric manner will not do.
What is the corporate tax today?
He has not read this budget.
Can you tell me the rate of corporate tax today?
Go and look at, there has been an increase in allocation to Manrega.
Tax mentioned.
And what he was talking is absolutely rubbish. I'm sorry to use that word. Right? You cannot come to the studio without reading the fine prints of the budget. You can't just
I have read every point. You don't have answer.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Hanumantaiah as well. Mr. Hanumantaiah, do you one second. Will you also call it a pro-Bihar budget and a Chunavi budget? Is that the official stand of the Congress party, is the Chunavi budget?
It is the pro-Bihar budget, there is no doubt about it. And I am worried about the majority of the section has not been addressed by this budget. This is anti-farmers budget, anti-youths budget, because the unemployment is not addressed and farmers' suicide and microfinance people are not being addressed in this. The government has no schemes for them, but just a tax relief for those who are getting salary is hyped and people are talking about it. My concern is the majority of the BPL families which are living in this country with a meager earning even today, what are the measures taken by this budget to upgrade their life and living? Nothing has been done regarding that. See, they have said we are increasing the IITs and IIMs. We are getting 65,000 graduates to 1,35,000 graduates. But out of which 38% are still searching for jobs.
Okay.
What are the remedy and what are
majority
the
has been, the majority has not been taken into account. Tehseen Poonawalla, how do you respond?
I am the opposition and I don't like the BJP. I think the BJP did too less. You see, but the problem also with the opposition is, and I think Manish is right to an extent, that the opposition doesn't attack on points that you can attack in. For example, a majority of the salaried people, while they are celebrating the relief, still are stuck right out there and haven't got the kind of relief they were hoping to get. Now I'm again repeating my point. When you get corporate taxes down, what happens is then investments go up, as a result of which your production goes up, as a result of which the poorest of the poor that Sir was just speaking about get employment, get jobs, etc., etc., etc. You have to have a trickle-down effect. That's the only way economies can be created. Thirdly, look, the days of microfinance are gone. You see, you have that NGO running Bangladesh. That NGO wala who's running Bangladesh in microfinance at 24% or 36% a year. How will a poor ever get out of poverty? Manish understands economy. At 36% a year, can you escape poverty? You can't escape poverty if you're paying 36% a year interest in microfinance. You have to move away towards what? Towards digitization of payments. That will democratize money. That will allow money to come into the hands of the poor. So the dignity of money, whether it's Manish paying the 100 rupees, Swati paying it, Tehseen paying it, or a cobbler paying it, or a barber paying it, is exactly the same. We have to move towards that. Now, we are not talking about those reforms at all. And that's where we've got to get the...
So you're demanding uniformity in that. You're demanding uniformity in that. Bring every...
Just one last point. There was a leader from Bihar, youngster, son of a powerful father. His allegation actually on the government was that Bihar is being neglected. Where the entire political discourse is that Bihar got too much.
Give him some time. Give him some time to go through the budget.
You see what is happening? This is a golden opportunity to have pinned the government down.
Yes.
Golden opportunity. You could have pinned them for not doing enough.
But he has not read the budget. What can he do?
He has not heard the budget. Somebody gave him a paper.
He believes Bihar ko kuch nahi mila hai. All right, but Vivek Srivastava, I have to wrap up, but I can just give you a few seconds, I believe. Vivek Srivastava.
No, see, I mean, you have to, it all depends on what is the idea of India. Rahul Gandhi came with the Bhumi Adhikaran Bill, the Land Acquisition Act, and that was totally anti-corporate and very pro-people and pro-farmer. So what is your vision? Our vision is not a very pro-corporate country. We stand for the common man and the poor people. That is what the Congress stands for. That is what the left stands for.
Okay.
I mean, that is what Nehruvian economics is all about.
Okay, all right. You know, I am completely out of time, gentlemen. I can't give you any more time. I know Manish Bariyar and Tehseen Poonawalla want to come in, but I have to wrap up. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhav Balakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us.
With Google Gemini.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us here on Times Now. I'm Hina Gambhir. Before we decode Nirmala Sitharaman's budget for you, let's quickly take a look at the headlines at this hour.
I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Finally, the prayers of middle class have been answered. Mega budget announcement. Taxpayers with salaries up to 12 lakh rupees will not have to pay tax under the new tax regime. Big push to strengthen the MSME sector. Credit guarantee cover for micro enterprises raised from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees. Additional 1.5 lakh crore credit cover over the next 5 years. Big fillip to medical tourism. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces the promotion of the Heal in India initiative. Customs duty exemption on 36 cancer and rare disease medications. Bihar gets a big pie of Modi Sarkar's budget. Makhana bought to greenfield airports to the canal project. Significant gifts for Bihar come months before the assembly election. From some cancer and chronic diseases, medicines to leather jackets, shoes and belts, many items are set to get cheaper, while TVs and mobile phones are set to cost you more as the basic custom duty on flat panel displays has been increased. Centre makes a big push for artificial intelligence in education. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces the setting up of an AI Centre of Excellence for Education with 500 crore rupees outlay in a bid to prepare a future-ready workforce. The opposition, however, is quite unimpressed with the budget for Viksit Bharat. From TMC to BRS to DMK, the netas are alleging stepmotherly treatment towards Bengal and say that the budget is tailored while keeping Bihar mandate in mind. While the opposition remains unimpressed with the budget, BJP netas, including the Home Minister Amit Shah, hailed the budget for the Aam Aadmi, saying that the middle class is always in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's heart. Viewers, it's nothing short of a bonanza budget for the middle class, with Modi government giving it a mega tax exemption, the biggest since the year 2005. So if you earn up to 12 lakh rupees a year or approximately 1 lakh rupees per month, you will have to pay no tax at all. You heard me right. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made the big bang announcement during her budget speech today, where she said that the income slabs and rates are being changed across the board. And this is going to benefit all taxpayers in the country. So what does this essentially mean? This means the middle class will have more money in their pockets. This will help them save more and spend more, and will also spur the household consumption, which has been the focus of the government. So the biggest talking point of the Modi government's first full budget after 2024 general elections is that nil tax slab will apply for those with an annual income up to 12 lakh rupees, which will help one save up to 80,000 rupees per year. Now, here's the impact of the new tax slabs, and this is how it's going to benefit you, the taxpayer. So if your income is 8 lakh rupees annual income, till about now you used to pay 30,000 rupees as tax, but now the tax will be zero. And those are the live visuals, viewers, that we are also getting for you right now of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who is going to address the media and will be giving the rationale behind these big decisions that have been announced in the budget today. There you can see Nirmala Sitharaman along with her entire team from the Ministry of Finance. Let's cut across.
Over to Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you, and good evening to all of you all. I'm happy to be here. Our path towards Vikasit Bharat. The budget actually says several things about our path towards Vikasit Bharat. It has invested in agriculture. It has certainly looked at rural prosperity, focuses on urban development, particularly looking at urban workers, and continues to lay emphasis on reforms. 6 specified sectors have been identified, and I spoke about it in the budget. Sectors in which we will continue our reform agenda. All this, even as we have continuously been engaged with the stakeholders, and interest of education and health has been prioritized. When we're talking about education, from a child in a daycare center, portion for women, lactating mothers, till the level of getting skilling done, and also for artificial intelligence and digital reading material for students in school and colleges. Every aspect of education, and bringing in that dimension which is so critical for health. Daycare, cancer centers, and making sure more medical seats are available. These are kind of things with which I'm trying to highlight. The approach in this budget has been pointed on areas which definitely need immediate intervention, outlays, and action along with the states. So Vikasit Bharat is not just being described. I've given you also what we mean by Vikasit Bharat, or what is it that we expect to achieve for Vikasit Bharat. So this budget actually has given you several things on which you can understand how this economy is being planned to take forward a route towards Vikasit Bharat. Secretaries have joined me. All of them would also come in to explain or answer and give clarity and so on. But one thing which I certainly would like to highlight is responding to the voice of the people, which is what Prime Minister Modi is known for in his administration. It's a very responsive government. And as a result, the income tax simplification, which I announced in July, is already completed in its works, and we shall bring the bill in the next week. So the income tax simplification, about which in July budget I have gone in detail to say, the work is completed within 6 months is what I said. Within 6 months we've brought the bill. It will be coming into the parliament next week. So if we are talking of reform, inclusive of taxation, the work is done. This budget also speaks about rationalization in customs. Tariffs are being brought down, tariffs are being simplified, and also the basket which consisted of so many different tariffs for so many different commodities are now reduced. 8 were taken off earlier, 8 has been taken off now. So whatever remains now, 7 I think remains, and that is all about India's tariff picture. So the usual narrative which goes on, saying is India being too heavy on tariffs? No, you find that we've drastically reduced and also simplified. So this budget has so many things for all of us to talk about. The more important thing about agriculture, which performed very well during COVID and which has contributed to India's food security, the proposals which are mentioned in this budget actually talk about everything to do with beej to bazaar, literally from the stage of seeds, hybrid seeds, climate resilient seeds, seeds which can give greater output, seeds which are going to be high yielding, all this together to the final point of India becoming the world's food basket. That's the definition I put in when I was talking about Vikasit Bharat. So we are making sure that India's agriculture gets the support across the board, whether it is on seeds, whether it is for skilling the farmers, whether it is rural prosperity, whether it is going to have agriculture and allied industries being set up in rural areas, and whether it is going to be farmers getting better and more loan with interest subvention, not just farmers, fishermen, and also dairy, meaning animal husbandry. So the picture for rural development and the picture for supporting agriculture is across the board, and that has been narrated. The second thing which I would want to highlight is the continued emphasis that we are giving since vote on account budget, July budget, and now on the MSMEs. Whether it is giving them sovereign guaranteed loan, whether it is support during COVID, whether the definition being changed now for better, more inclusive growth in MSMEs, access to bank credit. So MSMEs have also been given greater emphasis. Together with this, I'd like to highlight the point that energy security has had greater attention in this budget. We've highlighted in July budget how even pump storage will have greater attention. Solar and wind and renewable energy has also been taking consistently good importance in our budgets. This time we are talking about the small modular reactors. I've also announced that there shall be 2 amendments, one to the Atomic Energy Act and the other one for the civil liability. All of this is going to help us attain energy security. Insurance sector's FDI limits have been enhanced. That is another important announcement. I'll end my opening statement with 2 things. There is no reduction in the public spending on capital expenditure. Let's put that up front. We continue to place emphasis on the multiplier effect that capital expenditure done by government has shown, has sustained us. We continue on that. And with all this, our fiscal prudence has aligned itself to the glide path that we announced in 2020-21. So we've kept ourselves in alignment. Fiscal prudence has been maintained. And the next year, coming year's estimate is also been given. Well under 4.5 is what we had said earlier. We are also projecting the same. So this is just as an opening statement. There's a lot more to say, but as you all ask questions, so shall we answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 225. 225. Mic, please.
Ma'am, this is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. I just wanted to understand, ma'am, here. Ma'am, you said the new income tax bill will come next week. Will that be in the form of draft, and where you are also going to take stakeholder comments on that?
Yes, as a bill, any bill goes to the standing committee, and the standing committee will, of course, consult with so many stakeholders, and then it will come back to us, and if necessary, any more amendments, if need to be brought in, we'll bring it in and take it forward in the House.
So do we expect implementation in this in the fiscal year in FY26?
Do you expect what?
Do we expect the implementation of?
Well, let it get passed. I hope it will get passed without much of a difficulty, but it is only after it's passing.
Sure. Thank you.
35. Front.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. As you said, this is a very responsive government, which is why government decided to give these tax rebates. But given the structure that you have announced, ma'am, up to 12 lakh is the rebate. Any reason why this rebate has been hiked from 7 to 12 lakh? Is it that the incomes or salaries were not growing up to the mark, which is why government thought that this rebate needs to be given? And also, how do you make up for this 1 lakh crore of revenue loss? Will it not impact the budget estimates? Where will you get this money from?
Tipsy, I think the first question is, you said that this, when the incomes are not growing. This is an income tax. Only when there is an income, then we are talking of the tax. So income has to grow to the level to discuss about the tax. Now, why from 7 to 12 lakh? It is something like, it was earlier 2.2 lakhs. When 2014, it became 2.5 lakh, nobody is going to pay tax. Then there was a 2019 that, we said 5 lakhs, nobody is going to pay tax. Then we said it was raised to 7 lakhs. And now it's being raised to 12 lakhs. So this is a perception that the government feels that, on the average 1 lakh per month, if you have, then you need not pay tax, which means that, we are doing it in two ways. One is we are reducing the slab rates. We are expanding the slabs. If you would have noticed, the slabs are now 0 to 4, 4 to the uniform slabs, and there is a gradualism. There was a thing when we had earlier 20%, then it was jumping to 30%. Now it is 20, we have introduced 25 also. So it's the gradual thing which has been done. Now this benefits every one of the taxpayers, because whatever benefits which has come from the slabs gets transmitted across. So therefore everyone gets a benefit. Now the second part, FM decided that, well, some people should get a little more benefit than merely slab rate reduction would have given. And so therefore an extra rebate. So slab rate reduction for everyone, and extra rebate for 7 lakhs were already getting it, now 7 to 5 lakhs more people have been added. So this is the philosophy behind it. And as you said, why you do it, I think we expect that all that money which they gave, it comes back to the economy in either consumption, savings or investments, in whatever way they choose to do.
I just want to add to that. If you compare what we've done today with what prevailed in 2014 under the Congress government, what we are, most often the narrative is we should put money back in the hands of the people. I want to please give this comparison for your consideration. If you compare it with the 2014 tax rates under the Congress, for somebody who's earning 8 lakhs, nearly 1 lakh more money is in their pockets today because of the amendments that we've brought in. Meaning, 1 lakh income tax in 2014 is 0 income tax now. So that money is going back to the people in their hands for those who are earning 8 lakhs. For those earning 12 lakhs, 2 lakh was the income tax in 2014 versus today 0 which is proposed. Meaning nearly 2 lakh more money in the pockets of people who are earning 12 lakh. All right, did I stop it there? As Finance Secretary rightly said, across the board everybody is getting benefit because the rates have also been brought down. Not just the rebates being given to up to 12 lakhs. Rates for everybody is being brought down. As a result, take somebody who earns 24 lakhs in a year. The income tax on them in 2014
was 5.6 lakhs, 2014. For them, now it is only 3 lakhs. The rate change has benefited somebody who earns 24 lakh as well. So 2.6 lakh rupees more in the pocket of people who are earning 24 lakh. So it is not just those who are up to 12 lakh because they are not paying any tax at all, because rebate is given to make up for the tax amount which they have to pay. It is not just up to 12 lakh. Even for others, benefit is accruing, and compared to what it was in 14, that much amount of money is going back to those respective money earners. Just compare it with 24 tax rates, which is prevailing now, and what is being proposed. I would like to draw the comparison. 8 lakh people, meaning those who are earning 8 lakhs. 30,000 rupees more is being put back into their pockets, meaning they would be paying 30,000 in the prevailing tax, 8 lakh salaried wale. Now they pay 0 in the new proposal. Similarly, 12 lakh salary or income wale would have 80,000 rupees tax to pay in the current prevailing taxation rates. They would have 80,000 rupees now go back to their pockets. They don't have to pay that tax. Go to the 24 lakh and compare with the present rates. Present prevailing rate, they have to pay 4.1 lakh rupees as tax. We are saying now they will have 1.10 lakh in their pockets, which they don't have to pay as tax. So we have put good substantial amounts into the pockets of people who deserve to get that. And I would want that to be highlighted compared to what prevailed in 14 and what prevails just this year.
3. Three number. Ma'am, many congratulations. Something that has been quoted to you as well as the Prime Minister and yesterday the Chief Economic Advisor hinted, in terms of disinvestment and where you should not get into, government. You yourself have been talking from 2020, 21 and subsequently, government should be in less spaces. Has it been a strategy? Because I know you're committed to it, but last budget you didn't refer to it. This budget you have not referred to it. The target still remains there. Is there any impetus that you're going to do towards what has already been announced by the budget? For example, bank privatization of banks and others. That's one. And the second because that was unanswered, you're making it simpler, the income tax, and bringing a thing. Does this mean that you can now not necessarily all the time you can do it through a schedule or an executive order if you want to give some relief to a common man in the new income tax bill that you bring in?
No, giving relief any time will have to go to the parliament, because if we are giving fiscal relief to people, it has to have approval from the parliament. So but what the tax simplification really means is the complication in the language, the circuitous way in which they were explaining things, and adding too many exemptions. You will realize that when we brought in the new tax regime, we didn't want the old tax regime imitated or copied. In that, there are several exemptions given in the old regime. In the new, we didn't want to give any, because we wanted a simple, straightforward tax regime in which the rates can be brought down. That's what we've done even now. So the act itself had to be simplified. The attempt now is that.
And on the disinvestment and...
No, all that will continue. There won't be a relenting on any of this.
On disinvestment, if I can add, you see, the last time July also the similar questions were asked. We have actually since then a value creation strategy, which was actually well explained at that time also. There is no disinvestment target per se. Disinvestment and dividend are both looked at together because both are money and money is fungible. And it has got 5 elements. The first element is that we are saying CPSC's performance. The second is we say that we should have communication of performance. The third we say that the capex of the CPSC, which is important, as you know, in terms of accelerating growth. The fourth is the consistent dividend policy. And the fifth is the there is a calibrated disinvestment strategy. And the disinvestment also is there. The listing is a part of disinvestment itself. So if you really look at it, both dividend and disinvestment is about 80 to 90,000 crore per annum are being raised, but in a manner which are beneficial to the minority shareholders who are there in all our listed companies.
65, backside.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Ruchi Bhatia from Bloomberg News. I have a question for the Revenue Secretary and a question for you. If the Revenue Secretary can give us details on the benefits, the number of people who will benefit from the slab, from the rebates going up from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs. And the question for you, Madam Finance Minister, a lot of people say that while the absolute number for capex has gone up, the pace of spending has gone down as compared to a few years ago. Is it telling of the institutional capacity in terms of how much capex push can the government really do? And secondly, as far as a lot of analysts do say that the multiplier that capex has is a lot more than the multiplier in the economy than that tax cuts have. What would you say to like some of those concerns as well?
Well, 1 crore people will not benefit between the 7 lakh and 12 lakhs.
Meaning 1 crore more people will pay no tax. On the capex, I think there are two things playing out. One, of course, this particular year has had the elections happening, and because of that, both central government and state governments were catching up with investments, public spending on investments only from the second and the third quarter, so it showed. It's equally true that when fundamental requirements are taken care of, when you're bringing in additional overhead, there is a pace at which those additions happen. So it's not as if there is no thirst for capital expenditure, but now it'll be at a pace in which you can build on each one of the developments that you've done prior. So it'll continue. There are some departments which will need more. There are others who would probably reach a plateau, but expenditure will have to continue even in them. So the heads where the capital expenditure will happen will vary, but expenditure will happen in building assets.
121.
No, capex is also continuing. I have not foregone capex to give for revenue expenditure or consumption expenditure. So both continue. Ajay.
Look at what the overall numbers are. Even in the coming year, the next year, effective capital expenditure, including what Government of India provides to state for their capital expenditure, is 4.3% of the GDP, one of the highest. It is not just what Government of India departments spend, it is the total money which goes for the capital expenditure. And if you look at that compared with this year's RE, there will be 20% increase. If you look B to B, still there will be a 10% increase. And it is not a capacity issue, it is a new sectors coming up. For example, if you notice, urban sector, the allocations are increasing. That's one area which requires a renewed focus.
121.
On the capex, because this point can come up later also. So one is the capex that we give directly, that is we do as central government directly. Other is that grants that we give to the state governments, for the state governments to do capex. For example, for Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, for example, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and so on and so forth. So if you also include the grants and aid for creation of capital assets, the amount, total amount has gone up to 15.48 crores in the budget estimate for the next year, which is more than 15% increase over the current year's RE. So that is a substantial increase. Whereas you consider that the overall expenditure, that is revenue plus capital, has grown by around 7% in the next financial year as compared to this year's RE. So this is almost twice the aggregate growth in the expenditure.
Yes. I would like to also add that on top of this 15 lakh crore capex, which is 11.2 there, and the and the extra money which goes into revenue but goes in capital building at the hand of the states. The CPSC, the Central Public Sector Enterprises, add about 4 lakh crore as capex from their own resources. So that's also the capex which goes in, and that is not counted here.
Mike on. Tarun Sharma from Z Business. मैम मेरे 2 सवाल हैं. एक, मैम आपने इंश्योरेंस की जो FDI लिमिट है वो 74 से 100% करिए. तो क्या मैम जो इंश्योरेंस अमेंडमेंट बिल था उसकी जो बाकी रिकमेंडेशन है उसको रिजेक्ट किया गया है, सिर्फ इसी को एक्सेप्ट किया है 74 से 100% का? दूसरा मैम, मूडीज ने कहा है कि जो पब्लिक डेट है स्टेट और सेंट्रल का वो अभी भी 80% है, इस वजह से हम रेटिंग अपग्रेड इस बजट के अनाउंसमेंट के हिसाब से नहीं कर सकते. तो डू यू थिंक इज देयर कंसर्न फॉर द ऑन द public debt?
Insurance? Yeah. See, presently the insurance is 74%. Now, fundamentally, whether it's 74% or 100%, the materially doesn't matter. But what actually matters is the psychological feeling that they can actually own the company 100%. Along with this FDI, we are also going to, FM also announced that we are going to simplify certain procedures and rules that we frame, which are including the key management person who can be chairman of the company, and person who can be the CEO and board of directors, and also repatriation of dividends. All those are part of this the proposed reforms that has been announced by the FM today.
And sir, what about the other recommendation on the draft insurance amendment bill, sir?
That's what we are actually bringing. The draft insurance bill is the one FM has announced, but the main point she has mentioned that 100% FDI, including simplification of existing rules for FDI investing.
The draft bill is also coming.
Is coming.
Yes. And then public debt, ma'am. On the public.
Serial number 2. Finance Minister has also announced, just answer complete his question, the roadmap for fiscal consolidation by the center, and please have a look at the FRBM statement which carries the different scenarios, and over a period of next 6 years how that will be brought down. Similar one act has to be done through the state governments as well. So it is a process which is on.
Number 2.
हेलो, नमस्कार मैम, मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज से. मैम मेरा सवाल है कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए काफी बड़ी राहत है, 12 लाख तक जो टैक्स छूट दी गई है. इसमें आपने बजट स्पीच में कहा जो कैपिटल गेन से लोग कमाई करेंगे उसको इसमें शामिल नहीं किया गया, उस पर नॉर्मली टैक्स देना पड़ेगा जो स्लैब के रेट से है. तो ज्यादातर लोग आजकल मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, उनको लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट होती है, उनको कैपिटल गेन्स होते हैं कई तरह से. उनको बाहर रखने का, उनको केप्ट असाइड रखने का क्या रीजन है, क्या उसके पीछे वजह बताएं?
रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी उसके ऊपर ज्यादा विस्तार से बोलेंगे. बाहर रखने वाली चीज नहीं है. इनकम का कैलकुलेशन कभी भी वैसे ही होता है, उसमें कैपिटल गेन्स का जोड़ते नहीं है. मैं स्पष्टता के लिए उसको जोड़ रखा है उधर सेंटेंस पढ़ने के समय. ये नया मेरा पद्धति नहीं है कि इसको अलग रखो उसको अलग. इनकम कैलकुलेशन इन जनरल is done without the capital gains. You want to explain it, please?
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you, the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system.
Volkswagen.
Rate and highest level consolidation can go as low as 47.5%. Very low growth rate, etc., it comes to 52. What the goal is taken is 50 plus minus 1%, and that's showing that physical response to needs of the economy. So that is the goal, but overall trend has to be declining trend. And just see the record. 2021, Finance Minister announced will come down to 4.5 next year. This year we are 4.8, next year is 4.4. So this is a track record, that's what we follow. Your next question?
Small savings, borrowing from
small savings. Here the interest rate, if you notice in the last 2 to 2.5 years, are being set in a manner so that there's neither an incentive nor a disincentive to come to small savings. These are the numbers where we see the trend, and based on the trend we project it. What is being overall is being monitored and watched or set is the overall fiscal deficit, overall borrowings. If more is coming in small savings, less from the market. If less is coming from the small savings, more will be from the market. So our assessment numbers are slightly lesser than this year, and to that extent market borrowings we have indicated which will be slightly less than the current year numbers, marginally lower are there. But if there were to be more inflow of small savings, to that extent market borrowings will go down. And as you are aware, we do set the calendar every half year.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see
Volkswagen?
To give you a data point, direct taxes are supposed to increase by 12.7% next year. Indirect tax, which is on the, say, when people buy goods and services, is expected to increase by 8%. So that should answer your question.
Yes. Yes.
हमारी सेंट्रल अमाउंट शामिल है।
एक इसी पॉइंट पे और यदि हम देखें डायरेक्ट टैक्स और इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स का रेशियो, तो वर्तमान साल में आरई में ये 1.39 है। मतलब डायरेक्ट टैक्स लगभग 139% है इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स का। अगले साल ये 145% है। तो जो आप कह रहे हैं उसका उल्टा है, डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस पे अधिक अगले साल राशि प्राप्त होगी एज कम्पेयर टू इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स।
और यदि हम देखा जाए बॉयंसी जो है वो इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में 0.82 है, क्योंकि कस्टम्स जो है वो कोई अभी हमारे लिए एक रेवेन्यू का साधन नहीं है, वो एक बॉर्डर मेजर्स है और बहुत समय में हमने ड्यूटी रिड्यूस भी की हैं, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा हाई टैरिफ लगाने से भी उसके ठीक परिणाम नहीं, तो ये भी नहीं है। और CGST और सेस में हमारा जो बॉयंसी है वो सिर्फ 1.08 है, तो आप देखेंगे कि वो उसमें कोई एक्स्ट्रा हमारा करने का विचार नहीं है।
Ma'am, Prakash Priyadarshi from ET now. Yes, yeah. The KCC limit has been enhanced to 5 lakh. So, any assessment on how this decision will boost rural consumption? Secondly, ma'am, the budget document mentions something about sharing transaction details of crypto assets. If you could elaborate.
Sharing transaction details of
crypto assets.
Okay. Nagaraj, you want to say on the KCC? Increase in the KCC.
Yeah. This
Let me respond to the question on the KCC. This is to enable those farmers who are doing commercial cropping, they require more more crop loans are required. It will facilitate them, and government will provide the interest subvention for them up to limit of 5 lakhs. It is not first to assist the farmer. It is not a measure to boost rural consumption. That is not the intent. Intent is farmer needed more crop loans. It is to facilitate that. That is the purpose.
And
the biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
कुछ तुम्हारा।
A demand has to be met. The RE shows the numbers and we increase it. But just because of that, it doesn't mean that my BE will have to be on the enhanced note. Every year the numbers, in fact every crop season, post the crop season, the numbers vary. So as a demand-driven program, we'll certainly respond to it as and when the numbers come. On the crypto, when is the DEA paper likely to come? You'll get to know when it comes out.
This is lap 6 at the back.
Ma'am, I'm Banikinka Patnaik from the Economic Times. In your speech, you have said that there would be a light touch regulatory framework and that a committee will be set up to review all non-financial sector rules and regulations. So, ma'am, is there, any possibility that it will also include financial sector regulations?
But even as I read the speech, there were two different things. One for the non-financial and another for the financial. The financial is still being looked through the FSDC, whereas the non-financial is where we have appointed, or we are asking for an appointment of a high-level committee which will look at the regulations, particularly for compliance, for inspection, for certification. There are ever so many overlaps, friction points, pain points. So to sort that out, our approach is this: one, through the FSDC for the financial, and for the non-financial, several of them which are non-financial, the high-level committee.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludar Balakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. bringing you stories that matter, news breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about
Google Gemini.
ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है।
I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
मायूस किया है बजट ने और किसानों को कुछ नहीं मिला।
अगर आपके पास तनख्वाह है तो आप कम टैक्स देंगे, लेकिन जिनके पास रोजगार नहीं है उनके पास तनख्वाह कहाँ से है?
It is an election budget for Delhi as well as to development of the Bihar.
Well, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today had announced the budget, which is the Modi 3.0's first full-fledged budget, in which there was a massive tax relief for the middle class. Now, there's a political war going on that. You heard the opposition leaders, including Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, who says ki kuch nahi mila hai middle class ko. There's inflation, there's mehengai, and many in the opposition are also calling it a chunavi budget, pointing out what has been announced for Bihar. According to them, the government's focus was on Bihar entirely. Although Tejaswi's reaction was very interesting, because Tejaswi Yadav believes कि Bihar को कुछ नहीं मिला है, सौतेला व्यवहार किया गया है. Let me open this up and go across to our guests, and let's get in the industry voices first. We're joined by Tom Vadakkan, national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. We're also joined by R. Jagannathan, editorial director, Swaraj. We have Dr. Nikul Patel, leader of the Congress on the broadcast. Professor Bhuvan Bhaskar, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, joins us. Rakesh Nangia, chairman, Nangia Anderson India Private Limited, is joining us in the studio. Rajat Chopra, economist and CEO, Bankers Club. Gyanesh Chaudhary, MD, Vikram Solar, is also joining us in the broadcast, along with Rajat Dhar, economist and tax expert. Let me begin with Mr. Nangia. Mr. Nangia, has the industry's expectations been met through this budget?
See, the government has catered to a lot of industry, but you say does it require intervention for every industry? It is very difficult to say that. But the government has tried to touch on the pain areas of a lot of industries. And just to give me some classical case, take the case of a startup, and a very beautiful analogy. Government said we are going to commit fund of 10,000 crores. And you won't believe it, this is the second series of it. The first series which the investment was made a few years back, that has become 90,000 crores today. See the value of the money that is going to be, and see, unfortunately it's not in the public domain. But I'm talking to startup people today, and today after my morning session, it has gone up by 9x the investment. So there's the power reforms. There's a massive power reforms. So infrastructure doesn't need too much of reforms, because infrastructure needs money. Government has contributed 12 lakhs crore for this budget. Yes, there has not been an incremental increase this year as compared to the previous years, but I think this government is clear. If the money is required for infrastructure, government is willing to spend it. Take the case of air traffic. Take the case of Uran scheme, actually. They have touched it very well. They opened so many sectors. Do you know that, I must tell you very interesting thing, every 5th day, Indigo imports one airport in the country. Every 6th day, Tata imports one aircraft in the country. India may construct one airport, close to one airport per month. Can you believe this figure, Bezi? You are talking about 200 airports in 20 years. It comes to 10, in 1 year you make 10 airports. See, they have touched the aircraft also. They have touched the airport industry. They have touched the aircraft is there. They have touched startups. They have touched it. They have touched manufacturing wherever is required also. It's not that they have not touched also. But let's accept it. Do we accept the government to touch every sector? Answer is no. But if there's a pain area, we expect the government to touch it, because there's an opportunity once a year comes openly. But budget is not gone are the days where you used to make changes in the budget. Absolutely. If the changes are required, you'll go ahead with that. You're not going to wait for the budget to come. And this model message of the government is very clear.
So all in all, will you give a thumbs up?
I will, naturally I'm going to give a budget and combined budget. Okay. See, I will not give in a vertical or one specific line. When they combine personal income tax and when they combine the corporate tax, I give a thumbs up.
All right, let me bring in Ganesh Chaudhary as well. Like Mr. Nangia said, Ganesh Chaudhary, the government has placed significant emphasis on the reforms in the in the power sector and has incentivized states to enhance their electricity distribution and transmission. How does VSL plan to contribute to these reforms? Mr. Chaudhary, can you hear me? Mr. Chaudhary, can you hear me, sir? Okay, I don't think he's able to hear me. Let me bring in Rajat Chopra. Rajat Chopra, I'm also going to dabble a little bit into what the politicians are saying, because it looks like at the moment that everybody is only responding on the highlights, which is, of course, the massive tax reliefs that the middle class has got. Now, there are some politicians like Rahul Gandhi who are saying this is a band-aid on a bullet injury. Combine that with other things that are not being discussed. Do you believe that the government has treated this budget like a band-aid on a bullet injury? Rajat Chopra?
Look, I would not definitely get into a Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I would not comment on the political angle that the politicians are trying to draw. That is very personalized to parties and people. I think overall it was a very Viksit Bharat budget, Make in India budget, and that is the way I see it. And overall, if I see that the 85% of the class that has been benefited, the middle class have been benefited from the tax benefit, I think that's where the real benefit comes. But the clear agenda of the government definitely looks like putting this 85% to a new tax regime transition so that they get the benefit. However, the tax inflows are 80% from the rest of the 15%. That's another story to it. But if you see overall, I think the sectoral, as was mentioned earlier, the sectors have been touched upon. Tourism, medical tourism, I think all the sectors have been touched upon. But then, Swati, the key lies, if you see, the key lies in the execution of these schemes, which means execution at the ground level to the real beneficiaries. Which means the process, which means the governance, which means the time. Now, if I am getting all those schemes, I as an MSME sector, I as an MSME of India, how I am going to benefit? For example, the CGTSME scheme is is for example increased to 2 crores. Now how it is really correlating with the execution speed to the core beneficiary, that is MSME on ground, is where the key role comes. And so my thing is that government has set the platform in last 10 years for the India to be on the global stage. But I think there is a lot of scope of improvement when we see on the execution side of these schemes. I don't see personally that many of the MSME would be knowing that government runs more than 21 MSME beneficial related schemes. You know, that includes also the marketing expense scheme to the new MSME setup. So I think there is a lot of gap in that understanding and the execution. That is where I see. And but clearly from a I would say sectoral angle, I think if Bihar becomes a focus, that clearly spells some kind of political interest. But then I would not want to comment on that. But so do Delhi, so do Bombay, so do Kolkata, so do many other states. I think that clearly reflects some kind of political interest gaining. But overall, it's a Viksit Bharat kind of budget. And if you see the tariff also, I think the finance minister has tried to offset that in some form with various kinds of initiatives. But overall, I think it's a Viksit Bharat budget. But then we should not only applaud about the tax.
Is that it's a Viksit Bharat budget and execution is the key. Let me try and go across to Gyanesh Chaudhary again. If you can hear me, Mr. Chaudhary, we were just discussing the emphasis that the government has placed on the power sector. How does VSL plan to contribute to these reforms?
Thank you, Swati. I'm sorry about the glitch earlier. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Go ahead, please.
Great. According to me, it's a great time to be in the power sector and the energy sector. The government has given a very strong mandate on enhancing exports, manufacturing. There's 35,000 crores allocated for green hydrogen. There is a separate effort to set up export promotion. Solar itself is a very strong mandate promoted directly by Honorable Prime Minister. So we see some very bullish decisions being taken on capital allocation, as well as moving on to building a strong energy independent and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Absolutely. Now, Rajat Dhar, the common man, was interested in knowing how much tax relief, something that the middle class was waiting for far too long. That has happened. The politicians, some of them, they may not be satisfied and very happy with it. But the common man definitely is, because no income tax till 12 lakh of income. But then if you see the breakup, which is on the screens as well, every income group seems to be saving some money at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yes, if you say that when we break down the budget and analyze it and taking into consideration the exemption of under Section 87 under the new tax regime, we see that yes, from 75,000 to 1 lakh being in the hand. But then there are actually two different set of you can say retail investors, or you say consumers for that matter, because, or salaried people for that matter, because there are some people who are very heavy on their home loans and other such HRA consumables, whereas there are larger chunk which are not too much dependent on that. But once we run different permutation combinations, say across say for example, if a person is having a 15 lakh of income or a 20 lakh of income, vis-a-vis a person having a 12 or 10 lakhs of income, we will see that yes, there are certain cases where when we constitute all the exemptions being availed based on the loan, based on the different deductions, then we see that yes, for some there is an old tax regime which is still good, and for some there is a new tax regime. But yes, there would be convergence happening, and we will be seeing that people moving to the new tax regime. However,
will there be an automatic shift to that?
There would be eventually automatic shift to that. And slowly and steadily more and more people will switch to, because we have already know that more than 70% are already to new tax regime, and the objective of the government is to move that. And obviously, as is anticipated, the HUF will be next under the hammer in next 1 or 2 budgets that we foresee. But having said that, this is just one aspect of it. Like just before, there was a session by our Honorable Finance Minister, and she said to one of the queries that the tax is on the income. Now, whether you have an income from your earned sources or from the capital gains, it is to be taxed. Yes, it is to be taxed, but you can't have LTCG, SCGG and STT also clubbed into the taxes in between, because there are many countries where when you are already paying an STT, the LTCG or the shorter, there is not dual or multiple taxation. So then that is also a disadvantage, because this also questions our comfort in our government that they are not profiteering out of it just because the regulations have not come up. There's a multiple taxations going on there.
You know, there are direct taxes, indirect taxes. On top of everything, you're paying some cess as well, because ultimately the middle class that is strengthening the economy is also bearing the brunt of the subsidies or the freebies that are announced by the government. It all goes from the pocket ultimately of the Aam Aadmi itself. And any sort of relief, Rajat, is welcome, but it's never enough. So
one more thing, like when we're talking about the Viksit Bharat, the main irony of the fact is the government is saying that we have not, they are boosting it that we have not curtailed our capital expenditure and it is going to remain same. Now the point, let me put a simple factor. Your inflation is growing at say 4.1 or 5% or 6%. Your earlier capex expenditure has not been covered fully. You have not spent that money. And this year you're already saying, okay, we are not reducing the capital expenditure. So technically you are not growing the capital expenditure. Your earlier one is unspent, this is not spent, and the irony is that they are saying that we are setting up AI and 5 to 10% of the educational budget will be gone to that. Educational budget increase has been just 4.1%, which is less than the inflation. So when you are not even contributing to the leverage of information or a knowledge at the AI level itself, that within the ambit of the education itself, how would you compete to China or whatsoever that Vietnam and Thailand in the competitive landscape and then increase the GDP and
I would like a comment from R. Jagannathan on that.
See, I think this is the stage where I think there's a limit to how much government can do in any sector. Okay, the government is going to cede space partly to the private sector, and one of the ways to do that is to put more money in the hands of people, which is what it has done with the middle class and the other salaried class. Right? Once the driver of spending shifts partly to individuals and the retail customers, that will create demand. We have been saying what consumption is not growing as much, people are not doing discretionary, they are not buying enough TVs or whatever it is that they normally buy. Now once you put money in the hands of people, then the investment for increasing capacity will come from the
But tell me something, now there's no tax till 12 lakhs, so you're saving some amount. Like I said, every income group is saving something. But when these things that the Aam Aadmi is going to spend on, when they become expensive, ultimately you are spending that amount that should have been like a good saving when everything else around you is becoming expensive. Perhaps that's what the opposition is trying to point out. The inflation, the Mehngai should have been the focus.
Yeah, but inflation is largely at this point food driven. The opposition says, oh yeah, but that food is benefiting your farmers. They're nothing farmers, the higher prices are going to farmers. It may be going some to middlemen, but substantial some part of it will be going to farmers, so which is good for farmers. So my point is, inflation is about 5.5% now. It's coming down, and over the next 2-3 quarters it will be at 4%, right? Which is excellent performance given the kind of supply side disruptions that have taken place after COVID, and also now that if Trump brings in more uncertainties, I think it's an excellent performance. You know, don't forget 2 years back America had higher inflation than us. You know, so we are just catching up because all those supplies that are being brought in are coming down. So my point is this, that putting more money in the hands of people is always better than trying for the government to do the same thing. And if this marks a long-term shift where tax rates come steadily down for everybody, then I think we are seeing a fundamental shift in the way.
Purchasing power, of course, increases consumption. This will boost consumption. I know, Mr. Nange, you want to come in, but this is a good mix of political analysts, politicians, and the industry voices. I'll take in those voices as well. After a very short break, I'll try and come across to you as well.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhudas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see
Volkswagen?
Government says it's a Vikasit Bharat budget. The opposition is not impressed. Let me quickly take in the views coming in from the political analysts and the politicians. We have Professor Bhuvan Bhaskar, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party here. इंडस्ट्री जो वॉइसेस हैं, जो कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं, वो तो थम्स अप दे रहे हैं, पर ऑपोजिशन को क्यों लग रहा है कि ये किसी काम का नहीं है या मिडिल क्लास को वाकई कोई राहत नहीं मिली है?
देखिए, इस बजट को जो हम देख पा रहे हैं, हमको लग रहा है ये सरकार बचाने का बजट है, क्योंकि एक ही प्रदेश पर केंद्रित ये बजट है, बिहार प्रदेश पर केंद्रित। और सबको पता है ये बैसाखी की सरकार है और कहाँ कहाँ से चल रही है, बिहार से, आंध्र प्रदेश से। केवल फोकस अपनी सरकार को बचाने के लिए किया गया। और जो किसान, महिला और लघु उद्योग है, उनके लिए कुछ नहीं है। बहुत जिम्मेदारी से कहना चाहता हूँ आपके चैनल के माध्यम से, किसानों के लिए तो ये बजट बहुत ही घाटे का सौदा है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं सरकार किस कृषि क्षेत्र वो है जहां पर 46% रोजगार है, जीडीपी जहां पर 18% है। लेकिन हम क्या देख पा रहे हैं, किसान के जो उपकरण है जिनसे खेती से सहायक चीजें होती हैं, वो सब सरकार महंगा करके और उनको टैक्स में आप देख, उनको कर्ज में आप सहूलियत कर रहे हैं।
तो किसी को फायदा नहीं हो रहा।
मैं आपको बहुत जिम्मेदारी से बता, बस केवल 1 मिनट दे दीजिए मुझे। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं किसानों को किस दिशा में सरकार ले जाना चाहती है। ये चाहती है कि किसानी करना छोड़ दे, खेती करना छोड़ दे किसान, और जो जमीनें हैं वो बेच दे अपने औद्योगिक मित्रों को।
तो
इस दिशा पे ये सरकार
बहुत बड़ा आरोप आप लगा रहे हैं। लेकिन आई वांट टू गो अक्रॉस टू निकुल पटेल एज वेल एंड देन टॉम वडक्कन, यू कैन रिप्लाई टू बोथ। निकुल पटेल, बहुत लोग ये भी कहेंगे कि जब यूपीए की भी सरकार होती थी, इतनी सारी पार्टीज होती थी साथ में, तो हर पार्टी को उनके रीजन को, उनके स्टेट को ध्यान में रखते हुए बजट बनाया जाता था। एंड यू नो बैक देन बहुत सारे, जब रेलवे मिनिस्टर अलग से बजट देते थे तो वो अपने रीजन के लिए ज्यादा ट्रेन शुरू करते थे। तो ये तो पहले भी हो चुका है। योर व्यू?
Yeah, you rightly pointed out. Railway budget was different budget. Today you cannot find a railway budget and not major allocation was found in it. Secondly, the government is claiming that we are targeting Viksit Bharat 2047. Now, when you're talking of Viksit Bharat, they have targeted agriculture as a first priority, and that is reason because they find that the Lok Sabha mandate, what they got, is really alarming for them. And definitely they can support their supporters who are giving support to the government. But if you see, government is identifying 100 low productivity districts. But whether they will be able to achieve that or not, that is the question. Because previously, if you see that there were 100 smart cities that were focused by the government.
You're concerned about the execution. Tom Vadakan, but please do respond to what the Samajwadi Party spokesperson said. The government has brought in such a budget that will force the farmers to give up farming.
Well, there is much to be said about this budget, which I think the opposition parties want to see it in the red. The fact of the matter is, this is probably a dream budget. We had a briefing and discussion with the finance minister where she explained the nitty-gritties of this budget, the background of which it worked. India's economy is the fastest growing economy among the major global economies. The transformation work during the government's first 2 terms serves as a guiding light, enabling this government to move forward with determination.
All right.
In this budget, the proposed development measures span across sectors focusing on Garib Yuva, Annadata, Nari, that is poor youth, farmers and women. What are they talking about? This is a broad canvas. This is not, each of the state has been invested through the departments. So the funds that will go to the department will be allocated to the state.
All right.
Now, on a broader perspective, what is happening in the power sector is going to be, I think, one of the biggest game changer. The nuclear factor is coming in, and you have smaller nuclear power stations to be established, which will mean that power will be generated clean and neat. For this, there will be an amendment in the atomic energy rules and regulations. And that is a game changer. Now, these are things the opposition doesn't see.
Opposition does not want to see it. Let me also invite Ganesh Chaudhary for a quick reaction on what Mr. Tom Vadakan just said, specifically talking about the power sector. Please, if you could place your views on the panel about the export promotion mission of the government as well.
Thank you, Swati. I want to talk about one fact that any developed or developing nation, the amount of energy consumed per capita is a very big indicator of how developed we are or where we are headed. India is growing. India is still sitting at the third quadrant of the per capita energy consumption, and this needs to go up. Today's budget talks a little bit about that, takes us through the big changes that it's doing with respect to promoting manufacturing and thus creating an export powerhouse as far as India is concerned. Looking at where China is globally today, we keep comparing India with China, but to give the industries a safe place to grow, deploy large capital and give competition globally. I think that is what this budget is providing, providing duty exemptions for imports as well as other export incentives. This is going to be a game changer for industry.
Okay, it's going to be a game changer. I don't have much time left. I have to wrap up. But Mr. Nangia, earlier you were saying something about the tax relief and how this has been the first time that people, yes.
First of all, we need to be clear that the maximum saving which is there is 1,10,000 if your income is 25 lakhs. In the old regime, you were paying 4.4 lakhs rupees. In the new regime, you are paying 3.30. A very big change. This relief, I was saying, since independence, I don't recall any time when the government has given such a massive exemption. Let me add here. If you get a relief of 10,000, 15,000, we used to rejoice that government has exemption did diya. Now you are talking about 1,10,000, never. And see the boost it will bring on production, on consumption.
This has not happened since independence, you're saying. So that's a massive relief for the taxpayers, for the middle class. Government says this is Viksit Bharat budget. The opposition says nothing but a Chunavi budget. I have to wrap up the debate on that. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty, and I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From zero income tax for income groups up to 12 lakh rupees to public-private partnership in infrastructure to support to MSMEs to a national manufacturing mission to digital public infrastructure. Yes, it's all there in budget made by Nirmala Sitharaman for 25-26, first full budget by the finance minister, and the Modi 3.0, which had something for everyone. The government's message also was it has done the heavy lifting and it's time now for the corporates and the private sector to loosen their purse strings and rev up investments. Is India Inc. ready to become a bhagidar with the government to help the country fulfill its dream of becoming a developed nation or Viksit Bharat by 2047? Let's find out. And joining me tonight on the debate is Sanjeev Puri, President CII and CMD of ITC Limited. Also joining the debate is Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman CII Healthcare Council, R. Mukundan, Vice President of the CII and Managing Director of Tata Chemicals, Raja Navani, CMD Jetline Group and CII Chairman of India at 100. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Sanjeev Puri, as President of CII, how would you rate this budget? There is a bit of worry about the GDP growth rate that was down to 5.4% in the second quarter this year. Do you think this budget actually addresses the elephant in the room?
Well, I think it's a good budget. It's a very, very fine budget. It is very clearly a growth-oriented budget. It is reformist, and at the same time, it's fiscally prudent, which is very much required. Now, as far as the slowdown is concerned, what you referred to, these were also to do with certain transient factors. And since then, we have seen the government spending has picked up. So some of these transient factors are over. Now, the question we have to really ask is that, although the chief economic advisors, the economic survey suggests next year 6.3 to 6.8, but what is required really to take it to 7 and beyond and to 8? I think those pillars for economic progress are very much there in this budget. It focuses very clearly on sectors that have high labor intensity. And the biggest ask in the economy, of course, is to create 8 million jobs. And if we can create that, I think we're going to be very successful. So it addresses many such sectors: agriculture, MSMEs, toys, footwear, leather. It also is looking at export industries. Again, these are labor intensive sectors. It's looking at tourism. So very important steps have been taken there. I think the Integrated Council for Exports is a very welcome step. And the second area to draw more private investment is around ease and cost of doing business and the next generation of reforms. And the methods of doing that have been clearly articulated. There is a mention very clearly of collaboration between center and state, and to incentivize states towards these reforms. There is also a high-level committee that is being set up to create the blueprint. So very, very strong steps again there. And also, the whole issue of boosting consumption. Of course, all of what I've said is also going to boost consumption over time, but in a shorter period of time, what will boost consumption is more money in the hands of people. So the relief in income tax, the social security for gig workers, I think all of this will provide immediate relief to middle class and will provide some impetus to consumption and therefore contribute to the virtuous cycle of investments and employment and growth.
All right. So then let me ask Mr. R. Mukundan. Mr. Mukundan, two questions that arise. Some people saying that only 2% of the population actually pays income tax. So even if there is a tax relief that comes in, is it enough to actually increase demand, increase consumption to turn around the economy? Question number one. And question number two, private sector investment hasn't really kept pace with the expectations. What is holding it back, and will this budget actually see some more interest coming in from the private sector, especially in the investment and creation of jobs area?
Thank you, Navika. I think if you look at the broad context, it addresses three issues. Number one, it addresses the issue of consumption and the pain in the middle class. They were hurting, and it addresses that, puts a balm there and gives them some power to drive the consumption. I'll come to that, whether the consumption will drive further economic move and a virtuous circle. The second piece it does addresses jobs. I think jobs we've been highlighting for many, many years. I think the first focus has been agriculture, which is the largest job created today. The second one, it addresses MSME. Within manufacturing, MSME create the most jobs. It also addresses exports. If you want to sort of move to high-paying jobs, higher qualified job, exports is critical because India is a center for GCC, electronics export. If you look at the software export, all these are export entities which have created jobs for people. And the third piece which it does is that while doing the first two, it ensures our fiscal glide path is intact. The target is 4.4. All this augurs well well. And on top of that, what the minister has done is that the gap which may arise because of the funding, the revenue foregone in the infrastructure sector, clearly she has asked for public-private partnership. There's a pipeline of 3-year pipeline of such projects which is going to come on table, and they're going to work on that to make sure the infrastructure spending does not stop. In terms of infrastructure, she actually has highlighted another angle to it, that it is about investment, which is investment in people and investment in sustainability. If you look at the investment in people, the whole point about connecting all the schools by broadband, to also give money for Atal Tinkering Labs, to give funding to IITs and IISCs, is going to provide future talent for India as we prepare ourselves for AI world and the world of digital. And the second piece is that if India has got to decarbonize its coal-fired boilers, it has to go to nuclear power, and the 100-gigawatt mission with 20,000 crore for the 6 or 7 Bharat small reactors, I think is the right step to sort of make it more sustainable. And on top of that, if you need public-private partnership, we need to build on trust. She used the word trust. I think the most of the time it is one word which I heard many times, at least 10 times I did a last count. And how do you bring about trust? You bring about trust by making sure that you decriminalize many of the rules, make it easy for entrepreneur, make his cost of doing business lower, and I think they've addressed that. In top of that, what have they given to entrepreneur? If you look at entrepreneur from MSME, the definition itself has been changed to 500 crores. I think Indian MSMEs have to become global scale. They need to address international market, and she has enabled that. On top of that, she has also created this whole fund of funds, 10,000 crore. What many people don't realize it, this fund of fund actually created a 90,000 crore investment in startups. And the new one is obviously going to accelerate that further, making sure that our momentum in startups is continued. So clearly, I think this is a budget which is not just focused on addressing immediate term, medium term, and also it is putting on, as Sanjeev highlighted, certain levers which will help us in the long term.
Well said. If all of what you are saying comes true, then clearly it seems to be the medicine that the economy really required. And talking about medicines, let me go to the healthcare big man, Dr. Naresh Trehan. Healthcare sector. 36 drugs becoming absolutely duty-free, among those cancer drugs. I want to ask the question, is there enough spending on healthcare, number one, especially primary healthcare, which seems to be an area of neglect as far as state governments are concerned? Secondly, are we doing enough excuse me, because jobs and the service sector as far as health is concerned can be a huge employer given the kind of skilled workforce that we have. Do you think enough is happening in this budget to address some of your concerns?
So actually, this budget is actually a follow-through of the announcements made in July, where it was outlined that we will have X number of nursing schools, 75,000 more doctors coming into the mainstream over the next 2, 3, 4 years, that seats are being created. So if you see that, the announcement today was that 10,000 additional seats will be allocated to medical colleges to increase the output on medical students. So that's a welcome news. The next thing is also the centers of excellence, the 5 that were announced today. They are actually going to contribute hugely to the training of paramedical personnel, technicians and all that, because you were right when you said that the healthcare industry actually employs 6-7 employees per bed created. Now we have to make, the minimum requirement for India is to multiply the number of beds today into 2. That means we need to create 1.5 million beds more in the next 5 years. So if that be the case, and you multiply that for each bed, at least 5 people are going to get employment, it becomes a large number, 7.5 million. So what we really need to do is to push the health sector. Fortunately, there is a healthy public sector health system functioning, and also parallelly the private sector health system. when they work together, they can create a huge benefit for the country, like you saw in the COVID times. Right now, we are actually not recognizing the value of PPP with the government and private sector that can create this movement much faster than we are going right now. So, two things. When your leading question was, is there enough that is being done at the primary healthcare level? The answer is, the government has announced the Ayushman scheme where there is the wellness centers, 150,000 wellness centers to be created. I think more than half have already in existence. That's a big relief at the bottom of the pyramid. But how well they get linked with district hospitals and other tertiary care hospitals is yet to be seen. So there is a lot of effort, but the schemes of Swachh Bharat, Swasth Bharat, all these need to be coordinated with the PMJY scheme, and I think that we will have a much better system in the coming years at the basic level, at the rural level also. Also, there is a lot of investment going in from the private sector into tier 2, tier 3 cities, which will also help. So I think there are many models that can be put into place where we can accelerate the healthcare delivery system along with the huge employment opportunity that it offers. In the coming 5 years, we could make a big contribution to the economy of India, to the health of India, and ultimately go towards our goal of Viksit Bharat in 47.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Rajan Navani. There is euphoria that comes in after every single budget. Every budget, India Inc. says is a great growth-oriented budget, but somewhere midway through the year, we see a few disappointments coming in and growth not really happening at the rate we would want it to, especially if we have to become a 5 trillion economy, a number 3 economy in the world. Do you think this budget actually takes that step? Because many people say that structural problems in the Indian economy still remain. How do you think those can be addressed, and does this budget actually address them?
It's interesting you raise this point, Navika, because I think when you heard the Honorable Finance Minister start, that is exactly what she said. This has to happen through a collaborative process, because we are looking at a 23-year, long journey, towards a Viksit Bharat, and that cannot be built with multiple stakeholders who are going to contribute to build that India, working in different directions. So I think the fact that a trust-based regulatory framework, built with industry, can be a very defining factor in this process as we move forward. So to me, this budget was really a foundational budget, which has set the direction in which a lot of the things that will happen over the next 2 decades will unfold. Prioritizing different things that are needed at different points in time. So I think in that light, it does address, a large part of that, and it has truly begun with, the save the best for last kind of a statement by putting money into the hands of, the middle class. And, also the middle class is a rising middle class. India for the next 20 years is going to see wealth creation where, different people will move up the economic ladder, and they know today directionally that they will have a large amount of their money to be able to spend, to be able to actually boost consumption in this country. Also, I think the fact that, she spoke about investing in people, economy and innovation is to me a big driver of, what is the larger thinking, because our biggest asset is our people, and that has been addressed, in many ways. And there are very new, different ways in which livelihoods will be earned. The gig economy needs a social security system which has come up. Through our group company Jet Synthesis, we are working with all new age creators, influencers, esports athletes. This is a generation that is going to derive its livelihoods very differently from the way the past generations have. It's not a lifetime, of one career. It's a career of lifetimes, and, different kinds of things that they will do. So for a government to say that we understand that, we appreciate that, and we are trying to create a framework that will enable that generation to really unlock, because these 25 years are the 25 to 50-year-olds who will not only build the greatest, value creators, but also the high consumers, and drive India to its future. So I think many aspects about that, of reskilling them, enabling them to look at new age skills, because there's going to be tremendous amount of disruption that's going to happen with technology. While, we did get 10,000 crore additional for a fund of funds and an announcement of an additional 500 crore for an artificial center in education, a COE, but, an artificial intelligence of 500 crores and 10,000 crores across frontier tech, is that really, sending enough messaging? Because just 2 days ago, we saw $600 billion of market cap get eroded through one statement in one day in one company in one country. So this Gen AI is definitely there for real. It is going to be a big game changer in the way the world is going to play out over the next, maybe already happening. And how are we as a country aligning priorities towards some of these things? So I think there are many aspects of this budget that have touched upon many of these areas. It is now to sustain them beyond the budget and actually create an environment where this execution in a trusted manner between state and center, between industry and government and multiple stakeholders invested in this actually, unlock together. So I think from that angle, definitely one budget that, will hopefully set that direction.
Well, you talk a lot about trust, but does really trust exist? Because, when you talk about the central government, you also have to talk about many of these policy measures actually being transformed on the ground by state governments, the coordination there. Well, if it is, the party at the center, which is the party at the state, maybe things work out. Does it work otherwise? These are some of the issues that remain to be addressed. But as far as the budget goes, clearly it cannot address all of these problems. At the moment, I think there's euphoria in the middle classes, the tax-paying segments who are breathing a sigh of relief. Will it convert into consumption that leads growth to a higher trajectory? Well, that's the hope and the prayer. But for the moment, the jury is out on that one. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. On the first analysis of the budget 2025-26, how it plays out, well, we'll keep you, the viewer, informed and abreast of all the developments. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter, news breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा simple सा straightforward सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised.
With Google Gemini.
Hello, good
morning. Thank you very much for joining us here on Times Now. I'm Hina Gambhir. Viewers, it's nothing short of a bonanza budget for the middle class, with Modi government giving it a mega tax exemption, the biggest, in fact, since the year 2005. So if you earn up to 12 lakh rupees a year or approximately 1 lakh rupees per month, you will have to pay no tax at all. In fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made the big bang announcement during her budget speech today, where she said that the income slabs and the rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. In fact, she mentioned that in total, about 1 crore taxpayers are going to benefit with this rejig. So what does this essentially mean? This means that the middle class will have more money in their pockets. This will help them save more and spend more the way they want, and will also spur household consumption, which has been the focus of the government. Now, viewers, here's what the impact really is going to be of the tax slab overhaul, and here's how it is going to look like for the taxpayers. So, for example, if your salary is around 8 lakh rupees annually, then, with the existing tax regime, you would have to pay about 30,000 rupees as tax, but now the tax is going to be zero. 9 lakh rupees as annual income, old tax, 40,000 rupees. Now, under the current the new proposal that has come, tax will be zero. So you will eventually save 40,000 rupees annually. If your income is from 10 to 12 lakh rupees, the savings are going to be in the range of 50,000 to 65,000 to 80,000 rupees. So for those earning 12 lakh rupees annually, will be able to save now 80,000 rupees annually, because there is not going to be any tax on this. But if you are in the tax bracket of 16 lakh rupees, then also you stand to benefit, and the benefit is going to be around 50,000 rupees annually. Then people earning 20 lakh rupees annually will have a saving of 90,000 rupees, because in the existing structure, your tax outgo is 2.9 lakh rupees, and now it's going to change to 2 lakh rupees under the new proposal by the Finance Minister today. Not just that, people earning 24 lakh rupees annually or 2 lakh rupees per month will have a saving of about 1.1 lakh rupees, and 50 lakh rupees is your, if that is your annual income, your current outgo is 11.9 lakh rupees, you will end up saving 1.1 lakh rupees. So like I mentioned, it is going to benefit taxpayers across tax brackets. Now look at this scenario, how it is going to be a benefit for people who earn salaries in the range of 12 lakh rupees per year or 1 lakh rupees per month. If the husband earns 12 lakh rupees per year, if the wife earns 12 lakh rupees per year, then the combined income of the family is 24 lakh rupees, and your household income is absolutely tax-free. And that is the update that we are getting right now. And in fact, this is going to be the kind of benefit that we are likely to see. Let's now talk a little bit about, the benefits that are going to be there for the people. Why does the middle class really matter? Because viewers, as per the data from the 2020-21, the middle class made 31% of the total population. Now, reports are suggesting that the size of India's middle class will nearly double to 61% of its total population by 2047. It is also important to note that Delhi, which by the way is seeing polls in less than 5 days from now, as per reports, has got 67% middle class population. So all in all, this is a pro-people and pragmatic budget clearly coming ahead of polls. And now here's what the Finance Minister said while announcing this overhaul in the tax slabs for the middle class. Listen in.
We have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called this a budget for Janta Janardan, one that focuses on putting more money in the hands and the pockets of people. Listen in.
जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है।
So let's now go across to our guests who are joining us live this evening to understand what do they make of this mega tax bonanza that has come for the middle class. Specifically, we have Tehseen Poonawala, who is a political analyst, joining us on the studios here. Vivek Silas, who is national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Niranjan Hiranandani, co-founder and MD Hiranandani Group, also live with us this evening. And we will be joined by Nirmala Sitharaman, national spokesperson, NCP, the SP faction. Good evening to all of you. Thank you for joining us here on Times Now. Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, I want to ask you, did the budget today make you happy?
Hugely happy. I think it's a huge challenge before the finance minister, especially in view of the recessionary kind of feelings in the last 6 to 12 months and the election process which took place, which means that the investments which took place in 2024 was at a much lower level than what was expected. So I think that is a very big challenge. Number two, huge headwinds at the international level. So I think the balancing of the budget is a much bigger challenge than otherwise it would have been, and she's been able to do it. Number three, I think the middle class has been languishing and demanding more benefits that need to come to them in view of the fact that they are suffering earlier due to inflationary tendencies of the economy. And that is a challenge which really was there for this middle class in two terms in what we have seen in the marketplace. I think these three balancing is probably the most important thing that I think has been done. What I'm not happy about is that the volume of investments could have been increased still further in view of the fact that I'm not happy with 6.2% growth. I know it is the highest in the world, but I still think our target should be 8%. And for that, investments in terms of the government need to be increased. Yes, the private sector also needs to increase the investments. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I think more investment coming from the government needed to be done. And I think that was probably not done because they wanted the fiscal target to be a 4.2 or 4.7 that is over there. So I think balancing the budget has been quite a challenge in terms of it. But overall, being able to take this sector to the whole thing. And I think we could dil mange more. I think we all want much more to come out of every budget that is there. But I think these two issues which they have been able to do is quite a far-reaching commitment, which I thought the finance minister was able to achieve.
Okay, interesting. Dil mange more. I mean, that's, I think, what the corporate sector says every time we, connect after the budget announcement. I know Tehseen wants to respond, but before that, let me quickly welcome Sujit Kumar, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha from the Bharatiya Janata Party as well, who's joining us live this evening. Good evening. How will you like to address the concerns that have been raised by Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, specifically on the investment side?
Is it for me?
Yes, Mr. Sujit Kumar.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to compliment the Honorable FM for this futuristic and bold and inclusive budget. This is not a budget of politics, it's a budget for the people of India and for Bharat. And she has brilliantly been able to balance the challenges of fiscal prudence, more consumption-led growth because of tax cut, and also has been able to secure inclusive development. Now, as far as the concern about investment is concerned, last year the capital allocation for capital expenditure was over 11 lakh crore. And that will be maintained. Now, the focus this year has been rather on leaving more cash in the hands of the middle class, in the hands of the people. That will spur consumption, which will ultimately aid in the GDP growth. Mr. Hiranandani had concern about 6.2 or 6.4 GDP growth, but this is double the global average at this point of time. And fiscal deficit, post-COVID, we had a situation where the entire globe was having massive fiscal deficit, but we have been able to reduce fiscal deficit over the years, and we are well on the target of reaching 3% of our GDP, which is the FRBM. So I think the concern about the capital investment is not really justified.
Okay.
The Honorable PM has time and again said that we are focusing on not only infrastructure but also on physical infrastructure, but also on social infrastructure.
Interesting. Tehseen Poonawalla, budget for Bharat, do you agree? Because a lot of people who are in this middle class category are in fact going to benefit. Finance Minister gave a number also about 1 crore people.
Yeah. At the onset, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Finance Minister and the Honorable MP on your show. As somebody who's leading one of the protests on Twitter against tax terrorism, this is a good first start. A good start, congratulations for that, and kudos for that. But there is still many miles to go. What I would have expected, as the saying goes, ye dil mange more, to eliminate poverty out of India, we do need 8% growth from where Mr. Hiranandani left. So first, what we needed to do for the middle class actually, reduce the tax slabs from 6 to 3. This is something I've been advocating time again. That will widen your tax base. The lesser you have, reduce your compliances, reduce the surcharge. The surcharge is killing you. Long-term capital gains, short-term capital gains. Once I pay my tax, let me do what I want with my money. Then the highest tax slab should be only 20%. Bring your corporate tax down to 20%. That will again allow people, that will again boost the investment confidence into India. And the next step that needs to be done, which is not an income tax or direct tax issue, is your rationalization in the GST Council, which is now GST has become an extortion tax. So GST should be 2 rates, 5% and 12%. Roti, kapda, makan, 5%, everything else 12%. Please keep it as simple as that. And that is the only way to take forward. What I do want to compliment the government, despite being opposition, is 100% FDI and income tax. Well done, guys. And the nuclear, 500 gigawatts of nuclear power, civilian nuclear power. Congratulations. The BJP had opposed the nuclear deal. Today, the chicken has come home to roost. Congratulations. It's a budget for Bharat on those two fronts.
Vivek Silas, is there anything that you will like to congratulate the Finance Minister for in this budget?
We would like to see how the budget behaves actually, because for the last 11 years, the Bharatiya Janata Party, their spokesperson, even the Honorable Finance Minister have been saying that this budget is for the Aam Aadmi, Aam Janta ka budget. We have been hearing it for the last 11 years. But today, if you see the education budget that was for 1,25,638 crores has come down to 1,14,000 crores. The social welfare budget was 56,501 crores has come down to 46,482 crores. Agriculture, the basis of India, it was 1,51,851 crores last year. It has come down to 1,40,859 crores.
Okay.
If you see the urban development.
So there's not even a single thing that you you feel good about in this budget?
The slab that the finance minister has said till 12 lakh there will be no tax, okay. But you need to enhance the income of the people.
Okay.
To bring them up to more than 12 lakhs. That is the point where India is going to grow. Because if you see, the Northeast is very important. Northeast budget was 5,900 crores for the entire Northeast. Has come down to 4,600 crores.
Okay.
Urban development, let me complete.
No,
82,577 has come down to...
You've made an important point, point well taken, but I'm completely out of time right now. I'd like to thank all my guests for joining us. Tehseen Poonawalla, Vivek Silas, Sujit Kumar and Niranjan Hiranandani. Appreciate all of you. Heading into a very, very short break. We'll be back with lots more. Stay with us.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. bringing you stories that matter, news breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint, exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter, news breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint, exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Movement that inspires.
Joining me this evening on Budget Day is Union Commerce and Industry Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal. And Mr. Piyush Goyal, while the middle classes are rejoicing tonight because they've got huge tax reliefs, the question many are asking is, देर क्यों कर दी हुजूर आते आते? ये तो 400 पार वाला budget should have come last year. Why has it come this year?
कभी बजट माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने चुनाव के हिसाब से नहीं बनाए. Budgets are made based on the prevailing situation and a variety of other factors. So while for those, some people it may be an election issue, for us it's a matter of conviction that we have to serve the people of India, we have to serve every section of India. And last year different benefits were given to the middle class. Different tax reliefs were given in a different form. This year it's more direct in terms of massive tax cuts. So I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi has consistently ensured the welfare of every section of society.
Well, Mr. Piyush Goyal, let me ask you very directly. Rahul Gandhi says for bullet wounds, this announcement is merely just a band-aid. Shashi Tharoor goes a step further and says that great income tax relief for those who have salaries, but what about the jobless who have no salaries? How would you respond to them?
Well, I think first of all, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has never done any work in his life. So he will never understand how great a tax relief that Prime Minister Modi and Nirmala ji have given today is to the middle class. For Mr. Rahul Gandhi, probably it doesn't matter. And for him, it may be a very small thing or a band-aid. But I'm sure the people of India, the people of Delhi, the common man, the middle class, who's almost relieved of their tax burden with 12 lakhs, 12.75 lakhs for salary earners being now nil tax. It's a great benefit and everybody is welcoming it. As regards Mr. Shashi Tharoor's comment, I think he has not understood the budget only. This budget is so holistically well designed. It looks after jobs in a variety of ways. It addresses sector-specific ideas, toys, footwear and leather items, what needs to be done to make it easier to do business, how startups will be promoted with startup fund of funds too. The effort has been through a variety of measures to make this a budget focus on creating more jobs. Now take tourism for example. We all recognize tourism is the largest job creator in the world. 50 destinations with a focus on marketing those destinations, improving their infrastructure, ensuring even basic things like security and sanitation. I think it's a very well-designed, comprehensive budget which will have a transformative impact on creating jobs, either through manufacturing thrust, either through tourism, either through infrastructure creation or food processing, fisheries. It has a multi-dimensional job creation possibility.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Piyush Goyal, you're the Commerce and Industries Minister. There is a huge dependence on the private sector to pick up the investment sentiment and go for it. That was the reason for the cut in corporate taxes several years ago that your government really brought in. Private sector investment hasn't really come up to the expectations that the government might have had. What are the reasons this investment is still lagging? Will this piece actually deliver after the announcements in the budget, along with the export sector, on which great emphasis has been put in this budget as well? Will these two pieces be able to address the slowdown in growth that we saw in the second quarter this year?
Navika ji, first of all, I do not think that we have not seen the level of private sector investments that was envisaged. Look at all the PLI schemes. Look at the semiconductor support scheme. Look at the amount of FDI that's been coming into the country. Despite COVID, despite two global wars, India has fared quite reasonably well. We continue to be the fastest growing large economy in the world. And even this year, the first 9 months, FDI numbers are very robust. So to my mind, the variety of schemes, the variety of initiatives, the effort to have sectoral promotion, as well as to focus on infrastructure and ease of doing business, is giving very good results. I'm sure this budget will also give a great impetus to private sector investment, to manufacturing, monetization of assets of about 10 lakh crores has also been talked about in this budget, which will be plowed back into the economy. Fiscal prudence is evident in the numbers. The government's debt to GDP ratio is continuously falling. Fiscal deficit, even in the current year, is only 4.8 against 4.9 envisaged. Next year will be 4.4 against 4.4 planned earlier. I think in every respect, this is a government that has delivered multidimensionally, and through that delivery has helped the industry and manufacturing sector, has helped exports, thereby creating job and business opportunities.
Mr. Goyal, let me also ask you, there are many memes that are doing the rounds, which make a cartoon of Donald Trump and Indians as understanding कि वो तारीफ कर रहे हैं India की. Actually, he's talking about tariffs. On a serious note, are we worried about the tariff regime that US might announce? They've already begun to announce this against Canada, Mexico, other countries. Is that something that is making markets as well as the Indian economy nervous?
Well, I think every country has a right to determine their tariffs, and the United States has determined certain tariffs on many countries, but not increase any tariffs on India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Donald Trump share a very, very good equation and friendship. It has been reported that Prime Minister Modi will soon be visiting the US. Logistics and dates are being worked out. So I think we will continue to strengthen and build upon this wonderful relationship and the growing strategic partnership between the US and India. Things will only get better, and a plethora of opportunities will open up for India.
Let me also ask you, opening up the insurance sector for foreign investments up to 100%, how much of the liquidity issue will get resolved as foreign companies, insurance companies, bring in more money into the Indian system?
Well, I think this is a long-drawn process. The money will take some time to come in as investment plans are firmed up. They have to deploy that money also. So that may take some time, and I don't think this measure is aimed at only meeting some liquidity requirement. I'm sure the Reserve Bank of India is seized of the market conditions, would have appreciated the massive steps taken in this budget, particularly the tax cut for the middle class, which will inject a lot of disposable income into the hands of the middle class and drive consumption-led growth. So I think insurance opening up is more about giving choice to the consumers, is opening up opportunities for further investment in a very growing, fast-growing sector, and also looking for innovative new insurance products coming into the Indian market.
Let me ask you, there are many who say that आपने, tax slabs तो ज़रूर कम कर दिए, but only 2% of Indian citizens actually pay taxes. So is this really doing anything for the masses in India, for the large population in India? And they also question the fact that whether it is Manrega or Ayushman Bharat or some of the other schemes, not too much increase in outlays have been made. In fact, in Manrega, it's been kept at the same level as last year. How do you respond to this criticism?
Well, I think as regards the outlays are concerned, the budget is an initial estimate at the beginning of the year. You are jolly well aware that whenever any additional funding is required, whether for Manrega or to support manufacturing, exports, our farmers, subsidize fertilizers, promote skill development, any project which is the need of the hour, which is good for the people of India, Prime Minister Modi has never hesitated to provide funds. Often in the revision, in the supplementary budgets, we have made sure that adequate funds are available for what is good for the people of India. So I do not at all worry about the specific outlays at this stage. I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very conscious that he would like to take the country to greater heights as a developed nation, as a prosperous nation. And we are all working with that single-minded objective of Viksit Bharat 2047.
The tariff rationalization, the provisions made for the MSME sector, Mr. Piyush Goyal, do you think this will once again rev up the growth in the economy?
Everything adds up. It's not one step or the other. This budget, and I find this the beauty of this budget, that it addresses multidimensionally the needs of business. I myself run an industry. I've myself been in the private sector. And I recognize how well this budget has been crafted in order to address many areas. Take, for example, tourism. Now, the focus on 50 destinations, working closely with the state governments as collaborative effort, cooperative federalism at its best, strengthening security, strengthening infrastructure, access, strengthening sanitation, making those places tourist-friendly, is supplemented with mudra loans for homestays, is supplemented with an effort to promote setting up of new hotels, is supplemented with the Udan scheme too, by which 4 crore passengers and 120 new airport destinations will be opened up and new connectivity medium will be created. Now, when you look at combine all of these together, you recognize that this is a great growth story and this is a great job story in the future. So that is how Prime Minister Modi thinks. He's not unilateral. He's multilateral in his dimension.
Well, in the end, I want to ask you your love for Bihar with all kinds of announcements, including a Makhana board coming up. Is this really posturing ahead of elections? Because you made a Freudian slip when you talked about the tax rates going down. You said across India, middle classes will celebrate, and in Delhi. Eyes on the Delhi and Bihar elections this year, Mr. Goyal?
No, my eyes were on you, Navika ji. You are in Delhi and you pay your taxes in Delhi. Therefore, I made it a point to mention about people like you. You yourself told me your newsroom is ecstatic about the tax cuts. तो मेरे तो आँख के सामने आज मैं जिधर भी जा रहा हूँ दिल्ली के लोग दिख रहे हैं. तो स्वाभाविक है मैं दिल्ली की बात करूंगा. दिल्ली हमारे दिल में है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के दिल में है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी दिल्ली वालों के दिल में है. तो स्वाभाविक है दिल्ली की बात होगी. And as far as Bihar is concerned, have you not heard Prime Minister Modi right from 2014 speak about the Act East policy? He has always believed that unless Eastern India and Northeast India develops, the country cannot develop. And therefore, it's a continuous effort. budget after budget, whether it's the Northeast, whether it's Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bengal, these have been our areas of focus. If those states don't cooperate and they don't take the benefit of central government schemes, it is to their own disadvantage. On our part, our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, continuously, almost in every interaction, every cabinet meeting, not from today, but for the last 10.5 years, has been guiding all his colleagues, all of us who had the privilege of learning from him, of working under his guidance, that our focus should be that the whole country develops. Our focus should be on the aspirational districts and blocks. Our focus should be in those regions which are left behind. Our focus should be on those who are at the bottom of the pyramid. And I think an extra effort to support Bihar or Assam or any of those states should be welcomed by all. I would like to ask the opposition friends who are criticizing that, are you opposed to Makhana board? Why don't you go and say this in Patna? Are you opposed to setting up a center of excellence or a skill university or developing infrastructure or developing the irrigation for lakhs of farmers of Bihar? If you're opposed to that, please go and tell the people of Bihar that you do not want to see development in Bihar. I abhor and deplore the behavior of the opposition who always speaks with a double fork or a very, very unholy manner, an anti-development approach of the opposition.
Well, Mr. Piyush Goyal, the opposition will say what it has to say. But if there were two boxes that needed to be ticked, growth, this budget, is it about growth bhi or popularity bhi? Well, then it ticks both those boxes. Middle class is happy and growth, incentives seem to be there. How it pans out over the next 12 months is something we'll all wait and watch out for. But for now, Dil Mange More, it's a happy middle class, and probably, as you say, Delhi election will determine which way this budget has gone as the first litmus test.
Well, I can assure you the country will go in a positive direction. The country will progress. The people, 140 crore Indians, have something or the other for them in this budget. Every farmer is happy. The youth are happy. Our sisters will get much more opportunity. We have focused our effort to make sure that the middle class will get higher disposable income, which will help industry, trade. So in a way, this is a budget which promotes growth, which strengthens the economy and makes the people of India happy. It's a win-win for India.
Well, on that note, thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Goyal, for joining me here on Times Now.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से. बड़ा simple सा straightforward सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी politics है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar.
Thank you very much for joining us here on Times Now, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Union Information and Broadcasting and IT Minister. Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, the budget has announced significant capital expenditure for railway infrastructure as well. That's a portfolio that you've held very, very close to your heart. Can you provide the specifics on how this investment will improve passenger experience, freight efficiency, and overall railway modernization and safety?
I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister for giving a huge capital allocation for railways, 2,52,000 crore, and this is going to really make a very big difference in the lives of all our passengers. New Namo Bharat trains 50, new Amrit Bharat trains 100, new Vande Bharat sleeper and chair car combined 200 trains, 1,000 new flyovers and underpasses, 1,300 stations already under construction. This year the entire electrification program will be reaching almost 100%. So all these things combined are going to make a very big difference in people's lives. Last year, in the current financial year, we are investing 1,14,000 crore rupees on safety. The budget has allocated 1,16,000 crore rupees for safety. On the whole, about 4,60,000 crore rupees worth new projects have been approved in the budget, which will mean huge amount of emphasis on new tracks, on renewal of the older tracks, on getting better safety practices, better trains, better stations. This will really improve the lives of our passengers. We are also going to cross a major milestone this year. We will be crossing 1.6 billion ton, 1,600 million tons of cargo carrying this year. So this is phenomenal.
Well, the concern will really always be passenger experiences, and in recent times railways have provided that. But let me ask you, you wear another hat, that of the IT Minister. Digital infrastructure is a key pillar of economic growth, as we've seen in recent times. What are the major allocations or initiatives in this budget to improve 5G rollout, AI, artificial intelligence research, and India's overall digital transformation, because a large part of our economy depends on this?
Honorable Prime Minister has kept a huge focus on making sure that the technological base for our country is well established. That's why there is so much focus on 5G rollout, which has now reached about 99% of all the districts. There is huge focus on the India Semiconductor Mission. The entire program is progressing very well. 5 units construction is going on, and 2025 will see the first Made in India chip rollout. The huge focus on AI mission. Within next few months, we will get India's own foundational model. Huge focus on quantum missions, national supercomputing mission. In a sense, the overall focus on getting the deep technology in place, getting that foundation right, is progressing very well, and I thank Honorable Finance Minister for continuously supporting this focus on technology, and I thank Honorable Prime Minister for guiding us in this path.
Well, India has also now launched an AI mission. How would you respond to those who have been, critical of the fact that this initiative should have been started much earlier?
Absolutely. See, getting the common compute facility is most important. Without compute facility, the entire mission was totally dependent on getting the compute facility, and that's why very quickly, immediately after the approval of the mission, we started working on creating that compute facility, and very happy to share with you that we have got 18,000 GPU approved, empaneled in this program, out of which about 10,000 are already available. So this is going to be a very big facility. And just to give you the context, the big supercomputer we have is 700 GPUs. So that's a huge compute facility overall, which is going to be extremely useful for the startups, for researchers, for our entire academic community, our AI application developers. All of them will get a huge facility.
Well, India is impressed, but will the opposition be impressed with these announcements in the budget? Well, that's another story, but thank you very much, Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, for joining me right here. On the day the budget has been announced, there's good cheer coming from the middle classes, but clearly some of the points that you make deserve attention, may have been overshadowed in this huge euphoria over the tax breaks. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaishnav, for joining.
तुम्हारी बाइक में भी
जब बेस्ट मिले सही वैल्यू में, then why compromise?
Valvoline full synthetic engine oil है perfect choice हर इंजन के लिए।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने नदियों को जोड़ने वाले उस सपने को साकार करने का बीड़ा उठाया है जिसे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने देखा था। उन्होंने अटल जी के 100वें जन्मदिन के मौके पर दोदन बांध की आधारशिला रखकर देश की पहली नदी जोड़ो योजना केन बेतवा प्रोजेक्ट का शुभारंभ किया।
केन बेतवा लिंक प्रोजेक्ट से मध्य प्रदेश के 10 जिलों को सिंचाई सुविधा का लाभ मिलेगा।
केन बेतवा नदी जोड़ो परियोजना से मध्य प्रदेश के 10 जिलों पन्ना, टीकमगढ़, छतरपुर, सागर, निवाड़ी, दमोह, दतिया, विदिशा, शिवपुरी और रायसेन में 8,11,000 हेक्टेयर क्षेत्र को सिंचाई की सुविधा मिलेगी। इससे 44 लाख किसान परिवार लाभान्वित होंगे।
केन बेतवा नदी योजना जो विश्व की सबसे पहली नदी जोड़ो योजना है, इसके शुभारंभ के बाद वाकई में ये पूरा क्षेत्र एक अलग दुनिया में जाएगा, एक अलग प्रकार से विकास का रास्ता तय करेगा।
केन बेतवा प्रोजेक्ट से उत्तर प्रदेश के बांदा, महोबा, झांसी और ललितपुर जिलों की 1,92,000 हेक्टेयर जमीन सिंचित बनेगी। इससे 21 लाख लोगों का पेयजल संकट खत्म होगा।
नदी में पानी लिंक योजना के बाद निरंतर बहता रहेगा, तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारे विदिशा वासियों को
The biggest news break of the day, exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter, news breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you comes first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Explosive Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stake
with Google Gemini.
ये आकांक्षाओं का बजट है. ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है. हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए. सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला.
I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
मायूस क्या
है बजट ने और किसानों को कुछ नहीं मिला।
अगर आपके पास तनख्वाह है तो आप कम टैक्स देंगे, लेकिन जिनके पास रोजगार नहीं है उनके पास तनख्वाह कहाँ से है?
It is an election budget for Delhi as well as the development of the Bihar.
The finance minister today presented Modi 3.0's budget for Janata Janardhan, from tax benefits to big bang boost for infrastructure and investment. The government focused on Gharib, youth, Annadata and Nari. But the opposition led by Rahul Gandhi has dismissed it. They are calling it a band-aid for bullet wounds. It's nothing short of a bonanza budget for the middle class, with Modi government giving it a mega tax exemption. The Modi government, in fact, is calling it a dream budget, the biggest since the year 2005. The finance minister declared that under the new tax system, those earning up to 12 lakh would not be obliged to pay taxes, while also rehauling the tax slabs to significantly lower middle class taxes. Another key feature was focus on infra growth, which propels economic activity and leads to job creation in the long run. The finance minister announced an outlay of 1.5 lakh crore in 50-year interest-free loans to the states. The government also made several announcements for Bihar, including setting up of a Makhana board, financial support for the Western Kosi Canal, and support for enhancing the capacity of IIT Patna. Centre will also be setting up a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar, besides facilitating greenfield airports in the state to meet future needs. But opposition has dismissed the budget as disappointing. Rahul Gandhi alleged that the government is bankrupt of ideas, while allied DMK dismisses it as just an election budget that has ignored the South. Let's open up the debate and let's go across to our guests. We're joined by Syed Zafar Islam, BJP spokesperson. We have Krishna Hegde with us, Shiv Sena spokesperson. Vivek Bansal, Congress leader, joins us, along with Brijesh Kalappa, lawyer and political analyst. Anish Gawande, NCP SP spokesperson. Akhil Chandra, partner, Direct Taxes, Grant Thornton, Bharat. Thank you very much for joining us. Syed Zafar Islam, let me begin with you, because the opposition is not impressed. Opposition says this is a Chunavi budget focusing on Bihar because of the elections that are going to take place in the state. And as far as the relief for the middle class is concerned in terms of taxes, a lot more could have been done. And nobody's talking about the unemployed. That's the criticism.
I think as far as opposition is concerned, they have always made this kind of criticism. They are always critical about every budget presented by the ruling party. Since 2014, we have seen that whatever budget you present, they will criticize it, they will never appreciate it. Even if you bring world to their feet, they will still be very critical about it. So we are not overly concerned about what opposition is saying. We are more concerned about what the people of this great country feels. I think there is jubilant atmosphere all over the country. People are extremely happy. Middle class is very happy. The working class is very happy. Those who have got the relief in income tax, they are extremely happy. Taxpayers are happy. Their family is happy. So is the overall middle class is happy. And all the decision which has been made with the primary focus, with four focus, which is very, very important, that Gyan, which we have often said, the Garib, the poor and marginalized section of society is of paramount importance for us while taking any policy decision, while drafting budget. Second is the Annadata, youth.
So you're saying you've taken into account everyone, the marginalized community, the youth, the farmer, the women. But are you dismissing all the reactions that are coming in from the opposition as just political?
If you can just recollect what they had said in July when the budget was presented, they were saying that nothing has been given to middle class. I can give you all the videos. They should have given some relief in the income tax. Yeah. Nobody on the street was even talking about relief of 10 lakh. Forget about 12 lakh. Nobody was even talking about relief of 10 lakh. Even some people, I heard all the people who are expecting, even Kejriwal and the opposition leader, that from 7 it should be made 8 or 9.
Okay.
At most, some people had said 10 lakh. Here, it has been a big surprise.
Okay, let me bring in our other panelists now. Vivek Bansal, everybody is happy. The working class is happy. The salaried people are happy. Women are happy. Farmers are happy. Youth happy. Only the opposition is unhappy. How do you respond? Mr. Vivek Bansal, can you hear? Okay, all right. Let me take that across to Brijesh Kalappa. Brijesh Kalappa, how do you respond to what you just heard from Syed Zafar Islam, that everybody is happy except for the opposition?
Opposition's job is to criticize, but one can't say that, look, the opposition is making a statement without any basis, because let's look at the facts as they are. Now, as you know, there is a falling GDP, and even the deficits have been increasing. What was projected, about 4 or 5 years ago, that the deficit should be somewhere in the region of about 3%, is today being touted. Well, it is 4.8% as being something which is extraordinary. So I think this is something which the government must look deep within itself as to why this is happening. When Mr. Jaitley was saying that, look, 3% is the kind of deficit that we are looking at. But today they are grappling with a deficit of 4.8%, and one, and two, what is the relationship with the dollar? The dollar's value is increasing while the rupee's value is falling. What had the Prime Minister said with regard to that? What are the steps being taken to ensure that the stability of the rupee is protected? Now, these are the important questions. Now, of course, Dr. Manmohan Singh has just passed away. And then there was a huge, some kind of memory for him and memorial for him, and people across the board were speaking very highly of Dr. Manmohan Singh. So, perforce the government has said, okay, let's do something extraordinary to, somehow lure back the middle class to the BJP fold, and they have today expanded the area during which, people are to pay taxes, and therefore 12 lakh is today the upper limit. So that is of course a salutary thing, and it's good. But what alongside, where is the job creation? Because the Prime Minister in the very first election, he said that we'll create 2 crore jobs. If 2 crore jobs had been created by the Prime Minister for the last 11 years, how many jobs would have been created? Okay. So these Chunavi kind of things, to say that, look, and you've seen the focus on Bihar today. The focus on Bihar is extraordinary. Why is so much focus on Bihar being given? Because there is an election. Okay. Now, if the Prime Minister is very serious, or the Finance Minister is very serious about improving the lot of the budget of the economy, then surely these kind of freebies, which he's been speaking about, graveties and so on and so forth. Okay, let
me go across to our other panelists as well. Let me take the first reaction, and then I'll come back to you. So Krishna Hegde, is the government only hiding behind the massive tax reliefs given? Because Brijesh Kalappa believes that one should talk about the deficit, one should talk about the changing situation in terms of the dollar, and most importantly, unemployment.
See, I will burst the opposition bubble by only one statement. Now you have no tax till the income of 12 lakh rupees. And in 2005, during the Congress regime, it was 1 lakh rupees. When the Congress regime ended almost in 2013, it was 2 lakh rupees. So what we have given the people is 6 times more than what they had given the people at that time. And still they are criticizing. I don't understand this. Over that, it is not only about the income tax rebate, but also the slab-wise rebate, which the Honorable Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have suggested. Secondly, if you are talking about the Dhan Dhanya Yojana, you are talking about the Makhana Board, you are talking about the procurement of pulses.
But that he's saying is Bihar specific.
About making IITs,
a lot has been announced for Bihar.
For farmers. How can it be Bihar? This is for the entire country. If urban development funds have been increased to 1 lakh crore rupees, this is not only for Bihar, it is for the entire country. So, and similarly, if Indian Posts have to be developed as a logistics organization, this is for the entire country. So similarly, I can list out almost 25 such points where, things are done for the entire country, but what the opposition is looking at only criticizing when they have themselves done nothing for the people.
Okay, we have Vivek Bansal as well on the broadcast now. Vivek Bansal, said Zafar Islam saying that last year the opposition kept saying middle class ko kuch nahi mila, tax relief nahi diya. This time that it has been given and it's a massive tax relief, the opposition is changing or rather shifting the goalpost.
We are not shifting the goal. We are just, there are so many issues need to be addressed which have been left unaddressed. We are talking about unemployment. We are talking about minimum price for the farmers produce. That has not been addressed. Mr. Jagdish Singh Dadwal is there on Anshan on the border. That issue is also, you know, unaddressed. This rising inflation, where are we? Has that been addressed? How they would bring down the prices when we talk of the common man and when we talk of the lower middle class? How are their misery is going to be alleviated? Thirdly, then the capital expenditure has not been increased. We are having a target of Viksit Bharat. We are having a target, and economic growth is just targeted at an average growth rate of 6.3 or 6.4, whereas the target should be, if we at all really mean business in this, that we have to make our country into a developed country. The target should be barely by any means not less than 8.5. So that is economy is stagnant. Dollar value of rupee per se dollar is coming down every day. And you remember what our Honorable Prime Minister used to say in 2014, that he used to just lampoon the UPA government and being so critical about it that our international economic heft is coming down. What is happening? No.
Okay, Sir Zafar Islam, please counter that. It's a band-aid. It's a band-aid for the bullet wound.
Well, let me give me some 2-3 minutes to respond to everyone's question. First of all, those who are saying that it is a political move and it is for Bihar or for that matter for any other state, Delhi or any other state, they must remember we had the opportunity in January to make this kind of announcement. We didn't, because everybody said that despite the election, the Honorable Prime Minister didn't do anything to lure the voters. We didn't do that. We had the opportunity in July, full-fledged budget. We could have presented there. We could have given this relief there, but we didn't. Even though Maharashtra, another election was there. All I'm trying to tell you that it is only the opposition which make this kind of claim and criticism. They know the reality that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party's government. This NDA government. We prioritize what is important for the nation. When we say that Viksit Bharat, what does Viksit Bharat mean? What is the intention of the Prime Minister to make our country a developed nation? For developed nation, what is important? To have a poverty-free country. That is what the Honorable Prime Minister is saying, that everyone should have a disposable income in their hand. They are providing every possible facilities to the poorer and marginalized section of the society, be it gas connection, be it electricity connection, be it the water connection, be it food delivery in their home, and then many other benefits they are getting purely because it is important for a Viksit. There is a country, a developed nation.
Okay, so let me take a reaction from Anish and then Brijesh Kalappa. Anish, Mr. Islam is saying, you know, there's election happening all the time in the country. It's not right to link it to elections in Bihar and call it a Chunavi budget. There's something for everyone in the budget.
You know, so what I'd like to start off by saying is that this has been a better budget than many that we've seen in the recent past. So this is truly a good budget, and it's an NDA budget. So I'd really like to thank Krishna Hegdeji and all the NDA allies for ensuring that Nirmala Sitharaman ji has put a smile on the faces of millions across the country in a very long time, after a very long time today. I want to highlight a few things right over here. The first is that in many ways, this is not a budget that goes that extra mile. Although it has all the ingredients necessary to ensure that the budget takes care of every single situation, the income tax cut should have come after, or rather should have come before the capital gains tax cut or the cut in corporate taxes. You're seeing a reversal, right? So today when you put more disposable income in the hands of people, where are they going to spend that disposable income? On Meesho, on Amazon, on products that are not made in India? And what are the ways in which we're going to ensure that manufacturing, which has seen a major slump in the country, is going to actually pick up? What are the ways in which we're actually going to rethink the global tailwinds that we're seeing? We're looking at a global recession. I was really expecting a big ideas budget this year. I was really hoping that the economic survey set the tone. It emphasized that this is not just India's problem, but a global problem. And we thought we would see more decisive action. An income tax cut makes for great headlines. But what follows after, the vision that's necessary for what follows after, was something that was unfortunately missing.
So not all in the opposition are extremely critical about the budget. Since we're talking about income tax and relief for the middle class, Brijesh Kalpa, before I come to you, I want to quickly go across to Akhil Chandra, partner direct taxes, Grant Thornton Bharat. Akhil Chandra, what does this mean for the Aam Aadmi? Has it really put a smile on the faces of the Aam Aadmi in the long term? Is this really going to increase or rather boost consumption, their purchase power and more money in the hands of the Aam Aadmi now?
I think surely this will have long-term impact and will have a lot of disposable income. Let me share some facts with you, the numbers with you. The people who have income up to 12,75,000 now, they don't need to pay the taxes. And if you ask me how many people are there of such kind, 85% of the individual taxpayers are tax-free now. I think that's a bold. This is my 17th year in my profession where I've been analyzing the budgets. This is the government has taken such a bold step, and the purpose of taking that step is to give more disposable income in the hands of the people, so that the increase, domestic consumption will happen, which is a requirement as we've seen in the yesterday's economic survey. Liquidity, domestic consumption is a need of an hour, and the government has given a lot of disposable income in the hands of the people. Just to give you a perspective, the people earning 12,75,000, they're saving 83,200 rupees every year, which is 7,000 per month in the hands of the people, more in the hands of the people. And the people earning to 30 lakh rupees, and if they're following new tax regime, they're saving 1,14,400. Again, a big chunk of money coming to them, which will give a lot of impetus to the economic growth. And and there are many steps which government has taken, not on these, but on the simplicity, inclusivity, and sustainability, while fostering the economic growth. I think that's a theme they followed, and that was what the people are looking for. And there the bigger fears which people had, where the government did not touch. There's no talk about inheritance tax. There's no talk about wealth tax. There's no talk about super rich tax, which we have been hearing for last few years.
Right.
But the government not even touched that. So this is a very welcoming budget, I can tell you, and has actually given.
So, but are you giving it a thumbs up only from the perspective of the relief given to the middle class, or are you taking into consideration the other parameters that the panelists were also highlighting?
I think obviously it's a middle class focus budget. It's a pragmatic approach the government has taken. But overall, if you ask me, not touching these inherent tax, or there's no change in the capital gains, no wealth tax, and there's a lot of policy impetus which government has come out with. There's a lot of simplicity in the tax provisions. TCS, if you talk about TCS, they've increased the limit from on remittance under LRS, which is liberalized revenue scheme, from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. And for education purpose, if you are remitting the money for higher education of your children or whatever, there's no TCS. So I think government has come forward and wants to give a lot of liquidity in the hands of the people. And done away with this, TCS on some goods.
Let me go across to Brijesh Kalpa on that. A bold move. Government has ensured more money in the hands of the people. Isn't that what people were waiting for the past couple of years in terms of relief?
No, let me again state that this is, I think, overestimating what is likely to happen. Because we have been seeing that, the people, the kind of people who have been exempted from income tax have been increasing over the last few budgets. And what started off, I think, in the UPA time, I think at 5 lakh has now been enhanced, and it has gone up to 12 lakh.
Yes.
So this is a continuing feature, and I can assure you that in times to come, there will be an occasion where, people up to the extent of 20 lakh will be exempted. And this is something which has to happen, because if America today has exempted income tax completely, then I think this is the way forward. But after having said that, I just heard my dear friend, Mr. Zafar Islam saying that, this is not a Chunavi issue and so on and so forth. See, in 24, there was the issue that the budget was mainly an Andhra budget. This year, it is a Bihar budget. Perhaps the year after that, maybe I think if there are elections in UP, I'm not sure of the dates, but I think it will be a UP budget. So I think this is a constant thing that Mr. Modi has been doing, that as and when there is a state focus which is coming. Today, I think, whether it's airports, whether it's, Makana, whether it's, I think there were over 60 mentions of Bihar. So one could easily be confused whether it was the Indian budget or the Bihar budget being presented in the Indian parliament.
Indian budget or Bihar budget?
As far as this kind of thing is happening, I think this is...
Okay, you're saying more than a Indian budget or a Viksit Bharat budget, it sounds like a Bihar budget. I'll take reactions from Zafar Islam and yes, I'll come to you, Krishna Hegde, Zafar Islam and Anish. I have to take a very short break. Stay on with us.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News on Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive.
Hello, Moto. We have some breaking inputs coming in. Shifting our focus just for a little bit to Delhi elections. Home Minister Amit Shah addressed a rally, and with just 4 days to go for the Delhi dangle, Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaking exclusively to Times Network's Himanshu rained fire on AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal, asserting that BJP is going to come to power in the national capital and that his party this time will stand defeated with a huge margin.
हम रोहतास नगर में इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी रोड शो कर रहे हैं। चारों तरफ आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके की जो भीड़ है वो आपको नजर आ रही होगी। सर, क्या कहना चाहेंगे, ये जो पब्लिक का हुजूम है क्या बता रहा है, किस तरफ संकेत दे रहा है?
दिल्ली इस बार परिवर्तन करने जा रही है। 8 तारीख को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनी।
आपने कहा कि नई दिल्ली भी जो है आम आदमी पार्टी हारने वाली है।
जी, निश्चित रूप से नई दिल्ली की सीट पर प्रवेश वर्मा जीतेंगे। बड़े मार्जिन से केजरीवाल जी हारे।
केजरीवाल जी ने आज कहा, जब बजट आया तो उन्होंने कहा कि केंद्र सरकार ने चंद अमीरों का ऋण माफ कर दिया है, दिल्ली वालों को कुछ नहीं दिया।
18 लाख रुपया अगर करोड़पतियों के 12 लाख रुपया की आय केजरीवाल को करोड़पतियों की लगती है तो उनको भगवान ही बचाए। मध्यम वर्ग के 12 लाख तक की आय के सभी लोगों का इनकम टैक्स माफ किया है। ये इनके नजर में नहीं आएगा, इनकी आंखों में मोतियाबिंब हो गया है।
सर, आपको क्या लगता है इस बार चुनाव का सबसे बड़ा अहम मुद्दा क्या है? भ्रष्टाचार है, शीश महल है, क्या है?
भ्रष्टाचार, शीश महल, वादा खिलाफी, कूड़ा कचरा, प्रदूषित पानी, ढेर सारे मुद्दे। हर मोर्चे पर सरकार विफल गई।
सर, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ से ये बार बार कहा जा रहा है, मैसेज आ रहा है, लोगों के पास कॉल आ रहे हैं कि बीजेपी की सरकार आएगी तो योजनाएं जो हम चला रहे थे वो बंद कर देंगी। ये लगातार
उनकी बात को कोई नहीं मानता। हमारी पार्टी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि हमने बहुत सारी नई योजनाएं भी घोषित की है और पुरानी कोई योजना बंद नहीं करी।
सर, एक अंतिम सवाल जानना चाहता हूं, कांग्रेस पार्टी भी मैदान में उतर गई है। आज प्रियंका जी ने कहा कि एक ने शीश महल बनाया, एक ने राजमहल बनाया।
देखिए, कांग्रेस और आप पार्टी दोनों से ज्यादा वोट भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिले।
और सर कितनी
दोनों के टोटल से ज्यादा।
और सर कितनी सीटें इस बार आपका अनुमान लगता है?
अब तक के सबसे बड़े मार्जिन से हम जीते।
All right, let's go back to our guests, shifting focus back to the budget, although the Home Minister also pointed out how the opposition does not want to see the relief that has been given to the middle class. Anish, your comments.
You know, I think the Home Minister has made the point that all of us that have been making, which is that this is an election-oriented budget that unfortunately does not address the other questions in the room. You know, revenue receipts are down by 40 crores. The fiscal deficit is at 4.9% instead of at 3%, as pointed out earlier. The real GDP growth is 6.5% and the nominal GDP growth rate is around 10%, when our real GDP growth rate should have been 8%. We have FII outflows in a market that is seeing institutional investors leaving the market, but no changes to capital gains tax to ensure that more domestic investors are going to enter the market. And finally, you have promises like 120 new airports when the ones they built 5 years ago are not even operational. So I think the fine print beyond the 12 lakh rupee number that is becoming a headline today needs to be studied more carefully, and this government must take constructive criticism on this matter. They should have changed corporate tax rates after changing income tax rates so businesses could adapt. They should have ensured that capital gains tax rates were reconsidered in a budget like this, and they should have had the sense to ensure that people who are trying to do their best for an economy that is facing a global crisis can have the best minds in the room for it.
Mr. Islam, quickly.
See, I'm really surprised. Who told him that the government was targeting 3% fiscal deficit? And it was 4.9%, and we actually, the revised estimate suggests that the fiscal deficit is 4.8% as against the budget estimates of 4.9%. Even then, the street was not expecting even 4.4% what the budget estimate suggests. The street was expecting 4.5%, and we have gone beyond that to maintain the fiscal discipline, fiscal prudence, and even then we given bonanza to the common man on the street. So if somebody is making this kind of statement, they must also understand from there they are getting those kind of information which nobody is talking, except with the exception of this gentleman, Anish Ji. I have not heard from anyone that the government was targeting 3% in this budget. No, so we are talking about pre-COVID period and now the post-COVID period. You have to differentiate between these two periods, my dear friend. COVID is something which is exceptional period, which once in a century, which any government has faced. So it is very unfair to make this kind of statement and put the government in the dock. Having said that, we have done. You have to understand the government objective. Government objective is to bring inclusive development. Government objective is to bring accelerated growth. Government objective is to bring to empower people on the street, common man on the street. Government's objective is to bring rationalization income tax. Their government objective is to reforms like tax reforms, which they announced, urban development reforms, then many other reforms which they have listed in the budget. So there are many important reforms which has been undertaken, and these all will culminate in what? They will all spur growth, which all of us are aspiring. If there is a growth momentum, definitely we will have more income, disposable income in the hands of the people, and you will have better. What is the ultimate objective of Viksit Bharat, that should not be any poverty and everybody should be.
Okay, now before I take a counter from Brijesh Kalappa, I want to quickly go across to Mr. Hegde. This massive relief for the taxpayers is not something that the opposition is opposing, but the opposition is also highlighting other parameters that they think should have been included or talked about, which is not happening, and the government is only gloating and talking about the massive relief for the taxpayers. Hiding behind that is what the opposition is saying. Also, do respond to what Brijesh Kalappa earlier said, that this is a Chunavi budget.
See, first of all, we are focusing on the farmers, on the youth, the women. We are also focusing on the middle class. Apart from that, on infrastructure development, whether it's nuclear energy, building more airports, artificial intelligence, UPI, insurance sector, health sector, and whatnot. So this is not a Chunavi budget. It's a budget for everybody. It's a budget for Viksit Bharat. It is a budget which takes the economy to a $5 trillion economy. And I think the opposition here is missing the point. It's not about only the middle class, but the entire country and taking the country forward to 2047, which is the dream of the Honorable Prime Minister. And I think this is a budget of continuity, a budget of change, a budget for India to look forward to.
Right. This is what earlier perhaps Mr. Chandra was also trying to point out, that this is going to be a game changer. But amidst the political commentary that we are hearing, Mr. Chandra, do you believe the concerns raised by the opposition are something that the government needs to take up seriously, or is this just a political face-off at the moment and it will die down?
See, I will not get into the political.
Yeah, not the statements, the suggestions.
So my suggestion is, everything happens, in a phased manner. This is the much needed, step which is required to get more liquidity in the hands of the people. Domestic consumption was very much required. Obviously, unemployment is something which government has to look into, because if you ask me, if they have to become a developed economy by 2047, they have to grow 8% every year, with investment ratio of 35% of GDP, and for that they need to have 80 lakh employment till 2030. Lot of investment need to happen on the emerging technologies like AI, biotechnology, and they need to, MSME they've come out with lot of again benefits, and there's a package which government has announced. The focus is there. More structural reforms, deregulation, and then the government has made a lot of policy changes, policy impetus, I can say, to make things more regularized and making ease of working in India, better. So these are the things, and as I said, everything happened over the years in a phased manner. But these are the things which government should look into to become Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Right, you say everything happens with time, but I believe the opposition will remind the government it's already been 10 years, Brajesh Kalapa.
Yeah, see, the point is this, that if exports are to be pushed forward, and given the fact that the rupee is very much weak as against the dollar, what are the tangible steps taken to improve exports? Merely by saying, speaking about exports doesn't help matters. For instance, now there is now going to be a Makhana board, right? Now, is Makhana the only thing? Across the country, sericulture is now suffering. What has the government done with regard to sericulture? For instance, I come from Karnataka, and Karnataka produces the largest amount of silk. And today we are being cannibalized by China. Now, steps like this, how to protect silk industry in Karnataka or in India, these are the things one would have thought about, given the larger scenario. And the fact is that the government, throughout in the budget, before the budget, even after the budget, is not addressing the elephant in the room, which is why are so many HNIs, high net worth individuals, leaving the shores of the country and leaving India. 22 lakh at last count, and this is something which the government has been speaking about. What are the steps being taken to contain this drift from India? How do you bring back these people? How do you ensure that the HNIs remain in India? You can't now say, I don't think you can afford to call the HNIs Pakistanis and go to Pakistan, because this is now, I think, overused. So please address the elephant in the room.
Okay, address the elephant in the room. Zafar Islam also, just adding to what Brajesh Kalapa was saying earlier about Karnataka, another reaction that has come in from the DMK is that South has been ignored in the budget, but also do respond to the point of HNIs made by Mr. Kalapa.
See, I mean, it's very difficult to make this kind of a statement, and it's very unfair to make this kind of statement that if people have disposable income and they are looking for a different country for education, for something worthy for family consideration, and a small fraction of the society is actually fraction of the population is going there, then that should not should not become a concern for any government. Yes, if it is a concern, we have always made things easy for the people of India so that they remain here and work and be productive here. But you will always have people going from one country to another. I mean, a very small population, if it's going, then you can't stop them from going, because at the end of the day, they have aspiration, and if their aspiration is getting met somewhere else. They should pursue it. We are not becoming a bottleneck for them. Having said that, it's very, very small fraction of the population which is going. We're not even in 0.00000 kind of a population, and Congress parties and
right. Some reports also suggest that
it is not
there has been a significant decrease if you compare it to previous years.
We have some restrictive measures like TCS. No, I'm saying that they have also put some restrictive measures like TCS to discourage people from going abroad.
Okay.
But still, you can't stop them from going abroad. If they are willing to go, then they are happy to be allowed. Having said that, let me again, there are a lot of emphasis. In fact, there are 4 growth engines which the government has spoken about today.
All right.
The agriculture, the second growth engine is export. The third engine is there are 3-4 engines the government has spoken, and agriculture happens to be one of them, besides innovation, investments, etc. So it is very unfair again on part of Kalappaji to say that we have not focused on export.
All right. I'm running out of time, Zafar Islam, so I'll wrap up the debate. It was a great detailed discussion. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us.
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे. बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ. अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे. क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Malubhasu Balakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar
inspires.
Orally, what I'm seeing the budget is a good one for the middle class person or for the salarized person or for the you can say that the small kind of a income group of the persons is a very good of that for them, because the 12 lakh the Nirmala Sitharaman which increased the exemption limit from the 7.5 lakhs from the last budget to the 12 lakh. It's a very good initiatives.
My expectation was if she would have cut this capital gain or short-term gain, that might be more benefit for us.
According to the tax regime, it was very good for the middle class people. From since a long time, like there haven't been anything for the middle class people. So, but even for the goods and all, the price should be reduced. It will be very good for the people, middle class people here.
मिडिल क्लास आदमी एनुअल इनकम क्या रहता है 12 लाख कमा रहा है, उसमें भी वो टैक्स दे रहा है, उसके बाद बचा क्या, फैमिली चलाना है, उसको भी बहुत चीजें हैं, तो ये टैक्स फ्री कर रहे हैं ना, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं सरकार जो।
जी बहुत अच्छी बात है सर, ये तो हमारे लिए अच्छी ही मतलब खुशखबरी है समझो। अगर हमको टैक्स नहीं देना पड़ेगा तो एक मिडिल क्लास वालों के लिए और क्या चाहिए।
नहीं, मिडिल क्लास के लिए तो डेफिनेटली है, जो टैक्स बेनिफिट्स वगैरह दिया है तो मिडिल क्लास के लिए काफ़ी आई वुड से इनकरेजिंग है देखिए। और बिहार के कंटेक्स्ट में आपने बात किया तो देखिए, कोई भी डेवलपमेंट के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एक सॉफ्ट है, एक हार्ड है। हार्ड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में पिछले 8-10 साल में काफ़ी काम हुआ है और भी कमिटमेंट एक होगा, तो दैट पार्ट कैन बी टेकन आउट।
आम लोगों के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी राहत है, क्योंकि मेन जो लोगों की चिंता खाती है वो टैक्स रेट है। तो अब तो कम से कम ये 12 लाख रुपए तक की जो नील रेट है, उससे काफी लोगों को फायदे होंगे।
आम जनमानस का बजट है, इसको हम लोग 100 में।
The biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter. News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल से। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy. Weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhudas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now. the biggest news break of the day. Exclusive that set the primetime agenda. Bringing you stories that matter, news breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आप भाग रहे हैं सवाल पे। बड़ा सिंपल सा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है। Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar, what next for you? When are you taking over as Chief Minister?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
How do you see skill census versus caste census if you would want to respond to the current political climate? कहीं भी चले जाओ, कहीं भी आ जाओ। अजीत पवार जी भी कभी भी शरद पवार जी के पास चले जाएंगे, कभी भी इधर आ जाएंगे। क्या ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स है?
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Democrats? The profile of India as a country, has it grown? Are you going to get onto a SpaceX spaceship anytime soon?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
There's always that story that the nation wants to know. There are always questions that we want answers to. They can run, they can dodge, they can even ignore us. But we will repeatedly keep asking those questions and bring out the real facts. Because the nation will always want to know. Weekdays at 7 p.m.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable. Viewers, in a bold stroke of economic and political genius, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Budget 2025 has redefined the landscape for India's middle class. By announcing no income tax on incomes up to 12 lakh, PM Modi has delivered a masterstroke that will bring hope and prosperity for millions of households across the country. Viewers, this isn't merely a policy change, it's a paradigm shift. For far too long, viewers, the middle class has been the silent backbone of our economy, bearing the brunt of inflation and the burden of taxes without proportionate or commensurate relief. The support of the Aam Aadmi has been crucial in India's electoral dynamics too, and Modi's budget extends a hand of support where it's needed the most. This move is a loud and clear message that the government stands with those who work tirelessly to keep the nation's economy humming. By putting more money back into the pockets of the middle class, Modi has effectively kick-started a virtuous cycle of economic growth. Why do I say this? Increased disposable income would mean more money for consumption, education, health and investment. This isn't just about immediate financial relief. It's about empowering the middle class to drive economic demand. Shops will see more customers, businesses will expand, and employment opportunities will multiply, viewers. Politically, this is a masterclass in understanding the pulse of the nation. The middle class, often perceived as a silent majority, has now been given a voice through this budget. Prime Minister Modi has not only addressed their economic grievances but also built a narrative of inclusivity and shared growth. The political dividends from such a move could be far-reaching, solidifying Modi's image as a leader who directly impacts the lives of ordinary citizens, the Aam Aadmi. Viewers, the genius of this policy lies in its dual focus on immediate relief and long-term economic strategy. Well, critics might argue about the fiscal implications, but viewers, the vision here seems to be clear. Growth through empowerment. Viewers, this budget is a powerful narrative of hope, empowerment and economic rejuvenation. This budget might well be remembered as the moment when India's middle class truly felt, seen, heard, and most importantly, valued. It's as if the middle class is saying, Modi hai to savings hai. But while the Aam Aadmi is celebrating relief, Rahul Gandhi and opposition are not. Maybe they find the budget boring. They say it's a band-aid for a bullet wound. Poor thing, Nirmala Sitharaman needs to work harder to impress the opposition.
We are saying now they will have 1,10,000, 1.10 lakh in their pockets, which they don't have to pay as tax. So we have put good substantial amounts into the pockets of people who deserve to get that. There is no reduction in the public spending on capital expenditure.
इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला। जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी।
और 12 लाख रुपए तक हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लोगों को इनकम टैक्स से मुक्ति देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया।
अब इस बजट में आपने उसी मिडिल क्लास के एक छुरा पीठ में मारा, दूसरा छुरा छाती में। इंडेक्सेशन जो आपने कैंसिल की वो पीठ में छुरा था, और जो कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स आपने बढ़ाया वो छाती में छुरा था।
आपको पता है, अगर एक मिडिल क्लास परिवार साल में 10-12 लाख रुपए कमाता है तो इनकम टैक्स, जीएसटी, टोल टैक्स, एजुकेशन सेस, सेल्स टैक्स, प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स, कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स, सर्विस टैक्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन टैक्स, कैपिटल गेन टैक्स वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह, ये सारे टैक्स मिला के एक मिडिल क्लास की 50% से ज्यादा आमदनी केवल और केवल सरकार को टैक्स देने में चली जाती है।
See how the goalpost has been shifted. Let's quickly open this up. Sanju Verma, the national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Dr. Anand Ranganathan needs no introduction. Tushar Gupta, political analyst. Kamru Zaman Chaudhary ji. Vivek Srivastava, both political analysts. Ghanshyam Tiwari, the national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, will be joining us shortly. And Rohit Azad, economist, completes the panel. Rohit Azad, I want to begin by asking you, what do you make of the popular sentiment around the budget?
So the popular sentiment is essentially a sentiment of the middle class, which I am absolutely clear, yes, they are getting a respite. But to say that the middle class represents the entire country, it will be unfair. I mean, in numbers, they are just 3% of the, in terms of the taxpayers. So yes, it's good for them, but not for the rest necessarily, for two reasons. Number one, even for the middle class, when you said that 1 lakh crore has been given as a respite for them, if you look at the numbers, they're actually going to shell out even more. They are going to actually shell out 1.8 lakh crore more than what they had shelled out earlier. So in the net, you would actually be, the same middle class will actually be paying far more taxes, so if you go by those numbers. But more importantly, the entire estimate in terms of the fiscal deficit has been made on the basis of all these numbers. What if this revenue is not going to come? If it does not come, because these are very high projected numbers, then it will cut down on expenditure. And already in many schemes, if you look at health, if you look at education, in education there has been a decline of 11,000 crores.
No, so how would you describe the budget?
There has been a 1,255
Mr. Azad, how would you describe
cut.
it? For a layman, how would someone who's
only.
not an economist or is not friends with an economist, how would you describe the budget?
Right. Yes, so this is a budget for the middle class without doubt, but this is not the budget necessarily for the entire country. Middle class is a very small proportion of the population of this country, particularly those who pay taxes.
But wait, you're saying that this is undoubtedly a budget for the middle class. Wait till you're proven wrong on the show by the other luminaries. Now, viewers, you heard the India view. Let's get you the China view on budget. Vivek Srivastava, what do you make of this? सर आप म्यूट हैं आप आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर आई कांट हियर एनीथिंग दैट यू आर सेइंग म्यूट है आप
All I was saying was, Pranay, that when you started the program, आपने इतनी तारीफें की बजट की, गेम चेंज हो गया, रेवोल्यूशन हो गया, भारत बदल गया और पता नहीं क्या क्या हो गया. तो मेरे ख्याल से आपको नहीं लगता अगर करना ही था तो थोड़ा पहले ही कर देते, पिछले बजट में कर देते ये टैक्स स्लैब को, अगर इतना ही उससे गेम चेंज होता. अब आप सुनिए इसकी कमियां. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टॉक ऑफ द पर्सनल टैक्स, क्योंकि उसके बारे में बहुत लोग बोलेंगे ऑलरेडी.
नहीं, उसके बारे में भी बोलिए विवेक श्रीवास्तव. आप तो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एनालिसिस कीजिए, डोंट चेरी पिक.
नहीं, मैं टेक्निकली आपको बता देता हूं. हमें क्या नाराजगी है लेफ्ट को और कांग्रेस को. हमारी पहली नाराजगी है मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं बोला गया. दूसरी बात, मनरेगा के कोई डिटेल्स स्पेसिफिक नहीं है कि उतना ही है, क्या है, कुछ करोगे नहीं करोगे. सबसे बड़ी बात जो है, what कुमारी शैलजा is also saying is that there is no clarity. आप इनके ट्विटर हैंडल्स अगर देखेंगे तो साफ बात है, कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स इज मिसिंग. कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स 30% हुआ करता था, घटा करके 22% किया गया था. एंड वी प्रोटेस्टेड, वी सेड आप पहले तो सारे बिजनेसमैन के लोन माफ करते हैं, बैड लोन्स, नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट्स, ऊपर से कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स भी आपने कम किया. इस बजट में कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स शब्द गायब. पता ही नहीं है इस देश में कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स क्या है. और बड़े बड़े बिजनेस हाउसेस के सीईओ पूछ रहे हैं कि साहब पता नहीं क्या होगा, आगे क्या आएगा. अब ये 22% फिर से कुछ 25 बनेगा, 30 बनेगा, 35 बनेगा, नोबडी नोज. लेबर लॉज हायर एंड फायर के हैं, उसके अंदर एक यूनियन प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकती, उसके इंप्लीमेंटेशन की बात की गई है इस बजट के अंदर. सो दिस बजट आपने दिल्ली के इलेक्शन को देखते हुए मिडिल क्लास को एक सौंप तो दे दिया, लेकिन ओवरऑल दिस बजट इज अ कैपिटलिस्ट कॉर्पोरेट बजट और हम इसकी निंदा करते हैं.
Okay, you see,
very clearly.
Very good. You are condemning this. I am not surprised. I thought, you would protest when I said let's get the China view, but it's a badge of honor for you. उसको आपने ना प्रोटेस्ट किया ना कंडेम किया. आपने बोला कि
वो तो आपका रोज का है.
नहीं, बट दैट्स ओके सर, मेरा तो रोज का है, आपका तो सर मेरा तो रोज का है, आपका तो घर का है. विवेक श्रीवास्तव, आपको तो कुछ तो बोलना चाहिए था, बट इट्स ओके. you see, I have no problem. Sir, we want to reflect all opinions. Diverse जितना होगा उतना अच्छा है.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. इस देश में कांग्रेस, लेफ्ट, ये सब देशद्रोही हैं. हम सब चाइनीज एजेंट हैं. हम सब पेट्रियोटिक है ही नहीं. एक प्रणेश रॉय पेट्रियोटिक हैं, दूसरे बीजेपी के स्पोक्स पर्सन. तो ये तो रोज की बात है.
बाकी जो है डॉक्टर रंगनाथन, तुषार.
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने बहुत बड़ी गलती कर रखी है कि कांग्रेस को रिकॉग्निशन दे रखा है और लेफ्ट की पार्टीज को भी दे रखा है, उनको भी नहीं देना चाहिए.
You see, Rohit Azad, this is what I was referring to. He will not even say what you've said, that this is a good thing for the middle class. He will not say it. Even till the end of this program, he will not say it.
I will not say it's a band-aid.
I know, sir. I know you will not say it. I know the answers to my question.
राहुल गांधी को सुना
मैं तो
मैं endorse कर रहा हूं. बुलेट की इंजरी है और आपने
ओके, बुलेट की इंजरी, संजू वर्मा, बुलेट की इंजरी है, आपने उसमें बैंडेड लगा दिया, वो भी मेक इन इंडिया.
Pranesh, first and foremost, I think Huge amount of congratulations to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and of course the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. What an astounding budget. You know, this is a dream budget, and I say dream in capital letters, DREAM. And anybody who's shifting the goalpost and saying, oh, ye to Delhi election ko maddenazar rakhte hue kiya gaya, this is a classic case of sour and rancid grape. आपके पेट में उबाल हो रहा है, हम समझ सकते हैं, but learn to digest the hard facts. Let's get one thing very, very clear. I'll come to the tax bit later that has been discussed threadbare over the last couple of hours. The most important point is this. Despite increasing the rebatable limit to 12 lakh rupees per annum, guess what? The government is actually saying that in the coming financial year, the budgetary outlay has been increased from 47 lakh crore to 51 lakh crore, which is a 8.5% increase. So point number one is, despite giving huge tax concessions to the middle class, the budgetary outlay has been expanded, not reduced. Point number two, the government actually next year will borrow lower than what it did in the current financial year. In the current financial year, the government's borrowing stands at 11.62 lakh crore. Next year, the government will only borrow 11.53 lakh crore, which basically means that the government is spending within its means. जो हिंदी में कहावत है, जितनी चादर उतना अपना पांव फैलाइए. तो गवर्नमेंट चादर के अंदर अपना पांव फैला रही है. The third and very important point, people thought that because of taxable rebate limit being increased, the fiscal consolidation agenda of the government will be given a miss. That is not the case. Do you remember last year Nirmala Sitharaman said that for FY25, the fiscal deficit that she is looking to achieve is 5.1% of GDP. And lo and behold, claps for the Modi government. We are ending FY25 with a fiscal deficit of 4.8% of GDP, lower than what we had projected at the rate of 5.1. And in the coming financial year, imagine we are going to have a fiscal deficit of 4.4% of GDP. As recently as FY21, post the COVID pandemic, fiscal deficit was 9.6% of GDP. Wait a minute, किसानों की बात कही गई. This is why I say devil is in the detail. Today we have more than 7.5 crore farmers who benefit from Kisan credit cards. The Kisan credit card limit has been increased from rupees 3 lakhs to rupees 5 lakhs. Only last week, the MSP for jute was increased from 5335 rupees to 5650 rupees per quintal. The MSP for paddy is 2300 rupees per quintal, which is 117% more than the cost of production. So the farmer makes ample profit. Now let us talk about Manrega. The average Manrega outlay under the Congress dispensation from 2004 to 2014 was 40,000 crore. The average Manrega outlay under the Modi government is 82% higher at 73,000 crore. Now let me tell you one more thing. All government schools will have free broadband connectivity. 50,000 more Atal tinkering labs will be set up to foster innovation.
Right. Now, let me bring in the Samajwadi Party spokesperson, Ghanshyam Tiwari. Ghanshyam Tiwari, if what Sanju Verma is, if what she is saying is true, then why are you saying that this is a budget aimed to woo people in Bihar and in poll-bound Delhi? Mr. Chidambaram has said that this is anti-minority.
Good evening, Pranesh, to you, the viewers, and my fellow co-panelists. This is the 11th year of Modi Sarkar budget. The Sarkar that started with a promise of 2 crore jobs, 15 lakh rupees in every account, and tax reduction to honest taxpayers, and a whole bunch of jumlas as outlined by Amit Shah. So the silsila of budget of Modi Sarkar is not a budget, it's a fudget. It's the ability to fudge data to continue that jumla brigade of politics. Now, why do I call it a fudget? When the economic survey says that the growth has been the worst in the last 4 years, what will spur the growth? How will this budget lead to manufacturing sector putting more money into manufacturing? Does a Makhana board transform Bihar, fundamentally the poorest state in India? I have worked in that state for 7 years with the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar ji. So I know the reality of Bihar. I know what we are talking about. In the 11 years, BJP blamed JNU as an anti-national, but it remains our top university. They have not been able to improve the state of a single university in the country in the global rankings. Not one university with their efforts. Third, in a country where exam paper leak and berojgari is at the prime, BJP says today morning their national spokesperson on your channel said that they have given mudra loan to 36 crore women. Anand Ranganathan was there, 36 crore women. This is why I call them budget party, because there are not as many women who are in the working class as they are saying 36 crore women. So from top to bottom, apart from some headlines here and there, and as far as middle class is concerned, a party that charges GST from milk powder to chutney to toothpaste is saying that, hey, middle class, we have looted you from petrol, diesel, from gas prices, bahut hui mehengai ki baar. We have broken your limbs and bones from head to toe. Let us put some balm on you, and why don't you celebrate and say Modi ji ki jai? Okay. Only BJP can do that. The reality of middle class is that GST, the complete...
right. So you are BJP saying that this is not some bonanza or boost, it's only a balm. It's window dressing essentially. Dr. Ranganathan, what do you make of this criticism?
Pranesh, thank you very much and good evening to you and to my fellow panelists. दो तीन चीजें पहले मैं कर दूं. एक तो पहले मैंने डीप स्पीक से पूछा कि विवेक श्रीवास्तव को आज गुस्सा क्यों आ रहा है. तो डीप स्पीक, जो कि विवेक के देश की ही अपनी एआई की नई वो है, उसने कहा कि विवेक इज एंग्री बिकॉज ही इज नॉट गोइंग टू गेट एनी बेनिफिट फ्रॉम द इनकम टैक्स रिलीफ बिकॉज वो युआन में उनकी सैलरी आती है. वो कह रहे हैं वो एक्सचेंज रेट से सारा इनकम टैक्स रिलीफ. देखो हंस रहे. थैंक यू. बट कैन आई, बिफोर आई कम टू दैट, कैन आई प्लीज फैक्ट चेक माई गुड फ्रेंड घनश्याम तिवारी. मतलब फास्टेस्ट फिंगर्स फर्स्ट में इन्होंने 1 मिनट में जितने झूठ बोल सकते थे बोल दिए. कह रहे हैं नॉट अ सिंगल यूनिवर्सिटी हैज इंप्रूव्ड इट रैंकिंग. ये लिस्ट ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज है, इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज that have improved their ranking. तो पहले get your facts right. Number 2, इन्होंने बोला कि मोदी जी ने प्रॉमिस किया था कि 15 लाख हर अकाउंट में आएंगे. ये ऑब्वियसली ये फेक न्यूज इतनी बार बस्ट हो चुकी है, लेकिन अभी तक ये चल रही है. He never promised to put 15 lakhs in everyone's account. This is fake news. So please, आपके चैनल पे और स्पेशली आपके प्रोग्राम पे प्रणेश, I expect कि लोग फेक न्यूज ना फैलाएं. Now let me come to the nub of the issue. First of all, let me begin by congratulating BJP for winning the Delhi and Bihar elections. Well done. You have to choose the chief ministers now. But couple of points here. All the people who are protesting right now, many on the panel who haven't yet spoken, many have spoken. They wanted relief for the same middle class. जब relief दे दिया, तो कह रहे हैं हाय हाय छाती पीट रहे हैं. This is the same thing with farm laws. Verbatim, the 3 farm laws that Modi brought were in the election manifestos of every political party of the India Alliance, especially the Congress. Point number 11, point number 19, उठा के. बल्कि एक जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग एक्ट था, वो कांग्रेस ने इंप्लीमेंट कर दिया था ऑलरेडी. जब कांग्रेस रूल स्टेट पंजाब था, वहां पे वो चल पड़ा था. लेकिन मोदी लाया तो ओ माय गॉड ब्लैक लॉ. आज मोदी ने रिलीफ दिया. केजरीवाल क्या कह रहे थे? 10 लाख तक फ्री करने वाले थे, 12 लाख तक किया. अब वही बात कह रहे कि कोई फायदा नहीं हो, कोई फायदा नहीं होगा. लुक, let this be a budget for the middle class, as my good friend Rohit is saying. Fine. The point of the matter is that it is also a budget for other quote-unquote classes. Why do people forget it? Can I please take 30 seconds to explain to you why this budget is so important? You have Ayushman Bharat. People, this is the problem, you see. Justifiably so, or, unkindly, this tax relief of middle class has taken away the sheen from the most important aspect. I won't even come to the science and nuclear point. Let me explain the Ayushman Bharat. Did you know that 380 million Ayushman cards that have been distributed have treated 70 million Indians, more than the population of United Kingdom? But that's not all. It was the out-of-pocket expenses that Indians were paying for their health that were the fastest pusher of Indians into poverty. That has been slashed by 21%. And let's not just talk about the poor people who have been benefiting from the Ayushman card. Recently, you have all people, senior citizens above 70 years, will be treated and given Ayushman card. So it's going to affect middle class and every other class as well. So please, let us not brand this as a middle class budget. That would be unfair to other quote-unquote classes that are benefiting from it.
Kamruzaman Chaudhary ji, why is then Rahul Gandhi saying that this is only a band-aid?
Yeah, Pradesh, we are having 102 MPs in the Lok Sabha. I hope you give us half the time that you have given to the BJP spokesperson on the panel. Thank you. Why I say this? Because Pranesh, what Nirmala ji has done is taking my money from my left pocket and putting them on the right pocket. How she has done this very nicely? As you mentioned at the start of your show, that 1 lakh crore is being given away to the middle class. I'm coming to that benefit of the middle class later on. But where did this money come from? That's the biggest question. Where is it going to come in from? Without augmenting the revenue earning scope of the government or the state governments, what it has done, it has cut 92,000 crores from the capital expenditure of the country. It has cut on the health sector. It has cut on the education sector by 10,000 crores. On the social welfare sector by 10,000 crore. On agriculture by 10,000 crore. In rural development, urban development. And the much needed funds for the northeast sector by 1,900 crores. In social sector, it comes to a cut of 16%. In housing sector, a cut of 4.38%. And most importantly, when they call about the ST, SC, ki himayati hu, ye kar lunga, wo kar lunga, 3% they have deducted from the SC, ST funds. In food subsidy bill, they have deducted 1%. Overall, on the social sector for welfare schemes, 5%. And most importantly, do you remember the Civil Nuclear Liability Damage Act of 2010? With the same BJP opposed it because they did not want to provide the nuclear power status to Indian.
No, Mr. Chaudhary, answer a fundamental question. Are you happy with what the middle class has got? It was Rahul Gandhi thus far was saying, inko de dijiye, give them tax relief. This is tax terrorism.
Okay, now let me come to the political part of my statement. You know, Nirmala ji is directly opposing Narendra Modi ji on one election, one nation, one election. Why is that? Because Delhi preliminary is a middle class city. For them, she has provided some benefits to the middle class, of course. In second point, Bihar is having elections over the next few days, a few months rather. What a wonderful score. So I say that we must be having elections.
You know, Mr. Chaudhary, I'm sorry, but your commentary is, layered like the budget. Direct taxes, indirect taxes. No, ऐसा नहीं होता है, sir. एक simple सवाल पूछा, उसका आप जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं. आप बोल रहे हैं, Delhi is a middle class city. Which is the uber rich city or the state? Tushar Gupta, you had put out many tweets today. One that caught my eye. You've said those who call the BJP a freebie government, please explain 3 simultaneous aspects. Would you like to elaborate on what you posted?
Good evening, Pranesh. Good evening to all my fellow panelists. I would like to first address, Pranesh, all the 3 spokespersons from the opposition party here. Kamru Zaman Chaudhary is talking about the capex, the reduction in it. Does Kamru Zaman Chaudhary know that our capex for this budget year is also more than rupees 10 lakh crore? And when I say our, I mean the country's. It's Kamru Zaman Chaudhary's budget as well. Vivek Srivastav here was talking about some policies not going against the farmers, for the farmers. If you have to be a good communist, at least be a knowledgeable communist. The government is saying we want the farmers to grow pulses. Central agencies are going to procure from you. The government is saying we don't want to give out MSP for the conventional crops. We want to give out MSP for pulses over which we are importing right now. Ghanshyam Tiwari, I am amazed by his audacity. In the morning also, I sent my good friend Anand Ranganathan a text when you had just begun the budget coverage that please tell Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari that if 60 crore mudra loans are given, it doesn't mean one person or one household gets one mudra loan. It doesn't work that way. When people complete a mudra loan, their payments of 50,000, then they upgrade their loan. So one person can get 4 or 5 loans. But Ghanshyam Tiwari's degrees are probably not helping him. And to now your question, Pranesh. You know, there is so much to talk about this budget, but this one mind-boggling stat of the Modi government is your capex is at 10 lakh crore. Congress's best expenditure was 2.5 lakh crore. Kamru Zaman Chaudhary, your Congress until FY14 could only get to 2.5 lakh crore. In 10 years, BJP has gone 5 times ahead of you, right? The tax cut is until 12 lakh rupees and the fiscal deficit is being targeted at 4.4%. Now, Kamru Zaman Chaudhary was saying, where will the money come from? Doesn't these people understand that when consumption go up, the indirect tax revenue goes up? So, for example, if we are giving 1 lakh rupee more in the pockets of the people who are now paying less tax,
right? I said that in the beginning. Yes.
Spend. So which is the difficult part here? I don't understand. Pranesh, I also want to talk about the fact about agriculture. We are not talking about agriculture enough. The Sarkar, the government is saying, boss, we do not want to import from abroad. We want the farmers to become self-sufficient, grow pulses, go for crop diversification, go for crops that are not water intensive. What is so difficult to understand?
No, but many have called it, you know, anti-poor budget, anti-minority. Dr. Ranganathan, before I come to you, you know, Sanju Verma, I want you to respond to what Rohit said in the beginning. He said, look, I concede the relief to the middle class, but उसके अलावा और कुछ है नहीं. घनश्याम तिवारी जी भी उसी लाइंस पे बोल रहे हैं कि ये सब headline management. And Tushar, before Sanju Verma actually answers that question, you want Vivek Srivastava to be an intelligent communist. His goal is clear. He wants to be a rich communist. Dr. Ranganathan बोलेंगे intelligent communist नहीं होता है. Sanju Verma.
You know, Pranesh, let's get one thing very clear. People who sit here and say that, oh, you know, the capex is going to be affected. You know, to add to what Tushar said, under successive Congress dispensations, the capital expenditure, effective capital expenditure was never more than rupees 2.5 lakh crore. And in financial year 25-26, that is the coming financial year, it is not just 11.1 lakh crore, which is what was the case last year. The finance minister has said that the capital expenditure will be 15.48 lakh crore. Effective capital expenditure of 15.48 lakh crore is 39% higher than the 11.1 lakh crore of last financial year, and that 11.1 lakh crore was already multiple times higher than the 2.5 lakh crore under successive Congress regimes. So, पहली बात तो ये, capital expenditure is not being compromised upon. The second and very important point is this. Last financial year, you know, 7.5 crore tax assessees filed their tax, out of which 87%, as in 6.5 crore tax assessees, showed that their annual income was less than rupees 12 lakhs per annum. So basically, when the tax rebatable limit has been increased to 12 lakh, it is this 87% which is going to be the biggest beneficiary. So if you're saying that, you know, this will only benefit the likes of Ambani, Adani, sorry. And my simple point is this. We need another Ambani, we need another Adani, we need another Tata, we need another Birla, we need another Azim Premji. If we have to take on a Sundar Pichai, if we have to take on a Bill Gates, if we have to take on a Tim Cook, so yahan baitkar, when you say that, oh, wealth creation is not going to help, please wait 1 minute, Pranesh. The biggest positive, which nobody is talking of, is that another 10,000 crore has been given to the, you know, startup industry, making the corpus to a solid 20,000 crore, and the Modi government has said that this additional 10,000 crore preference will be given to 5 lakh women entrepreneurs, preference will be given to entrepreneurs from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe community, and preference will be given to first-time entrepreneurs. Pranesh, my last point, please bear with me. This is for the benefit of your viewers. You know, if you had, say, 12 lakh per annum income under the Congress, you would end up paying more than 5.5 lakh every year as tax. Now you end up paying zero. If your income was 8 lakh under the Congress, you would end up paying 90,000 every year as tax. Now you end up paying zero. And if under the Congress, your income was, you know, 24 lakh per annum, you would end up paying more than 7 lakh per annum as tax, given all the surcharges.
Right,
now
we are running that chart, ma'am. We are running that chart. Yeah, that the chart is there on the screen. You want another Ambani, Adani. I want another Vivek Srivastava. We should have more Vivek Srivastavas also, because, yeah, Dr. Ranganathan is protesting. Dr. Ranganathan, ऐसे मत कीजिए, sir. We need more Vivek Srivastava. क्या problem है, Dr. Ranganathan?
नहीं, देश के लिए एक ही काफी है, बट यू नो आई हैव प्रोफाउंड डिसएग्रीमेंट विद संजू वर्मा, माय गुड फ्रेंड. कह रही है एक और अडानी चाहिए. अरे एक अडानी ने ही राहुल गांधी की नाक में दम किया हुआ है, दूसरा आ गया तो ये देश छोड़ के इटली भाग जाएगा. भाई मत करो ऐसे.
ओके, घनश्याम तिवारी.
आप कितने जुमलों को फैक्ट चेक कर सकते हैं, उसका कोई लिमिट नहीं है. 16 फरवरी 2014 मिस्टर मोदी सेड दैट ब्लैक मनी लाएंगे और टैक्स पेयर, ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर को 5-10% देंगे. 2 करोड़ रोजगार उन्होंने कहा, सबका साथ सबका विकास कहते कहते बटेंगे कटेंगे पार्टी बन गई। ठीक है, 100 दिन में काला धन लाने की बात कही। तो जो पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ मूवमेंट में आती है और पिछले 10 साल में 13,000 करोड़ का चंदा जमा करती है, 12.5 लाख करोड़ पूंजीपति।
नहीं, बट ये चंदा तो सबने जमा किया है घनश्याम तिवारी जी, ये चंदा तो सबने जमा किया है। ऐसे मत बोलिए, जिन्होंने जमा किया है और वो जमा करने के बाद ऑब्जेक्ट कर रहे हैं, उनको तो पहले वापस करना चाहिए।
ठीक है,
पहले तो वापस कर दीजिए।
आपको खुशी हो रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 13,000 करोड़ का चंदा जमा किया?
नहीं, मुझे दुख इस बात का है कि आपने भी जमा किया और अब आप बोल रहे हैं कि उनको वापस करना चाहिए।
13,000 मोदी जी ने कहा था काला धन लाके 5-10% टैक्स।
नहीं तो आप काला धन,
आप छोड़िए ना, आप क्यों इतना डिफेंड क्यों कर रहे हैं उनको?
नहीं, डिफेंड नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं, आपको एक्सपोज कर रहा हूं। घनश्याम जी इतने आप व्याकुल क्यों हो रहे हैं?
नहीं, आप जैसे कि विवेक,
आप दोनों, but the Samajwadi Party, the Congress Party, all of you are beneficiaries of this scheme that you are now, resisting, opposing. वापस कर दीजिए सर।
I mean, जिस तरीके से देखिए, let's have a civil debate. Please allow me to complete my point. The point that I am trying to make is, yes, Sanju Verma wants another Adani, जहां पे प्रधानमंत्री दुनिया के सबसे अमीर आदमी को अपनी जेब में बिठा करके अपनी गरीबी की मार्केटिंग 11 साल से कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, they want another Adani. But the fact is that single Adani cost 700 farmer lives, because the farm laws, the black farm laws that were passed, there were press reports that said that were passed to benefit Mr. Adani. So please.
But Ghanshyam Tiwari, the same Adani that you are demonizing here on the show is also doing business with Congress. उसका क्या जवाब होगा सर? ये कब जवाब देंगे आप लोग?
देखिए, ये सब बकवास है। मेन बात है कि
अच्छा, ये बकवास है, ठीक है।
बीजेपी wants another Adani. And
संजू वर्मा, ये सब बकवास है। अंबानी अडानी और चाहिए, क्यों चाहिए आपको? चंदा चाहिए और?
Can I come in here? Okay, thank you. First and foremost, Ghanshyam, basic common sense that US court which indicted Adani, what is the formal meaning of indictment? It simply means that formal charges have been made, but it does not mean you're either innocent or guilty. If indictment means guilty, Sonia Gandhi, is she guilty in the National Herald scam? Is Rahul Gandhi guilty in the National Herald scam? Is Akhilesh Yadav guilty in the mining scam? Is Tejasvi Yadav guilty in the land for job scam? Is Arvind Kejriwal guilty in the liquor scam? तो यहाँ बैठकर indictment और guilty के बीच के पहला तो अंतर जानिए. Now let me say one thing very clearly to Ghanshyam. He spoke about jobs. In the last 10 years of Modi government, we added 17.9 crore jobs, which translates into a 36% job growth. Under the Congress, we added 2.9 crore jobs, which translated to a measly job growth of only 7%. But wait, Ghanshyam, यहाँ बैठकर आप वंचित, पिछड़ा वर्ग, गरीबों की बात करते हैं। Pranesh, 1 second, please. The rural poverty rate in FY12 was 25.7%. Today it is 4.86%. The urban poverty rate in FY12 was 13.7%. Today it is 4.09%. The overall poverty rate was 37.2% in financial year 2004-05. Today it is 4.34%. Debate पर पढ़ लिख कर आना करो।
Okay, Tushar.
In the last 4 budgets, including this one, the effective capex by the Modi government in long-term asset creation, and effective capex also includes the grants to the states, is more than rupees 50 lakh crore. 50 lakh crore. Just an effective capex, Pranesh. ये क्या घनश्याम तिवारी चंदा इकट्ठा कर लिया, अमीर आदमी ये वो बोल रहे हैं? एक तो इन्हें केपेक्स पता नहीं है, लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट क्रिएशन पता नहीं है, मुद्रा लोन्स इनको पता नहीं है। इनके जुमले फैक्ट चेक क्यों करने पड़ते हैं? क्योंकि नेशनल टेलीविजन पे ऐसा डिस्कोर्स हम नहीं चलने दे सकते। We can't let the people of Times now, the viewers of Times now, be recipients of whatever Ghanshyam Tiwari says. It's dangerous for one's intellect. It's dangerous for common sense. आप मुझे बताइए, अगर सरकार को अपने ही कॉफर्स भरने होते, अपना ही चंदा इकट्ठा करना होता, 4 बजट्स, पिछले 4 बजट्स पैंडेमिक के बाद 50 लाख करोड़ का इफेक्टिव केपेक्स, लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट क्रिएशन, लॉन्ग टर्म ग्रोथ के लिए, क्या उससे नौकरियां नहीं बनती? क्या उससे आमदनी पे फर्क नहीं पड़ता? क्या उससे स्टेट की इकोनॉमीज पे फर्क नहीं पड़ता?
Okay, let me bring in Rohit Azad on all of this. It's good to have an economist on the panel, and also, great to go to him, once in a while, educated or informed लगता है. Rohit Azad.
तो 2-3 चीजें मुझे प्लीज बोलने दीजिए और थोड़ा समय दीजिएगा. First and foremost, if you look at, since the numbers were being quoted, the daily wage of workers in the rural areas was 337 rupees During the UPA, it went up to 343, 5 rupees increase that has happened. So all these claims about there has been a dramatic increase during the Modi government is definitely not true. But let's say that you don't want to accept these numbers. We simply go by this budget's number. Of course, the fiscal deficit has come down. How has it come down? It has come down because you cut down on expenditure. Where have you cut it down?